Chapter 4:23. Congratulations to user for participating in the War of the Princes, participating in the True Dragon Project, and changing 5th Prince Li Heng's fate. You are rewarded 15 points of destiny energy. As Wang Chong walked out of the Imperial Palace in the darkness and closed the gate behind him, a voice he had not heard in a long time resounded in his mind. With this voice and a light breeze, an invisible energy poured into Wang Chong's body from the depths of space-time. Wang Chong felt his entire body warm. "I've finally succeeded." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Chong's lips curled into a smile. He knew that his final letter had been effective. When dealing with those Uzin experts in the practice ground, Wang Chong had already obtained 15 points of destiny energy. With the addition from Consort Taizhen, Wang Chong had obtained 30 points of destiny energy in a single day. At this point, Wang Chong had accumulated 109 points of destiny energy. Adding on the destiny energy he had used to exchange for metal bone, gold organs, help 5th Prince Li Heng change his blood, and use the world energy restriction several times, Wang Chong had accumulated more than 200 points of destiny energy. And for Wang Chong, when he had accumulated 200 points of destiny energy, it represented a completely new meaning. I can finally exchange for origin energy items. As Wang Chong walked along the stone street, he gave a long sigh of relief, his mind incredibly relaxed. The Stone of Destiny's rewards were divided into heart, physique, energy, technique, and power. But because he didn't have enough destiny energy, Wang Chong had only been able to exchange for iron bones, panther bones, gold organs, and blood transformation. If he wanted to increase his origin energy, Wang Chong could only buy pills from the Imperial clan in the Imperial City. But once he unlocked the origin energy rewards, things would be different. This meant that Wang Chong could use destiny energy to exchange for origin energy rewards that could increase his strength. In this way, Wang Chong's strength would grow much faster. "Young master," the sound of footsteps came from the darkness, interrupting Wang Chong's thoughts. The eagle had a large eagle perched on its shoulder, and it was striding over from afar. "How is it?" "It's fine now." Wang Chong smiled and gestured that everything was going well. Once the matter of Consort Taizhen was settled, the 5th Prince would have nothing to worry about. Although no one dared to say that they were definitely safe, with Consort Taizhen's protection, at least everyone had something to worry about. Even the 1st Prince and the 3rd Prince would not dare to act recklessly. "Come, let's go back to the training camp." Grabbing the warhorse from the hands of the Wang clan guards behind the eagle, Wang Chong leapt onto its back. Everything was on the right path, and the 5th Prince had also embarked on his own path to fight for the throne. Now it was time for his own plan. Now that the deflecting blade manner had developed to this stage, it was time to move on to the next step of the plan. "I just wonder how Dusong Mangpoj is doing." As he gazed at the dark sky and the tens of thousands of lanterns in the city, Wang Chong thought of the Uzin great General Dusong Mangpoj who had been traveling incognito, and a smile appeared on his lips. This Uzin great general was an existence that would cause the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains to feel a deep headache. This person was not only powerful in martial arts, but also extremely intelligent. Thus, even a hero like Geshu Han, who had ruled over the Tang dynasty and ruled over the Uzin border, had been helpless against him. However, now that Wang Chong had seen through his identity in the capital, he probably wouldn't be so lucky. "Run, run. Let's see if you'll be so lucky." With a faint smile, Wang Chong urged his horse toward deflecting blade manor. "Gallop!" A strong horse hoof stomped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. While Wang Chong was rushing to deflecting blade manor, 60-some li away from the Tang dynasty's capital, a group of Uzin cavalry was galloping toward the Uzin plateau. Ever since Wang Chong had exposed them on the practice ground, Dusong Mangpoj and the others had not even returned to their guest house. They had fled the capital of the Tang dynasty and fled through the night to the Uzin Plateau. Hurry! The Tang dynasty is no longer safe. Only by returning to the plateau can we completely escape this danger. On his horse, Dusong Mangpoj had a solemn expression as he urged the cavalry forward. Great General, could we be thinking too much? Could the Tang dynasty have never thought about dealing with us? After all, we've already been 60-some li away from the Tang dynasty, and nothing has happened. An Uzin commander raised his head and said with a sliver of hope, ever since they had left the practice ground, Great General Dusong Mangpoj had been urging them on. It wasn't that he doubted the great general's judgment and prestige, but that they had encountered nothing on their journey. Other than their suspicions, there was only the howling of the wind from the hills on their sides. It seemed like they were just scaring themselves. Perhaps not in the past, but it's different now. I also hope that I'm just being paranoid, but that's impossible. Dusong Mangpoj sternly said. From the moment he had left the capital of the Tang dynasty, he had felt like someone was locking onto him from afar, constantly coveting and following him. This feeling had only just begun, but Dusong Mangpoj did not dare to be careless. A centipede dies but never falls down. The current Tang dynasty was far from being as domineering and powerful as it was in the past. But amongst the elites and upper echelons of this massive empire, there were still some extremely formidable individuals that could not be underestimated. That youth of the Central Plains on the plaza was the best example. There were many times when Dusong Mangpoj had wanted to kill him, but in the end, he had managed to restrain himself. Although he didn't know the exact origins of that youth, he was certain that he had an extraordinary background. There were many times when that youth had been intentionally provoking him, forcing him to attack. Dusong Mangpoj was well aware of his opponent's intentions. As long as he killed the youth, the Tang dynasty would have more than enough evidence to attack him in the capital. If that really happened, just as that youth had said, he might not even be able to walk out of the Tang dynasty's capital. That youth's prediction had been spot on. I originally believed that the Central Plains had declined on this trip to the Tang dynasty, but I didn't expect to encounter such a monstrous youth on the last day. The fate of the Central Plains still hasn't run out yet. Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but sigh. The first prince had swapped places with his cavalry, having his subordinates assume his identity to meet with the holy emperor of the Tang dynasty. This matter had been so secretive that no one knew of it other than his own party. Not even the ministers of the Tang dynasty had seen through it. Dusong Mangpoj had originally believed that no one would see through the first prince's trick until he returned to the plateau. Who would have thought that the young man would be able to see through their plans so easily and kill the cavalryman in front of everyone without any hesitation, dampening the prestige of their group? Of course, if that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. After all, this was a trick that the first prince had played on a whim, a game. But the youth had been able to expose his identity with a single glance. This was what truly shocked Dusong Mangpoj. If the one who had done this had been some renowned figure of the Tang dynasty, he would have been able to accept it. But given the youth's age, he could never have met him, much less recognized him. For the identity he had maintained for more than 3 months to be exposed in such a manner was truly unexpected for Dusong Mangpoj. Great General, I'm sorry. I have implicated you. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Dusong Mangpoj turned his head and saw an Uzin cavalry looking at him in shame. First Prince, there's no need to be so polite. I was the one who made this decision in the first place. Coming to the Tang dynasty was to continue my dream of many years, and it has nothing to do with you. First Prince, there's no need to blame yourself. Dusong Mangpoj grinned and waved his hand, unconcerned. This shamefaced Uzin cavalry was naturally the true Uzin first prince. The Uzin people were fierce and ferocious, and they worshipped martial prowess. The Uzin first prince was a proud person who would not easily apologize to others. But the first prince also knew that this matter was no trifling matter. If a great general of the Tang dynasty were to stealthily infiltrate the Uzin Empire, the Uzin Empire would definitely do its utmost to keep them here. This was clearly the situation that Dusong Mangpoj was facing. Although the others were still doubtful and unsure if someone was really targeting them, the Uzin first prince knew that the elites of the Tang dynasty would never let go of this chance. And if he hadn't been too proud and thought himself clever, causing this martial arts competition in the practice ground, he would never have fallen to this level. It could be said that if anything happened to Dusong Mangpoj, it would all be his responsibility. The Uzin Empire had 1 million soldiers, but it only had a scant few great generals. If something happened to Dusong Mangpoj in the Tang dynasty, it would be a massive stain on this operation, and it would even severely threaten his right to succeed the Tsenpo. This was the true reason for the first prince's unease. Listen to me. As long as we are within the borders of the Tang dynasty's capital, the Tang dynasty will not dare to move against us. But once we are a certain distance away from the capital, things will be different. If something happens to us, the Tang dynasty will be able to push the blame onto someone else. And in order to deal with me, they will definitely move against you, because this is the only way to explain things on the surface. This is why I am escorting all of you out of the capital. In a little while, don't take the main road. Once you leave this place, choose a clear direction. You can't turn back until you reach the Uzin Plateau, Dusong Mangpoj said, his voice tinged with an ominous aura. General, will you not be coming with us? An Uzin cavalry commander suddenly sensed something and raised his head. Of course, he can't go with you. Before Dusong Mangpoj could reply, a voice came from the side of the road. The voice was so sudden that everyone jumped in fright. Who is it? Who's sneaking around? Hurry and get out here. The crowd fell into an uproar, and the Uzin cavalry seemed to be provoked. They all turned around, pulled out their shining scimitars, and aimed them at the source of the voice. Whoosh! A light breeze blew past, and the wind blew. Diagonally in front of the crowd, a cold figure wearing clothes as white as snow and a ribbon fluttered in the wind. His hands were clasped behind his back as he slowly walked out from the pine forest. This seemingly thin body exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and seas. Bang! A silver boot lightly stepped on the ground, causing the earth to quake. The energy in a radius of several thousand zhang suddenly changed. All the grass, trees, branches, and leaves began to exude a needle-like aura as they aimed at Dusong Mangpoj's group on the official road. Nay. Chapter 4:24. It's you! Dusong Mangpoj's expression chilled as he stared at that elegant, white-clothed figure. This was the only thought left in his mind. Dusong Mangpoj knew who this person was. In the capital of the Tang dynasty, this person was undoubtedly the leader of the Confucian school. Even in the capital of the Tang dynasty, this person was an influential figure. Although he was not a great general, his influence was not one bit inferior to a great general of the Central Plains like Geshu Han. He could only win, not fall behind. Dusong Mangpoj had never imagined that the Tang dynasty would send such a person to kill him. Haha, it's me. This person's face was like jade, and despite the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. But his appearance was that of a man in his 30s or 40s. A long sword hung from his waist, and a bell hung from it. The bells fluttered in the wind and clashed against the silver scabbard, producing a clear and melodious sound. Dusong Mangpoj felt like he was facing a powerful foe, and he was a gentle and frail man. The emperor of the Tang dynasty truly thinks highly of me, Dusong Mangpoj solemnly said as he looked at the newcomer. Haha! Great general has shown such sincerity to travel such a great distance to the capital. No matter what, we must properly entertain you. 10 years ago, great general traveled incognito. This Li came in a hurry and did not have the time to entertain you. This time, no matter what, we must sit down and drink with general. The white-clothed middle-aged man with a sword hanging on his waist said as he slowly walked forward. The leaves, the tips of the grass, and the needle-like sword intent that pierced through the air became even more formidable. This feeling of having a dagger pressed against their backs made all the Uzun cavalry, including the first prince, feel uneasy, their hair standing on end. The Uzun did not fear the bloody charge of the battlefield. However, the scene in front of them had clearly exceeded the scope of an ordinary battlefield. "You've come for me. Can you let them go?" Dusong Mangpoj knew that no matter what, it would be difficult to resolve this matter peacefully. Right now, he only hoped that he could attract the attention of the person in front of him so that the others could have a way out. I'm fine with it. However, whether or not they could escape with their lives depended on themselves. After all, I'm not the only one here today. The middle-aged man in white said with a profound tone. He did not even look at the first prince and his men, as if the Uzun cavalry were just some small fries. For a moment, all the Uzun cavalrymen felt humiliated, but at the same time they felt relieved. This Zai was too powerful, so powerful that they couldn't even muster the will to resist. The gap between the two sides was simply incalculable. Understood. What are you waiting for? Hua. Everyone understood and quickly dispersed in all directions. Even the first prince of Uzun was panicking. More than a dozen people split into more than a dozen directions, panicking like stray dogs. In just a short while, they disappeared into the dense forest. Just as Dusong Mangpoj had ordered, not a single one of the tensome cavalrymen chose the smooth path. Dusong Mangpoj remained motionless until the first prince and his men were far away. Only then did he turn to the leader of the Tang dynasty's Confucian school. "Come," Dusong Mangpoj said to the other side. Everything was unavoidable, and now he had stepped forward. "Ha! As general wishes," the dangerous and terrifying middle-aged man faintly smiled, and then, under Dusong Mangpoj's gaze, he stepped forward with a silver boot. Boom! A moment later, a huge tornado-like light pillar suddenly rose into the sky with a loud rumble. The bright light, mixed with the sounds of dragons and elephants, turned the sky into day. And when the destructive energy contained in this pillar of light was released, all the trees in a radius of tensum li were instantly turned to ash. This was a heaven-shaking battle. Wang Chong learned of this news 2 days later. A diplomatic mission from the Uzun Empire was returning from the Tang dynasty to the Uzun. When it passed through Longxi and entered the border, it was suddenly attacked by a Turkic force. Other than the Uzun first prince and a few Uzun warriors, no one else was able to escape. The Tang dynasty expressed its deep apologies for this matter. In addition, it stated that although the first prince and his men had not been attacked in the territory of the Tang dynasty, it would strengthen its efforts to exterminate the Turkic forces that had infiltrated the border. As for the person that Wang Chong was most concerned about, Uzun Great General Dusong Mangpoj, no one in the Tang dynasty, from the imperial court to the common people, talked about him. It was like this Uzun Great General had never appeared. And this was indeed the case. Dusong Mangpoj's name was not on the list of the Uzun Empire's diplomatic mission. He had been replaced by some obscure Uzun soldier. Since he had never come, how could he talk about it? When Wang Chong heard the news from the eagle, he couldn't help but laugh. There were still many capable people in the imperial court who knew how to play these games. Thus, politics was always the dirtiest game, no matter where it was. However, Wang Chong had asked around and used the influence of his clan to find out a little information on Dusong Mangpoj. Dusong Mangpoj had succeeded in escaping, but he had been heavily injured. Given his injuries, it would be a very long time before the border between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun Empire would see this influential, great general of the Uzun Empire. What a pity! Even so, he still managed to escape. In the pavilion of Deflecting Blade Manor, Wang Chong sat on the ground, slamming the letter in his hand onto the table, a look of regret on his face. Dusong Mangpoj had only been heavily injured after his identity had been exposed. This was completely different from what Wang Chong had expected. If this Uzun Great General could die in the territory of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong might be able to obtain a reward of energy points that could change his fate. But Wang Chong was also well aware that Dusong Mangpoj was on the same level as Geshu Han, Fomen Linta, Gao Xinji, and Zhang Shogui. It wasn't too difficult for such a person to heavily injure them, but killing them was no easy task. After all, the strength of an imperial great general could not be underestimated. Moreover, if they wanted to escape, it would not be easy to stop them. But no matter what, without the presence of a powerful figure like the Uzin, the western border of the empire would be much more peaceful. The pressure on Geshu Han would also lessen. In this aspect, Wang Chong had inadvertently helped Geshu Han greatly. Forget it. Heavily injuring him is already pretty good. If I really want to kill him, I'll have to do it on the real battlefield. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Wang Chong quickly calmed down. Dipping his pen in ink, he began to write again. Bright will Scripture. After writing down this name on the first line, Wang Chong's mind began to swiftly recall it, and then these memories transformed into a scripture that fell onto the paper, transcribing the techniques and scriptures in his memory. In truth, Deflecting Blade Manor already had a few of Wang Chong's transcriptions, but these were far from enough. What Wang Chong needed to do was establish a scripture repository, unique to Deflecting Blade Manor. Only in this way could Deflecting Blade Manor be complete, and only in this way could Wang Chong establish a complete set of advantages. Furthermore, even when Wang Chong was no longer around, Deflecting Blade Manor would still be able to continuously absorb talents and provide them to the Empire. With Wang Chong's foresight, experience, and fighting prowess, as well as the massive pool of students and strength within reach of the Kunwu training camp, not only would those who joined Deflecting Blade Manor be able to learn the art of war and cultivate in the spirit vein, they would also be able to learn a large number of cultivation techniques that couldn't be easily learned elsewhere. Furthermore, Deflecting Blade Manor spanned across the 3 great training camps, and the network of connections it had slowly built up would also be able to swiftly send the talents of Deflecting Blade Manor to their respective specialties. Only by making full use of these resources would he be able to swiftly rewrite the history of the Tang dynasty's gradual decline and shake up the entire structure of the Central Plains. The strength of a single person was simply too weak. Only by gathering the strength of everyone could he rewrite an era and rewrite the fate of the empire. Although Deflecting Blade Manor was small, to Wang Chong it was the fulcrum where he could gather the strength of everyone and rewrite the fate of an era. Tossing aside a book that could calm one's mind and subdue one's inner demons, Wang Chong beckoned the eagle over. Take these books and bring them to the underground scripture cavern. The scripture pavilion hadn't been completed yet, and Deflecting Blade Manor didn't have the ability to protect itself. For the time being, they could only be stored in the underground cavern of Deflecting Blade Manor. But Gongzi, the eagle, who had always been obedient to Wang Chong, unexpectedly stopped in his tracks, showing no intention of obeying Wang Chong. That person is currently in the scripture cavern. Isn't this a little inconvenient? Haha, isn't that even better? With him around, there won't be any worries in the scripture cavern. Isn't that even better? Wang Chong raised his head and faintly smiled. Wang Chong knew who the eagle was referring to. The only person who dared to barge into his Deflecting Blade Manor, completely disregarding his fate, and the only one who dared to make others angry was the future invincible great General Li Sai. A few days ago, when Li Sai came to look for Wang Chong, he had inadvertently barged into the underground cavern. Initially, Li Sai had been disdainful of the scriptures written by Wang Chong. How formidable could the scriptures written by a brat who was still wet behind his ears be? But after flipping through a few of the scriptures, Li Sai's attitude changed completely. From then on, Li Sai stayed in the cavern. He was a courageous and loyal official, but he was also a martial maniac who viewed martial arts as his own life. Wang Chong was well aware of this, so he lifted the ban. Not only did he allow Li Sai to stay in the cavern to flip through all of his scriptures, he even sent him 3 meals a day so that he could focus on reading through the books. In truth, Li Sai could now be considered half a guardian of Wang Chong's scriptures. Chapter 4:25. Gongzi, that's not what I meant. The eagle panicked. Although the young master has already allowed him to read all the scriptures in the sutra storage cave, and he even helped us retrieve the Hyderabad ore. But even if we want to repay him, letting him read so many scriptures is already enough. Shouldn't we keep this a secret for now? I know Gongzi admires him, but he's going to leave eventually. He's not the same kind of person as us. In the eagle's mind, his Gongzi had always been an intelligent person. But for some reason, he was especially confused about the matter of Li Sai. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the eagle was really panicking, Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't realized before that the eagle could be quite cute at times. Wang Chong knew that the eagle was thinking for him. If he wanted to conquer the world or make a meteoric rise in the imperial court, the eagle's thoughts were not wrong at all. But this time the eagle was really wrong. The more scriptures the invincible General Li Sai read, the more he learned, the better it would be for himself and the future of the empire. Wang Chong was only afraid that he would read too little, but he wasn't afraid that he would read too much. The reason why he had included a high-level scripture like Ming Luan Tai, which could subdue inner demons and calm the mind, was because he was afraid that he would read too much, bite off more than he could chew, and go berserk. Wang Chong believed that with Li Sai's personality, he would definitely read this scripture. The eagle, don't worry. I have my own plans for Li Sai's matter. It won't cause us any losses. Let him be. Wang Chong waved his hand, smiling. The eagle hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Although he still felt that something was wrong, he chose to believe in Wang Chong's judgment. Taking the scriptures that Wang Chong had transcribed from the table, the eagle hugged them under his ribs. He bid farewell to Wang Chong and quickly turned to leave, heading for the underground sutra cavern. After the eagle left, Wang Chong also calmed down. Almost there, after a moment of silence, Wang Chong put the brush back on the brush holder. The scriptures in the scripture cave had accumulated quite a lot, and they were basically in their embryonic form. What was more important now was his own strength. I've already accumulated 109 points of destiny energy last time. It's about time to exchange it for the vitality type of reward. Wang Chong thought to himself as he recalled the stone of destiny. Before this, Wang Chong had been exchanging for items related to the body and physical skills. But now he could finally exchange for items of a higher level. The room was extremely silent. Without his destiny, ordinary people would not dare enter this place easily. With a thought, Wang Chong immediately communicated with the stone of destiny in his mind. Wang. At the next moment, a light screen unfurled in front of Wang Chong. A brand new content appeared in front of Wang Chong. Vitality pill exchange for 10 points. Able to increase a warrior's vitality. Only useful for warriors at the vitality rank. Can be raised up to vitality rank 9. At the same time, it can permanently and weekly increase the warrior's vitality flow speed and affinity with heaven-earth vitality. Note: vitality pill's effects decrease according to the number consumed. This was the first time Wang Chong saw the exchange content for vitality. For the first time, a low-grade pill appeared in front of Wang Chong. Furthermore, the price was extremely low. Although the restrictions were huge, only warriors at the vitality rank could use it. It was almost useless for the current Wang Chong. Even so, its effects were still extremely obvious. Permanently increasing the flow of yuan qi within a martial artist's body and their affinity with heaven and earth yuan qi. Just this alone caused the value of this pill to increase exponentially. Increasing the vitality flow speed meant that one's attacks would be faster and more explosive. At the same time, it would give one an advantage in a protracted battle. Increasing one's affinity with heaven-earth vitality meant that one's strength would grow faster when cultivating. Even though these two aspects only increased one's strength slightly, just based on these two aspects, even if the vitality pill was useless to those at the true martial realm and above, it was still extremely valuable. This pill can be exchanged for when necessary. It can be used as a reward for Zhao Jingdian and the others to increase their strength. Looking at the content on a light screen in his mind, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, a slight difference could lead to a huge error. Even though it was just a slight difference, when both sides were facing a bottleneck and were at the same cultivation realm, this slight difference was often a qualitative change. And in an intense confrontation, where soldiers fought against soldiers and generals fought against generals, the difference in the speed of yuan qi flow often brought about the difference between life and death. Just based on this, Wang Chong decided to exchange an origin energy pill for each of the core members of the deflecting blade manor in the future without affecting his own business. With a thought from Wang Chong, the content on the light screen changed and continued to show new content. This time, it was related to stellar energy. Stellar energy sharpness changes the nature of stellar energy and increases its sharpness. The effect of level 1 aura of sharpness would increase every third exchange, and so on and so forth. Exchange points 15. This simple paragraph of content made Wang Chong's eyelids twitch. The effect of the Essence Chi pill was already very amazing, but the content of this paragraph was even more effective. It can actually change the nature of stellar energy. It's unbelievable. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, his heart pounding rapidly. He had originally thought that it would be good enough if he could obtain a few pills that could increase his stellar energy, but he hadn't expected the Stone of Destiny to be able to directly change the nature of stellar energy. This was far more than Wang Chong had expected. 3 exchanges actually give me the effect of a level 1 aura. This is equivalent to gaining a halo out of thin air. This effect is truly astonishing. Wang Chong was truly shocked by the Stone of Destiny's origin energy reward. Although a level 1 aura was the lowest of halos and didn't change much, Wang Chong could keenly sense a hidden value in it. This ability was not controlled by one's cultivation level. In other words, as long as one had enough destiny energy, one could obtain a high-level halo at Tier 1 of the true martial realm. Then Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, or even Tier 5 or Tier 6. The only problem was that although this reward seemed generous, the price was astonishingly high. A complete level 1 aura of destiny required 45 points of destiny energy. With the amount of destiny energy that Wang Chong had accumulated, this was no small burden. This sort of expenditure was not something that Wang Chong could squander without limit or easily expend. Moreover, different levels of halos required different levels of accumulation. From level 1 to level 2, one might only need to accumulate 1 level of halo, but from level 2 to level 3, it would not be so simple. From level 3 to level 4, and from level 4 to level 5, the levels required were even higher. Basically, being able to exchange for 1 level 1 halo is already pretty good. Wang Chong thought to himself. He quickly weighed the practical use of this aura sharpness effect. Like the origin energy pill, this aura sharpness effect could only help a martial artist gain a slight advantage when facing opponents of the same cultivation level. From this point of view, Wang Chong didn't need to exchange for a complete level 1 aura sharpness at all. The truly sensible and reasonable method was to exchange for a third of the halo's effect. Wang Chong's gaze focused, but he quickly composed himself and continued reading. The item that appeared this time was completely different from the previous 2 times. Aura piercing changes the nature of a martial artist's aura piercing, allowing the martial artist's inner energy to have a weak chance of ignoring the opponent's defense, penetrating the aura barrier and blasting into the opponent's body. Can ignore the opponent's level by 3 levels, upgradable. Upgradable requirement, complete trial challenge. Points to exchange, 45 points. Note, aura piercing can be exchanged without limit, and the higher the level, the higher the chance of ignoring the opponent's defense, and the higher the gap in the opponent's level. When the aura piercing reaches a certain level, it can permanently ignore the opponent's defense, and will definitely succeed in piercing through the opponent's aura. Seeing these resplendent words on the screen, Wang Chang's eyes finally lit up. Up until now, this was the most tempting ability of all the Stone of Destiny he had ever seen. Although the Stone of Destiny didn't say that this ability could increase a martial artist's strength, for those with keen senses, the effect of this aura piercing was definitely much stronger than any of the previous abilities. Out of all the Vitality type Destiny rewards, up until now, this was the ability that moved Wang Chong the most. In terms of strength, he could think of ways to increase it in the future. But this aura-piercing property was something that couldn't be cultivated no matter what. Wang Chong had stored so many techniques in his mind, but he had never heard of any that had the effect of aura-piercing. This ability was definitely the only way to defeat a powerful opponent and challenge someone of a higher level. Only the amount of points to exchange for aura piercing was too high, amounting to 45 points of destiny energy. It was even higher than the blood exchange function that Wang Chong had exchanged for. But compared to its unique piercing ability, it was worth it no matter what. There's no need to choose, this is the ability. With a thought, Wang Chong unhesitatingly exchanged for the aura-piercing effect on the screen. Thunderclap. Inexorably, a lightning-like force flew out of the Stone of Destiny and entered Wang Chong's body. In the next moment, thunderclouds roiled in the pavilion. Wang Chong's ears seemed to be struck by tens of thousands of lightning serpents. A violent force filled with the nature of lightning seeped into Wang Chong's stellar energy. Like a drop of water falling into oil, the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body suddenly boiled. A completely new, unprecedented stellar energy attribute was bestowed upon Wang Chong's stellar energy. In the blink of an eye, the feeling in Wang Chong's body had completely changed. If Wang Chong's stellar energy had been a calm stream at the beginning, then it had now become a rapid torrent. Chapter 4:26. This stellar energy, sensing the changes in his body, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Bang! In the next moment, without any warning, Wang Chong suddenly slammed his palm onto the table. The scene of the table being smashed into smithereens did not appear. Wang Chong raised his hand, and a thumb-sized hole appeared on the tough red sandalwood. Through the hole, he could see that the energy had even pierced through the floor and into the next room. So this is stellar energy piercer. Wang Chong stared at the hole on the red sandalwood table, deep in thought. In the instant he struck, Wang Chong could clearly sense a portion of the stellar energy in his palm suddenly condense into a spiral shape. Its penetrative power and sharpness suddenly multiplied, allowing it to pierce through the tough red sandalwood. In terms of sharpness alone, that portion of energy was already equivalent to Wang Chong's sword chi. However, its penetrative power had multiplied. This ability is actually very similar to sword chi, but its destructive power is still somewhat lacking. Against top-class experts, the threat it poses is still very limited. If I can combine this ability with sword chi, using sword chi to replace normal stellar energy, the power will definitely multiply. Wang Chong's sharp intuition in the field of martial arts allowed him to quickly sense the hidden ability of this stellar energy piercer. Swoosh! In the next moment, Wang Chong raised his finger and pointed at the distant wall. However, something embarrassing happened. What Wang Chong had expected did not happen. Nothing rushed out from Wang Chong's finger. Damn! I forgot that there's a certain chance of triggering stellar energy piercer. Wang Chong sat there in a daze. As he recalled something, he felt very awkward. He had been so happy with it that he had forgotten that the stellar energy piercer was not something that could be controlled. The Stone of Destiny had changed the nature of his stellar energy, and it wasn't as simple as changing its shape and spinning it in a spiral. Next, Wang Chong sat there, his finger continuously tapping out. On the 16th tap, boom. Finally, a scorching white bolt of stellar energy shot out from Wang Chong's fingertip like a bolt of lightning, blasting out a huge hole in the opposite wall. The huge commotion also attracted the attention of the other students in deflecting blade manner, and a commotion could be heard from outside. However, it was quickly suppressed by the eagle. Only Wang Chong could cause such a huge commotion in that room. No matter what happened, it wasn't worth making a fuss about. When Wang Chong heard the commotion outside slowly die down, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly regained his composure. This kind of destructive power, even when facing an expert at Tier 5 of the true martial realm, it's enough to cause fatal danger. Looking at the hole in the opposite wall, Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction. Although he had only shot out a bolt of qi, when paired with the stellar energy piercer spiral energy, its destructive power was multiplied tenfold. In other words, even without the aid of the charge of the warhorse, Wang Chong could still use his own stellar energy to injure an expert at Tier 5 of the true martial realm. Moreover, Wang Chong made another discovery. Although the Stone of Destiny didn't specify the probability of triggering the stellar energy piercer, only saying that it's very weak. Based on its effects, it should be triggered once every 16 times. In other words, the probability is around 5%. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes shining with the light of wisdom. There were many things that didn't need to be explained. As long as one was smart enough, they could be learned through trial and error. A 5% probability seemed very low, and it was basically impossible to trigger with a single palm strike. But if the battle was intense enough and there were enough palm strikes, then when the number reached a certain level, the number of times the stellar energy piercer would appear would be stable enough. And if one was good at calculation, then Wang Chong could completely control the stellar energy piercer to appear at any time he wanted. Whoosh! With a thought, Wang Chong tapped out with his finger again. Wang Chong continued to experiment, and the final result verified Wang Chong's judgment. The probability of the stellar energy piercer appearing was indeed around 5%. As long as one used this probability well, it would be very effective. Whoa! Just as he was cultivating in the pavilion, a sudden burst of cheers came from outside. This sudden commotion attracted Wang Chong's attention. With a thought, Wang Chong suddenly stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. The next moment, even though Wang Chong was calm, he froze at the door. Outside the door, the sky was cold and gloomy. At some point, large snowflakes had begun to fall from the sky. It's snowing. In a daze, Wang Chong stretched out a finger and caught a snowflake drifting down from the sky, a dazed look on his face. When one's martial arts reached a certain level, one would gradually feel cold. Unknowingly, it had been more than a year since he reincarnated and arrived in this world. A year. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he exhaled a breath of cold air that had turned to frost. Even though it had only been a year, Wang Chong felt that it was as cold as snow. Ha ha ha, it's snowing, it's snowing! The deflecting blade manor was bustling with activity, and even the distant Kunwu training camp was filled with cheers. Crowds of people were moving about on the mountain tops. Horse racing, pole climbing, sparring, archery. Everyone was cheering excitedly amidst the snowflakes. The snow was heavy and dense. In just a few moments, the world was covered in a haze, and the mountains and trees were covered in a thin layer of snow. From afar, it was as beautiful as a painting. Gallop, gallop. Amidst the wind and snow, a warhorse suddenly whizzed over. The sound of the horse's hooves pierced through the wind and rain, sounding exceptionally loud. A Wang clan guard hurriedly galloped over the hill into deflecting blade manor, and then dismounted in front of Wang Chong's pavilion. This strange action immediately attracted Wang Chong's attention, as well as the attention of the other examinees in the courtyard. Young Master Liang, young Master Liang has returned. The guard kneeled on the ground, his hands clenched into fists. After taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to say these words. What? Wang Chong had only been casually glancing at the guard, but upon hearing these words, his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. his face filled with disbelief. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Reporting to young master. Young Master Liang has returned from overseas. We've already received a letter from him saying that he will be returning to the capital in the next few days." The guard knelt on the ground and repeated his words. Bang! Like a stone stirring 1,000 ripples. Wang Chong clenched his fists in his sleeves. His robe began to sway in the wind. In the entire Wang clan, there was only one person known as young Master Liang. It was Wang Chong's older cousin, Wang Liang, who had been sent overseas and had not been heard from for more than half a year. Wang Liang had returned. He had finally returned from his overseas voyage. This could be considered the best news that Wang Chong had heard today. Wonderful! Wang Chong's face was red, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. "Where's the letter? Let me see it." A letter stained with seawater and sweat quickly fell into Wang Chong's hands. The constant sea breeze and damp weather had caused the letter to appear wrinkled and dirty. Wang Chong did not read it carefully, instead flipping to the last page of the letter. When he saw the image of a tiny flame drawn in fresh ink on the upper right corner of the letter, Wang Chong's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. Success! He really did find the meteoric metal. A surge of excitement surged through his heart. At this moment, Wang Chong's entire body was tense and his blood was on the verge of boiling. When cousin Wang Liang left, Wang Chong had already made an appointment with him. If he found nothing on this voyage, he would use ink to draw a small image of a stone on the lower left corner of the letter. And if he really did find the meteoric metal he had guessed, then he would draw a black flame on the upper right corner of the last page of the letter. His cousin had found it. Just as he had guessed, he had found the meteoric metal that no one cared about in those islands. In another space-time, they would become famous because of the Malaysian sword, but in this world, no one cared about them. They were treasures that belonged to him alone. After more than a year, he finally had a foothold in this era and the strength to truly change it. Whoosh! Turning his head, Wang Chong gazed at the mountains. The winds howled and the snow fell even heavier. Helmsman, steer to the left. The river is frozen. Watch out for the ice. Sailor, be quick and nimble. Take in the 2 sails. We have a favorable wind at the moment, so there's no need for more sails. All sailors, get ready. Get ready to drop the anchor at any time. Everyone else, get into position. Cook, get ready to turn off the fire. Today we'll spend the day ashore. Everyone, let's eat a good meal today. More than 10 days later, following a series of orders, the layers of ice shattered with a rumble. A huge ship that was like a heavy sword passed through layers upon layers of obstruction and landed in the harbor. Thud, thud, thud. 2 huge anchors weighing 600 to 700 kilograms were dropped from the left and right sides of the ship. The anchors broke through the ice and fell into the water, splashing white mist. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships. As the first ship reached the shore of the harbor, the other ships also arrived in the harbor. The moment they reached the shore, the entire fleet burst into earth-shattering cheers. "We're back! We're finally back! Ha ha ha! I finally don't have to eat dirt anymore. Strong liquor, beautiful women. I'm going to have fun to my heart's content this time. Tonight, let's not go home until we're drunk." Okay, the entire fleet was cheering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As rope and wooden ladders were thrown down from the side of the ship, sailors with rough skin and weathered faces climbed down from the ship with red faces. Some of the stronger ones even jumped down from above. Chapter 4:27. Everyone's faces were red from the cold, but their eyes were bright and excited. 1 cook, sailor, helmsman, guard, archer. 1 by 1, they disembarked from the ship. Once everyone had left, a weather-beaten youth finally appeared on the first ship. This youth did not seem very old, but his eyes exuded the aura of a seasoned veteran. He did not look like a young man, but more like a middle-aged man of 30 or 40 with a story to tell. "I'm finally back." Standing on the high railing of the ship, Wang Liang looked down at the crowded, lively, harmonious, and united crew, and the familiar, empty harbor. He exhaled a breath of cold air, his mind filled with emotion. It had only been a little more than half a year since he had set out, but to him it had been as long as a lifetime. On this adventure, he had experienced far too much and seen far too much. Taking in a deep breath of cold air, Wang Liang raised his robe and stepped onto the wooden gangway, descending from the ship. The wooden gangway creaked under his feet, each creak so clear and loud that it felt like it was right next to his ear. "Captain! Captain! Captain!" Seeing Wang Liang descend, all the sailors, guards, cooks, navigators, archers, crossbowmen, and lookouts in the harbor began to cheer. Their eyes were brimming with fanaticism and worship, as if the youth descending from the railing was some illustrious and influential personage. Wave after wave of cheers rose up, and not even the wind, snow, or bitter cold could stop them. Even the guards of the Wang clan seemed to have forgotten Wang Liang's identity. Just like everyone else, they sincerely regarded him as their most important captain. In their hearts, this identity of captain was clearly even more worthy of respect than Wang Liang's identity as young Master Liang. Finally leaving the fortress ship and stepping onto solid ground, Wang Liang finally gave his first speech since stepping onto the continent under the gazes of hundreds of people. "We're back, just as I promised all of you. All of you will obtain what you want, wealth. Captain! Captain!" The originally excited crowd suddenly became even more fanatical. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that these were Wang Liang's most loyal followers and guards. Anyone, if they wanted to harm Wang Liang, they would tear them to pieces. Dee-da-da! Just when the crowd was at its most excited, the clanging of hooves came from afar, breaking through the wind and snow, attracting everyone's attention. In the beginning, the sound of the horses' hooves was faint, but very quickly it became rumbling, as if thousands of horses were galloping toward the harbor. "Look over there," someone suddenly said while pointing into the distance. In an instant, everyone noticed a mighty black torrent in the distance, heading in the direction of the harbor. Screech! At the very front of the group was a large golden eagle. Its voice was loud and clear, and its wings were like iron. It glided through the wind and snow, appearing extremely conspicuous. Below the golden eagle was a 16 or 17-year-old youth wearing a fox fur coat. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was leading the way. Although he was young, the youth's every move and action had a kind of prestige that made people believe in him. "Young Master! It's young Master Chong!" In the crowd, the Wang clan guard was the first to recognize him. Soon, others recognized him as well. There were very few people in the capital who didn't know of the Wang clan's Qilin son. A significant portion of this crew had come for the youngest son of the Wang clan, young Master Chong. Of course, part of this was because of his reputation, but the main reason was the legendary Wuzi steel weapons of the capital and the wealth of this young Master Chong. "Cousin, you're finally back." Wang Chong urged his horse forward, sending snow flying. In the freezing harbor and the frozen sea, Wang Chong immediately spotted Wang Liang at the very back of the group. Galloping through the crowd, Wang Chong dismounted from his horse, strode forward, and fiercely hugged his cousin. "Ha ha ha, I'm back, I'm back!" Wang Liang also heartily laughed as he hugged Wang Chong back. Although they had suffered a lot during this adventure, and even narrowly escaped death, they had almost died on the sea. But now that he had come back alive, the person he was most grateful to was Wang Chong. If not for Wang Chong, he would never have been able to break out of the walls of the capital. Perhaps he would still be drifting about in the marketplace, acting as a bird and selling his toys. If not for Wang Chong, he would never have known that there was such a marvelous world outside of his home, such a vast ocean. If not for Wang Chong, he would never have realized that this was what he had always wanted in the depths of his heart. The current him was the real him. He didn't want that dull life. Even if he didn't have supreme martial arts, even if he didn't rely on the power of his clan, he could still rely on his own intelligence and ability to win the support and respect of others. "Cousin, I didn't disappoint you. I've brought back what you wanted." Wang Liang loosened his grip and pointed at the large ships anchored in the harbor behind him. Countless people had died on this voyage, and they had experienced innumerable thunderstorms and hurricanes. But the greatest harvest was on the large ships behind him. Although Wang Chong had told him that they were meteoric metal, nothing had been verified. Whether or not so many people had died and so many hardships had been worth it would depend on Wang Chong's confirmation. Wang Chong also turned his head at Wang Liang's words. But Wang Chong wasn't looking at the railings of the ships, but at the railings. Compared to normal ships, the waterline of these ships was clearly much deeper. "Cousin, you've worked hard. Leave these matters to others. We'll talk about it when we get back. You've been gone for so long this time, so I really want to hear about your experiences at sea." Wang Chong said. The Wang Liang in front of him was like a completely different person compared to when he had first set sail. The skin on his face, neck, and wrists was the dark red of being exposed to the scorching sun of the ocean. Moreover, his skin was rough and weather-beaten, nothing like the scion of a great clan. This steady and dignified appearance was something that Wang Chong would never have imagined at first. Even if Wang Liang hadn't said anything, Wang Chong could sense that many things had happened to Wang Liang on this voyage. "Wait a moment." Wang Liang stopped Wang Chong. Under Wang Chong's flabbergasted gaze, after a few moments of silence, he pointed at the crew in front of him. "These people followed me out to sea, and 9 out of 10 of them died. I promised them that once I returned, I would bestow upon them a great deal of wealth. Ha ha ha, so it's this. Relax, I've already prepared everything. Take a look at that." Wang Chong pointed behind him. Following the direction of Wang Chong's finger, he saw war horses in teams of 2, carrying heavy and crude chests of copper as they galloped over. Wang Liang counted. 1 chest, 2 chests, 3 chests. There were more than 10 chests. Wang Chong snapped his fingers and gestured for them to proceed. A knight on horseback pulled out his treasured saber with a kung sound and chopped off the copper lock on the treasure chest. Then he stretched out his hand and inserted it into the gap of the treasure chest's lid. With a forceful lift, a brilliant golden light burst out. The copper chest was filled to the brim with dazzling gold. Boom! The sight of these chests filled to the brim with gold once more caused the crew to excitedly cheer. A few of the more impatient ones even rushed over and pounced on them. "Let's go!" Wang Chong pulled over a horse. This time, Wang Liang did not refuse, jumping onto the horse's back. Behind him, Wang Chong snapped his fingers. All the guards of his clan, the guards of his big uncle, and the experts that Elder Hu and Elder Yi had transferred over hurriedly rushed toward the large ships behind them. Wang Chong was holding a welcoming dinner for Wang Liang in his own restaurant. The entire restaurant was empty, but the table was piled high with food and wine. After closing the doors and windows and lighting a few pots of charcoal, the interior of the room immediately became as different as night and day. Outside the room, the wind howled. The world was cold and snowy, but the room was warm. The 2 cousins, Wang Chong and Wang Liang, were sitting across from each other at the table. The eagle, with his eagle perched on his shoulder, sat on the side. Wang Liang took out warm wine from a nearby stove and poured a cup for himself and another for Wang Chong. Then he added a large piece of steaming, soft, and delicious beef from the pot and began to chew on it. "Not bad, very delicious," Wang Liang praised, and then he began to chew, pouring wine into his mouth as he ate. "You didn't drink before," Wang Chong suddenly said as he looked at Wang Liang. The Wang Liang of the past would never have done this, but the current Wang Liang naturally did this. He was not like the scion of a great clan, but more like a standard sailor who had spent a long time at sea. "Haha, if you had experienced what I experienced, you would have done the same." Wang Liang heartily laughed as he continued to chew on the beef and drink the warm wine. "Just what happened?" Wang Chong asked. He had been suppressing this question for a very long time. Wang Liang did not hesitate to recount his experiences on the sea. Even though Wang Chong had already expected this, he still couldn't help but be deeply moved by Wang Liang's story. The sea was an abyss. It was far from land, far from morality, infinitely close to the abyss of hell, a place that tested one's humanity to the extreme. In that place, Wang Liang had to face all sorts of problems, both external and internal. As Wang Liang drank, he played down his experiences. But when Wang Chong heard that the guards he had sent to protect Wang Liang had also turned traitor, he finally understood just how complicated the situation Wang Liang had faced was. Chapter 428. As Wang Liang spoke, even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. In the face of the boundless ocean, the strength of a martial artist was insignificant. As he listened to Wang Liang, Wang Chong knew that he had probably underestimated the dangers of sailing on the ocean. Even at his worst, Wang Chong had never ventured out to sea. He had used the largest fortress ship, the most formidable clan guards, and the backing of the Wang clan. Wang Chong had believed that this would be enough for him to rest easy, but now that he thought about it, he realized that his thinking had been too simple. The ocean was not like the land. It changed at every moment. Falling from there, even the most powerful martial artist would only be able to walk a dead end. Not only that, besides the power of nature, one also had to contend with the complex nature of the human heart. When food was scarce, the conditions were harsh, and one could not see land for half a year or even longer, and one did not even know if one could return to land. These conditions were the most likely to provoke the ugly side of a person's heart. In the most dangerous moments, Wang Liang had even faced 3 or more factions at the same time, and each faction wanted to kill him and replace him. Even the cook on the ship had this thought. Everyone blamed him, complained about him, and everyone believed that it was his fault. They wanted to replace him and control the others in the fleet. There's one more thing that I want to tell you. The matter of the meteoric metal has already been exposed. Wang Liang suddenly said. What? Wang Chong's pupils constricted, and the chopsticks he had extended froze in the air. The meteoric metal was of great importance and could not be easily revealed to outsiders. Otherwise, the factions that had gone out to sea to fight for the meteoric metal would be as numerous as carps in the river. The meteoric metal was an existence that could rival the ore of Hyderabad. Moreover, there was not just 1 or 2 pieces of meteoric metal, but a large amount of it, exposed in the open on the archipelagos in the sea. This kind of secret was enough to deeply arouse the interest of any aristocratic family. It would also cause a frenzied bloodbath at sea. The secret of the Hyderabad ore had already been exposed, and it had even been discovered by the Yao clan and King Chi's men. If even the extraterrestrial meteoric iron of the outer islands were to be exposed just as it was discovered, it would be an enormous loss for him. But you don't have to worry, I have already taken care of it for you. No one else on the ship knows about it except me. Wang Liang took a sip of wine, raised his head and casually said, Are you done? Wang Chong was stunned. Hee, it's a long journey from the island to the mainland. Wang Liang lightly said. Wang Chong could smell the thick scent of blood in Wang Liang's voice. Raising his head to carefully examine this formerly idle cousin of his, Wang Chong realized that besides the rough and weather-beaten face, Wang Liang's eyes also contained a firmness and decisiveness that Wang Chong had never seen before. No, he had seen it before, back then, when the Wang clan had declined, when all its members were homeless and destitute, when they were at their lowest and most desperate. His weak-willed cousin had stepped forward, using his frail body to protect the entire clan. His cousin had had this exact expression on his face when he had been forced into desperate straits. No, even his cousin from back then could not compare to the cousin sitting before him right now. Wang Chong truly found it difficult to imagine just what sort of tribulations had been required for his cousin to reach this level in just a little more than half a year. And just how many stories had been hidden beneath the surface of his casual appearance? I didn't expect it. Wang Chong mentally sighed, deeply moved. His cousin had matured. He had always wanted to help the people of his clan, help them grow, help them succeed. But he had not expected that the first person to mature would be none other than his cousin, Wang Liang. The current Wang Liang was as heavy as a rock, steady, determined, and decisive. He gave off the feeling that he could be trusted and relied on. Although his martial arts were not very strong, Wang Chong was well aware that this had never been his cousin Wang Liang's forte. The current Wang Liang had already reached the level that he had imagined, and he could truly stand on his own. Perhaps in the future, I can leave all the affairs of the clan to him. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he felt incredibly gratified. Although his cousin's current appearance was unbearably rough, completely lacking the appearance of that young and noble scion of the past. But this was the price one had to pay for growth. Compared to the price he might face in the future, this was already very small. You've worked hard this time. This restaurant belongs to our clan, and there's a washroom inside. I've already asked you to prepare a change of clothes for you. After you eat, take a bath, rest, and when you're refreshed, go see aunt and uncle. They've probably been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Chong said. Wang Liang nodded. I've been gone for so long this time, so I should also rest. In addition, without the monsoon, it'll be very difficult to get there. But you were such a big target this time that you'll definitely attract the attention of some people. In addition, I've already cleaned up all the people on the ship who have bad intentions. These people all have the backing of great clans, and they won't give up until they get it. I'm afraid that there will be an endless stream of people coming to investigate. Once the secret of the meteoric metal is exposed, the people heading overseas will be like a swarm of locusts. I feel that this is what you need to worry about. Wang Chong fell silent. There was no way to avoid this. The Wang clan had paid such a heavy price, spent millions of taels of gold, recruited so many people, organized such a massive fleet, and spent so much time. It would be strange if they didn't attract the attention of some people. There's no need to worry. I've already made preparations for this. Wang Chong indifferently said. Whether it was the Wang clan, his big uncle, or the Zhang clan, they were all too obvious a target. Thus, Wang Chong would never place the meteoric metal he had obtained overseas there. Wang Chong had already decided that he would first bring the meteoric metal to Deflecting Blade Manor one by one at night. With a top-class expert like Li Sai overseeing it, the meteoric metal would be safe for the time being. The fleet had only just returned, and it had attracted too much attention. After a while, things would calm down, and no one would pay too much attention to it. This matter would naturally pass. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to carry out his plan. Since you've already made preparations, I'm relieved. As for my crew, you don't need to worry. Not every sailor could remember the route they had sailed. Without my map, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to find that place. Moreover, most of them only know that we're going to the island to find some sort of massive rock, but they have no idea what it's used for. Even if some people sneak a look behind my back and discover that it's wrapped in metal, they definitely won't know that it's meteoric metal. In addition, I'll keep them in check for a while. Wang Liang's words had a dignified air to them. Wang Chong nodded, stood up, and said no more. His cousin's thoughts were quite meticulous, so there was no need for him to say anything more. From now on, he finally had another person in the Wang clan that he could discuss matters with. Cousin. Just when Wang Chong was prepared to leave, a voice came from behind him. Wang Liang put down his wine cup and chopsticks, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Wang Chong. There was a hint of something special in his eyes. That meteoric metal. Just what are you planning to do with it? Don't tell me that you're just using it for business. Wang Chong froze at these words, and then he finally turned around. It was like he was meeting his cousin for the first time. He had done so many things since his reincarnation. Everyone was just surprised by his performance, or perhaps his abilities. Only his cousin, Wang Liang, was the first person to ask why and what he was planning to do. There was no doubt that this overseas trip had made him much more mature and enlightened him on many things. Haha, in the future you'll know. Wang Chong chuckled and turned his head. He walked down the stairs, passed through the gate, and vanished into the snow outside. Behind him, Wang Liang froze for a moment, and then he smiled. There were times when not denying was admitting, and not answering was answering. From Wang Chong's words, Wang Liang had confirmed part of his conjecture. His feeling had not been wrong. This cousin really was planning something, the Hyderabad or the meteoric metal. Although he had matured a lot and understood the human heart and nature, his cousin was still shrouded in mystery. There were far too many inexplicable things about him. But no matter what he was doing, what he wanted to do, or what he was planning, there was one thing that Wang Liang could be sure of. He had always been protecting the clan. He bore no malice toward the clan. That was enough. Thus, no matter what he wanted to do, even if he wanted to usurp the throne, Wang Liang had no intention of stopping him, nor would he stop him. What a heavy snowfall! Hearing the howling wind outside, Wang Liang walked over with a cup of warm wine and pushed open the window. Outside the window, a slender figure walked alone on the long and empty street, quickly vanishing into the wind and snow. Time passed in a flash. Rumble! A slender figure sat cross-legged on the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Along with the rumbling of thunder, heaven and earth distorted. A chaotic, vast, and frightening power of heaven and earth, which made one's mind tremble, was unstoppable. Like a flood, it swept across the white mountain top. Creak! The layers of snow, shaken by this energy, rustled down. And at this moment, a voice that had not been heard for a long time came to Wang Chong's ear. Congratulations to user for overcoming the third world constraint. Consumed 40 points of destiny energy. Remaining destiny energy, 24 points. Next world constraint, 9 months from now. Consumed 60 points of destiny energy. In addition, with each world constraint, users' gold organs and flood dragon bone will be strengthened. The degree of strengthening is directly proportional to the number of times. Chapter 429. The third world constraint had finally been successfully passed. Streams of energy breathed in from the depths of space-time, pouring into his mind and body. In this short period of time, Wang Chong sensed that his strength and mental energy had both grown significantly. "I've finally passed the world constraint," Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his heart brimming with joy. This binding and repulsive force from the world was like a bomb. A single misstep could result in death. Now he had finally passed it. Standing up from the ground, Wang Chong stretched his body. Keklak! A series of crisp sounds came from his body, and at the same time, an enormous chi was released from Wang Chong's body. This chi broke through from the origin energy realm to the true martial realm, then from Tier 1, Tier 2, all the way to Tier 3 of the true martial realm. After 20-some days of cultivation, the pills that Liu Zizhang had given him, and the backlash from passing the third world constraint, Wang Chong had finally smoothly stepped into Tier 3 of the true martial realm. 2 more tiers, and I'll reach Tier 5 of the true martial realm, and then I can advance to the second tier of the halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong's eyes brightened as he inwardly rejoiced. The most powerful aspect of the halo of Dusk Stallion was not the increase in strength it could bring, but its strategic use on the battlefield. A level 2 halo of Dusk Stallion meant that, as long as one was within the range of the halo, all warriors would receive the blessing of the halo and directly advance to Tier 2 of the true martial realm. Their strength, speed, and dexterity would all rise to this level. This sort of overall improvement was extremely astonishing. Slowly ending his cultivation on the summit of the mountain, Wang Chong exhaled a cold breath. With a thought, he quickly focused his mind on the stone of destiny in his mind. The longer one stayed in this world, the more severe the world constraint and the backlash would be. Wang Chong had long since gotten used to this, but this time, While resisting the power of the world constraint, Wang Chong realized that the Stone of Destiny was suddenly a little different. The time interval has been extended to 9 months, but the amount of destiny energy consumed is not proportional. This means that in the future, the repulsion from the world will increase at an irregular pace. In other words, I will need to consume more and more destiny energy in the future. Wang Chong lowered his head, his eyes flashing rapidly. From this change in the world constraint, Wang Chong quickly noticed something that was hard to notice. Although 60 points of destiny energy was a lot, with 9 months of buffer time, it should be enough. What really caught Wang Chong's attention was the content mentioned later. Every time I pass the world restraint, the gold liquid organs and the flood dragon bones abilities will be strengthened. Moreover, the degree of strengthening is proportional to the number of times. This kind of content had never been published before. The other items were one thing, but the gold organs and the flood dragon bone were extremely important to him. There was basically no way to improve the former, while the latter was extremely difficult. The Jiao bone was a type of dragon bone, and it was the lowest level of dragon bone. Once a warrior reached this level of cultivation, it would become more and more difficult to improve, even if they had extraordinary talent. For the dragon bone level of bone, the difficulty of each level was several times, or even more than 10 times. Even though Wang Chong had the memories of 2 lives, he did not have any good ideas. Otherwise, he would not have stopped at the Saint Martial realm in his previous life and not advanced any further. If he could safely pass the world repulsion and world constraint, he would be able to improve the Jiao bone once. This was definitely an unexpected gain. Perhaps I can use this to reach a level I never reached in my previous life. At this moment, Wang Chong had to admit that he was tempted. There were challenges, but there were also rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This seemed to be the hidden rule of this mysterious Stone of Destiny. Of course, if he failed, there would probably be a heavy punishment. Whoosh! While he was deep in thought, a sudden rustling sound came from above. Wang Chong looked up and saw a snow-white falcon flapping its wings, breaking through the snow and flying down from the sky. It's the eagle. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly extended an arm. There was no way that the eagle did not know that he was training here. If there was nothing important, the eagle would never disturb him. Catching the snow falcon, Wang Chong took the letter from its leggings. With just a glance, his heart sank. If you want to leave, I can't stop you. With a long sigh, Wang Chong jumped down from the top of the snowy mountain. Using the phantom steps, he dashed down the mountain like a phantom, leaving only shallow footprints wherever he went. With the advancement of his martial arts, Wang Chong's phantom steps had improved as well. Even though he had yet to reach the level of leaving no trace on the snow, if one did not pay close attention, they would look like the footprints of a rabbit. So, several dozen zhang later, Wang Chong leaped onto a large tree. Shaking off the snow, Wang Chong quickly disappeared into the distance. By the time Wang Chong returned to Deflecting Blade Mountain, the entire Deflecting Blade Manor was silent. Other than the 20 guards, there were only a few students. In the cold of winter, Deflecting Blade Manor was much quieter than usual. Wang Chong passed through the high gates and creaked up the red sandalwood spiral staircase. When he returned to the pavilion, he immediately saw a stalwart figure more than 2 meters tall standing by the door. This figure was pacing back and forth as if he had been waiting for a long time, his mind full of worries. In the entire Deflecting Blade Manor, only Li Sai had such a tall figure. It was snowing heavily, and the mountains were covered in silver. It was a scene of winter, but Wang Chong knew that spring would begin soon. When the snow melted and the trees sprouted, the annual mobilization of troops would begin. If Li Sai wanted to head to the western regions and establish his career, this was the best opportunity. Only by making preparations in advance would he be able to make it in time. It was clear that Li Sai could not wait any longer. From the dark circles under his eyes, it was clear that he had not slept well for some time. "Come in," Wang Chong said, opened the door and walked in. Although he was extremely reluctant to let the invincible, great general slip away from his grasp, Wang Chong was able to accept the fact that the situation had come to an end. Those who want to leave can't be stopped, and those who want to stay can't be beaten away. Li Sai's personality clearly determined that he would not easily become a servant or be ordered around by anyone. Even if Wang Chong was a young master of a clan of generals and ministers, he would not be able to order him around. Wang Chong lightly pulled on the bell in the room, a trick he had learned from the other world. Soon, someone knocked on the door and brought over a pot of steaming hot tea. Wang Chong poured a cup for himself and one for Li Sai. "Sit." Wang Chong pointed to the opposite side of the table. Li Sai seemed to have a lot on his mind. He took the tea, but he did not sit down. Wang Chong did not mind. After sitting down, he took out a letter he had prepared beforehand from the drawer under the table and tossed it over to Li Sai. "I've already prepared it. Take it." "Ah, what?" Li Sai was taken aback, as if he had just woken up from a dream. "A letter. Didn't you want to go to the western regions? I've already prepared it for you. On it are the seals of my big uncle and the King of Song, as well as the official seal of the Bureau of Military Personnel. If you take this to the Bureau of Military Personnel, you won't need to pass through the biting protectorate. You can head directly to the Anchi Protectorate and fulfill your long-cherished wish." Wang Chong said. This time, it was his turn to be astonished. Li Sai's reaction was not what he had expected. Wang Chong still remembered how Li Sai had looked when he first arrived. His aura had threatened to tear down his deflecting blade manner. Now that he had finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish, shouldn't he be ecstatic? "Who said that I called you here for this?" Li Sai lowered his head to look at the letter on the table, a bizarre expression on his face. "Is that not the case?" Wang Chong was astonished. "I didn't say that." Li Sai finally regained his composure. "I called you here because I have something to ask you." "Ask me?" Wang Chong was flabbergasted, raising his head to look at this man who was even taller and more muscular than Xiong Pai. Wang Chong suddenly realized that he had been mistaken. "What do you want to ask?" Wang Chong asked in surprise. He was truly baffled. Just what sort of question could be more important than a letter recommending Li Sai to the Anchi Protectorate? And just what was it that made him wait at his door, so worried that he even had the eagle use a snow falcon to inform him to return? "Let me ask you, just what is your Wang clan doing?" Li Sai suddenly glared at Wang Chong as he spoke harshly. His eyes were as sharp as swords, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. "What is it that we're doing?" Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Li Sai's words had come so suddenly that not even he had been able to react, unable to follow his train of thought. 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or enough meteoric metal to forge several thousand sets of armor. Don't tell me that this is just ordinary ore, and there are also hundreds of martial arts manuals and this deflecting blade manner. Just what is your Wang clan planning to do by preparing so many strategic resources? Since ancient times, conspiring to seize the throne and raising troops in rebellion have never met with a good end. The world is at peace and the common people live in peace. I, Li Sai, am a man of indomitable spirit, and I will never do anything that goes against the Tao or helps the wicked. If your Wang clan harbors evil intentions, I, Li Sai, will be the first to kill you, and then I will destroy your Wang clan. The veins on Li Sai's forehead were bulging, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His fierce expression and furious expression made him seem like a fearsome guardian deity of karmic fire. These abrupt words left Wang Chong completely dumbfounded. Wang Chong had never imagined that the eagle would urgently call him back and say that Li Sai wanted to see him for this reason. Li Sai had spent several months in deflecting blade manner, seeing his Hyderabad or seeing his meteoric metal and seeing his transcribed martial arts manuals after knowing so many of his secrets. This scoundrel actually believed that he was plotting a rebellion. After observing him for several months, This future invincible great general of the Tang dynasty actually believed that he harbored evil intentions and that the Wang clan was plotting a rebellion. No matter how magnanimous Wang Chong was, he could never have imagined that this future invincible great general would be so worried and restless over this matter. Chapter 430. Ha ha ha, you think I want to rebel? Wang Chong looked at Li Sai, finally unable to restrain his laughter. Is that not the case? Li Sai sternly said. His expression was serious, not the slightest hint that he was joking. When he had first arrived, he had known almost nothing about the capital, not even who Wang Chong was. He had believed that some scoundrel or young master of a great clan wanted to transfer him to his side so that he could serve him as a servant and serve him. But no matter how unfamiliar Li Sai was with the capital, the months he had spent in the capital were enough for him to understand a few crucial matters. The Wang clan of the capital where Wang Chong had appeared was a clan of ministers and generals. In the Tang dynasty, it was definitely one of the most powerful nobles. The Hyderabad, or that Wang Chong had purchased from Sinu, was priceless. The Wuxi steel weapons, forged from it, could cut through metal and were unstoppable. In the capital, the cheapest Wuxi steel weapon could sell for 70 to 80,000 taels of gold, an astronomical price that not even Li Sai could afford. But this was not the crucial point. The crucial point was the sharpness of this weapon. In the battle against the dragon bandits, Black Dragon Zhao, Li Sai had experienced the fearsomeness of this weapon for the first time. His own strength was one of the reasons that he had been able to single-handedly challenge the tens of thousands of dragon bandits. But Li Sai was well aware that another important reason was the Wuxi steel weapon that Wang Chong had forged for him. Not a single member of the dragon bandits had been a match for him. In front of that demonic Wuxi steel weapon, everyone and their horses were like paper, easily cut in two. And not even the dragon bandits, Black Dragon, Zhao, had been able to block that slash. And now, Wang Chong had obtained 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad ore. Such a large number was enough to create a small army of 1,000 people. With the terrifying sharpness of the Wuxi steel weapons, no one knew better than him what it meant to have such an army on the battlefield. Not to mention that Wang Chong had somehow gotten his hands on so many extraterrestrial meteoric iron and martial arts manuals. Any one of these three types was not something that could be easily obtained by an ordinary aristocratic family. But the Wang clan had gathered all three. In the capital, this was a force that played a decisive role. If the Wang family had any ulterior motives within the imperial capital, such a secret force was fully qualified to influence the situation and launch a coup in the imperial court. Li Sai did want to go to the western regions to make a name for himself, but he couldn't just sit back and watch such a powerful force grow under his nose and ignore it. Moreover, Wang Chong was already recruiting. At the very least, in his eyes, this deflecting blade manner was the Wang clan's recruiting. Seeing Li Sai's serious expression, Wang Chong finally put on a serious expression. Li Sai was not a strategist. The reason he could become famous was because of his powerful strength and personal loyalty, as well as the charisma brought about by his pure love for the country. No matter what the truth was, there was no doubt that Li Sai was already suspicious of him. No. Wang Chong met Li Sai's gaze and straightforwardly said, "The Wang clan will not, nor does it need to, have any scheme. Moreover, if the Wang clan really did have some scheme, do you think that I would so easily let an outsider know of such an important matter? In addition, the matter of the Hyderabad ore is no longer a secret in the capital. You know of it, and the Yao clan knows of it. Do you think that the Holy Emperor doesn't know of it? If the Wang clan really did have any intentions of disloyalty, do you think that the Holy Emperor would have kept us alive until now? Whether it's the Hyderabad ore or the meteoric metal you brought in, these are all top-class strategic resources. If the Wang clan doesn't have any intentions of disloyalty, why are you buying so many top-class strategic resources? This is already beyond the scope of a clan's normal operations and defense." Li Sai harshly said, his sharp gaze piercing straight into Wang Chong's heart, seemingly peering into the depths of his soul. The room instantly fell into a stifling silence. Wang Chong said nothing. Li Sai was clearly much smarter than he had imagined. The Hyderabad, or the meteoric metal, deflecting blade manner, the spirit vein, ever since his reincarnation, he had done far, far too much. This was not the first time since his reincarnation that someone had sensed some of his intentions. The more one interacted with his circle, the more one understood, the more one would be able to sense something. Wang Chong had no hopes of making Li Sai believe all of his words like a fool. Wang Chong was only considering whether he should tell him or not. Li Sai, can you tell me why you insist on going to Anqi? Wang Chong suddenly said. Li Sai froze. He could clearly sense that Wang Chong's attitude and tone were completely different from before, as if he had become a completely different person. This was an extremely strange feeling. But he could see the seriousness in Wang Chong's eyes, and this attitude had unwittingly affected Li Sai. Is there even a need to say it? A man of character should set his sights on the four corners of the world. What sort of achievements can a man make if he just stays in the interior? Li Sai said without hesitation. Although he found Wang Chong's attitude rather strange, he had already considered this point for a very long time, so there was no need to think too much about it. If anyone asked, he could calmly and proudly state his attitude. A man of character should set his sights on the four corners of the world. This was how it should be, so there was nothing more to say. That's not the real reason. It was the same for the biting protectorate, so why did he have to go to Anqi? If you want to go to war, wouldn't the Anong protectorate be the same? Wang Chong shook his head. Of course it's different. Li Sai didn't even think before interrupting Wang Chong. In terms of opportunities to make a name for oneself, no place can compare to the Anqi protectorate. Moreover, not even the Anong protectorate can compare to Anqi. A man of character should go to the most dangerous places. Only then can he prove himself. So you want to go to the western regions because it's more dangerous? Wang Chong said. You can say that. Li Sai did not deny it. Then have you ever thought about why that place is dangerous? This question instantly left Li Sai dumbfounded. Before this, he had only wanted to go to the Anqi protectorate, which was the most dangerous and battle-ridden place in the western regions. He had truly never thought about anything else. If the Tang dynasty is at peace and the world is at peace, would you still need to go there? Wang Chong continued to ask, What do you want to say? I just want to tell you that you are far from the only person in this world preparing for war. Wang Chong indifferently said. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Sai stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, acting like he was meeting him for the first time. When he had first arrived at the capital, Li Sai's impression of Wang Chong had been that he was a willful and reckless, hedonistic scion of a wealthy family. This period of time had greatly changed Li Sai's impression of Wang Chong, and he had come to realize that there were many different and astonishing aspects about him. But at this moment, Wang Chong's few words had caused Li Sai to realize that he had still been far underestimating this youth. If he was really like what she thought or what he said, then this young man was definitely worthy of everyone's respect. His view of him had probably been gravely mistaken. The room was quiet as the two looked at each other, neither of them speaking. Wang Chong, did you really mean what you said just now? Li Sai sternly said. The gods can bear witness, the heavens can bear witness. Wang Chong sternly said. Li Sai's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. Li Sai. Wang Chong knew that this was his last chance to convince Li Sai. His plan was still lacking a powerful figure. His own strength alone was not enough. If he had an invincible great general like Li Sai to assist him, his plan would have twice the result with half the effort. In that future crisis, his strength alone was too limited, and he had far too many things to do. He needed a powerful figure to replace him and lead the army in terms of martial strength. As for himself, Wang Chong had always been well aware that his greatest advantage was not in martial strength, but in strategy and the art of war. And this did not require great strength. No matter what, I have to try. As Wang Chong looked at Li Sai, an intense thought emerged in his mind. Li Sai, the western regions are even more dangerous, and there are battles to be fought in the western regions. You've only seen the surface. The current empire is no longer the empire of the past, and the foreign countries are no longer the foreign countries of the past. They have absorbed nourishment from the Tang dynasty and strengthened themselves. The Goguryeo Empire, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the Uzun Empire, the Mengshizhao Empire, the various countries of the western regions, and even further west, the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu. These are all threats to the empire. In the western regions, there are the various countries of the western regions, the Uzun Empire and the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu that we have never interacted with before. The situation is extremely complicated, and the imperial court's military strength is weak there. This is the reason why the western regions are constantly at war and more dangerous than the other regions. But Li Sai, you don't know that the greatest threat to the empire in the future is not in the western regions. Then where is it? Li Sai's heart jolted, and he almost subconsciously blurted out, "Qi." Wang Chong suddenly flicked a finger, and sharp sword qi flew through the air. The sword qi did not cut through the scroll on the wall, but it accurately cut through the red rope binding the scroll. Even Li Sai couldn't help but be surprised by this meticulous control. Whoosh! The scroll unfurled, and under Li Sai's surprised gaze, a massive map of the Tang dynasty immediately appeared on the wall behind him. Qi! Wang Chong flicked a second sword qi, accurately piercing through the southwest corner of the Tang dynasty map, the place where the Uzun and Mengshizhao met. "Here," Wang Chong calmly said, and as he spoke, he slowly drew back his finger. Chapter 431. It had been a year since Wang Chong had reincarnated. In this 1 year, Wang Chong had changed far too many things. The Wang clan had not yet declined, the king of Song had not fallen out of favor, and he had interfered in the regional commander's incident. Things were not quite the same as before, and in terms of his own faction, Wang Chong had smoothly established deflecting blade manner, established his own subordinates, and obtained 2 strategic weapons, Hyderabad or a meteoric metal. Everything was on the right track, and Wang Chong was now most worried about the southwest. Zhangzhou Jinqiong's transfer to the capital was a foregone conclusion, and Xinyu Zhongtong was already in charge of Jiang'an, officially taking over the Annan Protectorate. The structure of the empire's southwest was exactly as Wang Chong remembered it from his last life. Although Wang Chong had already used the power of the King of Song to move the armies of his father and big brother to the southwest border so that they could enter Jiangnan at any time, this was as far as he could go. In the current empire, whether it was Zhang Shogui, Zhangzhou, Jianqiong, Geshuhan, Fomenlinta, or Gaoxinji, all of them had a very strong sense of territory and territory. If he forcefully moved his father and big brother into Jiang'an, it would only cause Xinyu Zhongtong and Zhangzhou Jinqiong in the capital to grow suspicious and suspect that the Wang clan wanted to interfere in the southwest, divide up their forces, and weaken them. That would only bring about the same result. The southwest was not within the Wang clan's sphere of influence, and Zhangzhou Jinqiong and Xinyu Zhongtong were independent, so they would not listen to Wang Chong's orders. The Wang clan was not powerful enough to control a protector general of an entire region. This was also what Wang Chong was worried about. Although he already knew the dangers of the future, there were very few measures he could take. If he was too radical, he would only incur the hostility of Zhangzhou Jinqiong and Xinyu Zhongtong. Haste makes waste, and that would not be ideal. But Wang Chong could not ignore the massive blow the southwest would inflict on the empire. This was Wang Chong's current dilemma. The cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Even if he had the memories of 2 lives and was reincarnated as a human, some things still couldn't be changed. Wang Chong could only do his meager strength and do his utmost to avert the calamities that might occur in the future. And the southwest was the starting point. In the room, Li Sai was stunned by Wang Chong's argument. He had never heard anyone say that the threat to the empire was not in the northwest, but in the southwest. On the borders of the empire, everyone agreed that the southwest was the least likely place for conflict. It had been peaceful for too long. Even Longxi and Anong couldn't compare in terms of the degree of conflict, let alone the western region. But Wang Chong had said that the greatest threat to the empire came from the southwest. If it had been anyone else, Li Sai would have only snorted disdainfully and wondered if this person had gone mad. But in his time with Wang Chong, Li Sai was well aware that this youth could not be underestimated. "How do you know?" Li Sai said, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. If Wang Chong had said Anong or Longxi, he wouldn't have been so surprised. But the southwest, in the territory of the empire, the place least likely to see war was the southwest. Li Sai, do you still not understand? When you asked this question, this was the reason. The less likely a place is to fight, the more likely it is to fight. When the moon is full, it will wane, and when the moon wane, it will be round. The empire's southwest has been peaceful for too long. The people's hearts have slacked off, the army has slacked off. Even you don't think that a war will happen there, let alone anyone else. Do you think that an army that has slacked off and is defenseless can stop the charge of Uzin and Meng Shijiao? Wang Chong said. But if there's no reason, why would they do such a thing? Meng Shijiao and the empire have always been at peace, and Uzin has never entered the interior of the Central Plains. With Zhangzhou Protector General's 100,000 elites there, Uzin can't succeed. Li Sai said. Wang Chong couldn't help but give a long sigh at Li Sai's words. Li Sai was no longer just ignorant of the empire's situation, but completely ignorant. Li Sai, don't you know? Zhangzhou Jianqiong has been transferred to the capital. Right now, the Annan Protector General is Xinyu Zhongtong. Moreover, Meng Shijiao's King Jelifeng is actively trying to contact Uzin, hoping to coordinate from within and without to attack the Tang dynasty. Uzin doesn't understand the Central Plains, but what about Meng Shijiao? If Meng Shijiao and Uzin form an alliance, do you think that the 100,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate can stop them? Wang Chong sighed. Li Sai, if Meng Shijiao and Uzin form an alliance to attack the Annan Protectorate together, and then they can tie down Geshu Han's Big Dipper army in Longxi. Do you know what that means for the empire? Buzz. Li Sai's mind trembled and his entire body froze. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. Li Sai didn't understand strategy, but he knew that if what Wang Chong said was true, it would be a massive disaster for the Southwest and the Empire. The deployment of the Empire's troops wasn't complicated. Anyone who wished to join the army knew that the Empire rarely fought in the Southwest, so it didn't have many soldiers deployed. The 100,000 elites of the Annan Protectorate were the only barrier in the Southwest. And if the Annan Protectorate was attacked, the Big Dipper army of Longxi would be the closest and most likely force to reinforce it. At the same time, it would be the only force. But if Geshu Han of Longxi was tied down, and the Uzin Empire really did as Wang Chong did, it would be a massive disaster for the Annan Protectorate and the Empire as a whole. Is what you say true? Lord Zhangzhou Jianqiong has been transferred to the capital? Li Sai asked in shock. This isn't something that's very difficult to investigate. Lord Zhangzhou has presided over the Southwest for several decades. This time he's determined to enter the capital and no one can stop him. Wang Chong met Li Sai's gaze and calmly said, Meng Shijiao is plotting with Uzin to form an alliance. Not many people know of this matter, but we can at least confirm that Meng Shijiao has sent 2 high-level emissaries to Uzin. As for how far the negotiations have progressed, we still don't know. Wang Chong said. Li Sai said nothing. Although he didn't say anything, his deeply furrowed brow indicated the struggle in his heart. For the first time, Li Sai realized that he didn't understand the empire's situation at all. Since your Wang clan knows of this matter, why didn't you tell His Majesty? If His Majesty were to step forward, this matter would definitely be strangled in the cradle. Li Sai couldn't help but ask, an agitated expression on his face. Li Sai, do you think that His Majesty doesn't know what all of us know? Military matters are far more complicated than you can imagine. Putting aside everything else before the soldiers are mobilized, the provisions have to be prepared. If we send more soldiers to the southwest, how will we resolve the issue of provisions? 10,000 soldiers fighting for 3 months. But we need to prepare enough provisions for 100,000 soldiers. This requires the coordination of all aspects of the imperial court, not just the Bureau of Military Personnel. Do you think that this is a minor matter? In addition, the imperial court is facing enemies from all sides, and we don't have enough soldiers. If we need to mobilize soldiers, where will we get them from? The Anxi Protectorate? The Anong Protectorate? The Anxi Protectorate? Or Longxi? All of these places are strapped for soldiers. It's already good enough that we don't have to ask for reinforcements, so how can we lend out soldiers? Even if the imperial court wants to mobilize soldiers, it can't. Are we going to use the reserve soldiers to fill in the gaps? In addition, no matter how many soldiers we can mobilize, can we possibly have more than the combined forces of Mengshi Zhao and Uzin? In addition, there's still no concrete evidence regarding the matter of Mengshi Zhao and Uzin. If they don't mobilize their soldiers and continue to delay us, are we just going to keep standing there? The military expenditure in this quasi-war state is astonishing. In addition, if the imperial court were to make a massive adjustment in its forces just because of a few groundless rumors, how would it be able to mobilize its troops in the future? Wang Chong said. Li Sai fell silent once more. He was still far from having the keen intuition of the future invincible great general. He had never even considered many of the things that Wang Chong had said. The mobilization of soldiers seemed simple, but the intricacies of actually implementing it far surpassed Li Sai's imagination. Li Sai fell into deep thought. The imperial court is too large. It's a colossus, and even turning its body is difficult. But an individual is different. I have no selfish motives in gathering Hyderabad or a meteoric metal. I just want to do my part to help the imperial court. Li Sai, believe me, at this time, the Southwest needs your help far more than the Northwest. The Northwest is overseen by Gao Xinji and Fomin Linta. If anything happens, the Qixi Protectorate in the rear and the Anbei Protectorate in the north can provide support at any time. Even without you, the Northwest won't be lost, but the Southwest is different. Without the barrier of the Annan Protectorate, that place will be a flat plain, and the nearly 1 million civilians will be affected by the war. The southwest of the empire will be set ablaze, reduced to a sea of fire and ruins. Wang Chong looked at Li Sai, his eyes red. This was not some sort of prophecy, but something that had truly happened in Wang Chong's last life. It was because he knew of the dire consequences that Wang Chong was doing everything he could to prevent it. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. Li Sai, whether you hope to fight for fame and fortune or to establish yourself and contribute to the empire, I hope that you can stay. Tomorrow, come with me to the southwest. Of course, if you have some other special reason, I won't be able to stop you. But I hope that you can seriously consider what I said. As for the western regions, if we can pacify the southwest, I will go with you to the western regions. Because that is also my destination. Li Sai said nothing, a troubled look appearing in his eyes for the first time. His goal in joining the army had been to go to the western regions, something he had decided long ago. But if he hadn't heard about the problem of the southwest before, he would have let it go. But now, since he already knew, he couldn't remain indifferent. All of this is just your guess. But if Uzin and Mengshi Zhao don't attack, do I have to keep waiting? Li Sai said. Ha ha ha. Wang Chong suddenly laughed. It won't take that long. I'm certain of it. Within a year, the Southwest is certain to be at war. If there's still no war in the Southwest at that time, everything will prove that my judgment was wrong. I am willing to hand over all the Hyderabad ore and meteoric metal to the imperial court to dispel your doubts. Is what you say true? Li Sai's eyes brightened. 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore was no small sum, worth hundreds of millions of taels of gold. With the addition of the meteoric metal, the value was even higher. If the Wang clan was willing to hand over these things for free, then the Wang clan would naturally be cleared of any suspicions of plotting to usurp the throne. And such a large sum of wealth would also be of enormous benefit to the imperial court's finances. Of course it's true. Chapter 432. The coming year would be one of the most intense upheavals in the empire. If his predictions were correct, in at most half a year, a large-scale battle would break out on the empire's southwestern border. This would be an unprecedented defeat for the empire, and with this series of upheavals, the powers surrounding the empire would begin to covet it. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, the Goguryeo Empire, the various powers of the western regions, and even the distant Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu would begin to covet it. Blessings never come in pairs, while misfortunes never come singly. In the relationships between empires, these principles were even more common and applicable. The moment an opening was discovered, the wolf pack would swarm in and devour the prey. Although Wang Chong had told Li Sai that it would be a year, Wang Chong had expected it to be far from that long. If the Tang dynasty could peacefully survive the coming year, then the calamity in his memories would probably not descend. If that really was the case, Wang Chong would happily let Li Sai go. If it wasn't to deal with that terrifying calamity in the future, if it wasn't to deal with the empire's calamity and the dangers of the Central Plains, why would Wang Chong waste his energy to obtain the Hyderabad ore and the meteoric metal from the outer islands? If the empire could truly survive this calamity, so what if Wang Chong gave up on everything? Wang Chong's decisiveness had clearly exceeded Li Sai's expectations. For Wang Chong to give up on something worth hundreds of millions of gold taels was not something an ordinary person could do. Good. Wang Gongzi. Li Sai looked into Wang Chong's eyes and addressed him respectfully for the first time. Provoked by Wang Chong, he felt a surge of heroism in his heart. If your Wang clan can really give up these hundreds of millions of gold taels of Hyderabad ore and meteoric iron and offer them to the imperial court, I, Li Sai, will serve your Wang clan for a few years, so what? Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if it really is, as you say, and a war is about to break out on the southwest border, I, Li Sai, will definitely go there without you saying anything. What's the point of being a man if he can't make contributions to the empire and the people if he can't make a name for himself in history? What's the point of being a fly for personal gain if I can really make some contributions and die a worthy death? What's the big deal even if I have to abandon my head? Wang Chong, a teenager, could have such ambition. Li Sai considered himself a man. As an adult, he was born with a good body. How could he admit defeat to a kid? All right, Wang Chong was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, he finally heard the words he had been waiting for. Over the past few days, these were the words he loved to hear the most. Li Sai, a gentleman's word, for horses are hard to come by. Li Sai spoke resolutely and decisively without the slightest hesitation. At this moment his gaze was resolute, and his eyes were as bright as snow. After being transferred from the biting protectorate for more than 2 months, Wang Chong had finally obtained the loyalty of the invincible great general for the first time. Winter passed and spring came. The ice and snow melted, and all things returned to life. In the blink of an eye, it was a new year. In Deflecting Blade Manor, row upon row of pavilions stood luxuriously and beautifully. In the middle of Deflecting Blade Manor, Wang Chong was seated cross-legged in the corner of a high arched roof. He was like a feather, floating in the air as if he were sitting on flat ground. In the past month, Wang Chong's phantom steps had once more advanced, and his body was now as light as a feather. Even if he were to step on a branch as thin as a finger, he would not let the branch sink. This was a sign of his progress. Phew! On the roof, Wang Chong gave a long sigh, a sharp light swirling in his eyes as he slowly withdrew his technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Wang Chong opened his eyes, a black silhouette emerged from the eaves of a distant building. It flew across the golden roofs, nimble and nimble like a leopard. The black silhouette was still far away at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Wang Chong. Young master, your ginseng tea. The black silhouette respectfully kneeled on one knee on the roof and offered a cup of steaming ginseng tea. Upon closer inspection, the black silhouette's face was covered with a black cloth. She had a slender figure, and as she approached, a faint fragrance wafted into one's nose, causing one's soul to waver. Who else could it be but Maya Same Lingxiang, who had always been at Wang Chong's side? In the new year, Wang Chong's influence among the Imperial Army instructors deepened once more. On the spirit vein, the influence of the old Imperial Army instructors had begun to show, and more retired Imperial Army instructors joined Wang Chong. A portion of them were transferred to the spirit vein by Wang Chong to instruct the students there. The other portion was transferred to Wang Chong's residence to protect Wang Chong's mother. With these experienced Imperial Army instructors around, in terms of loyalty and reliability, they were far more useful than the experts hired from outside. With these replacements, Maya Same Lingxiang was also freed from her duties. After spending more than a year under the Wang clan's protection, Maya Same Lingxiang didn't have to worry about anything else. Instead, she focused on her cultivation, and her martial arts were much stronger than before. Her specter steps had also improved significantly. Even if it were daytime, it would be impossible to notice her if one were to pay attention to her in advance. There were times when even Wang Chong couldn't keep track of her. You've worked hard. Wang Chong took the fragrant Gogrian ginseng tea from Maya Same Lingxiang's hands and gulped it down. Given Wang Chong's current cultivation realm, the effects of the ginseng tea were extremely limited. However, the nourishing effect of the century-old ginseng was still effective on Wang Chong. The faster one's martial arts progressed, and the more domineering one's cultivation technique was, the more one needed to nourish one's meridians. This was a gradual process. The old madam has brought word for Gongzi to take care of yourself. Also, she brought some clothes over, saying that the snow has just melted, and the weather is still cold, so Gongzi should keep warm. After Wang Chong finished the ginseng tea, Maya Same Lingxiang suddenly spoke up. Hearing those words, Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. After staying in the Wang residence for a period of time, even though Maya Same Lingxiang was no longer responsible for protecting the Wang residence, she had become a messenger for his mother. Given Wang Chong's current cultivation, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. Even if it was snowing heavily, he wouldn't feel much of a chill, so there was no need for warm clothes. However, his mother clearly didn't think so. She still treated him as the frail and inexperienced youth of the past. I understand. You've worked hard during this period of time. This is the newest mental cultivation method of the Spectre Steps. Take it. As Wang Chong spoke, he tossed over a booklet that he had prepared in his bosom. By mastering this manual, Maya Same Lingxiang would be able to reach true martial tier 6, perhaps even true martial tier 7. Over the past year, Maya Same Lingxiang had slowly won over Wang Chong's trust. Wang Chong had never been stingy with his rewards to those who were loyal to him. So, Maya Same Lingxiang made a grabbing motion, and before Wang Chong could even see how she did it, the booklet was already in her bosom. Thank you, Gongzi. Maya Same Lingxiang was overjoyed. Grabbing the manual Wang Chong had written, she clenched it tightly in her hands and kowtowed deeply. The higher one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of martial arts, and the more one would be able to sense the flaws in one's cultivation. Maya Same Lingxiang fully believed what Wang Chong had said to her back then. The specter steps she cultivated was definitely flawed and incomplete, but there was no doubting the strength of this cultivation technique. As long as she could resolve its flaws, this cultivation technique would only grow stronger as she progressed. Furthermore, as an assassin, Maya Same Lingxiang couldn't give up on this cultivation technique. Go! Wang Chong waved his hands. With Maya Same Lingxiang free, she could now shoulder the responsibility of protecting Deflecting Blade Manor. Deflecting Blade Manor was becoming more and more important. As an experienced assassin, she was more suited than him to discover the hidden dangers. Thank you, Gongzi. Maya Same Lingxiang turned around and quickly disappeared from the rooftop. Her speed was so fast that one would think it was an illusion. Gongzi. Almost at the same moment that Maya Same Lingxiang left, a muscular figure leaped up from the ground like an eagle and appeared before Wang Chong. Screech! The snow falcon cried. The eagle glanced in the direction that Maya Same Lingxiang had left in and quickly arrived before Wang Chong. Gongzi. Is there any news from Solitary Wolf? Wang Chong raised his head, his expression grim. It was completely different from when he had first met Maya Same Lingxiang. At this moment, Wang Chong was most concerned about the southwest. The southwest is far away, and it's not easy to send news. I asked Solitary Wolf about it, and he replied that everything is fine. I haven't received any news from him since. But Gongzi, rest assured. If anything happens, Solitary Wolf will send a letter to report to you. The eagle said. From now on, open up 2 communication channels for me. One is a messenger pigeon in the air, and the other is a messenger on the ground. Since the journey to the southwest was long, they could arrange for some men to be stationed on the road. I want to shorten the transmission time of the southwest from several months to less than 20 days. In this way, there will be 2 channels, one detailed and the other simple. This can also reduce the delay of information to the minimum. In addition, there will be air traffic control at certain times. If a large number of beasts such as the harlequin appear and prey on the messenger pigeons, our air traffic will be cut off. Having an additional ground route will also serve as a precaution. Wang Chong said. The eagle nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. Even though Wang Chong was still young in certain aspects, he was much more meticulous in his thinking. In addition, send these 2 letters to my father and big brother. Wang Chong paused for a moment, then took out the 2 letters he had written beforehand and handed them over. With the winter over, Wang Chong was now actively trying to get in touch with his father and big brother. Although Xinyu Zhongtong was easy to talk to, their relationship was too shallow. There were many things that Wang Chong could not personally interfere with. If something happened, he would not be as useful as his own family. If something happened in the southwest and he wanted to interfere, his father and big brother would be his best helpers. Moreover, from them, he would be able to learn many things that Lone Wolf might not be able to, making it easier for him to determine the situation there at any time. Yes, this matter will be taken care of immediately, the eagle sternly said. Sticking 2 fingers into his mouth, the eagle let out a series of shrill cries that pierced into the clouds. Whoosh! In just a few moments, 2 massive golden condors flew down from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and landed on the shoulders of the eagle. The eagle rolled up the letters and skillfully tied them to the thick thighs of the 2 golden condors. Screech! With a series of shrill cries, the 2 golden condors flapped their wings and vanished into the southern skies like 2 rays of light. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction at this sight. The eagle was even more useful than an army of several hundred soldiers. The birds that old eagle raised were incredibly fast, so it wouldn't take long for them to deliver the message. Chapter 433. Seeing the 2 golden condors vanish, Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Now, only the King of Song was left. To resolve the problem in the southwest, his father and big brother were far from enough. The Tang dynasty had an army of 20,000 to 40,000 soldiers at most, and the soldiers under his father and big brother only numbered in the tens of thousands. They were simply incapable of stopping the combined forces of Mengshi Zhao and Uzin. To resolve the problem in the southwest, he would have to go through the Bureau of Military Personnel. However, the Eagle could not help him in this matter. He would have to personally meet with the King of Song and see how he could resolve this matter without incurring the opposition of the Yao clan and King Qi. All right, let's go. Wang Chong stretched his waist, raised his robe, and began to walk forward on the golden tiles. The tiles beneath his feet did not budge in the slightest, as if he were stepping on air. Buzz! A wave of voices came from all directions. Upon seeing Wang Chong appear at the edge of the building, a wave of greetings immediately came from the courtyard. Young master! Young master! Young master! Standing at the edge of the golden arch, Zhang Xian could see that the deflecting blade manor was bustling with activity. There were cavalry, archers, chess players, drinking wine, drinking tea, frolicking, competing. There was no end to this. After a winter, Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor had gradually regained its former liveliness. After the opening of the training camp, the first thing that came to mind was Wang Chong's deflecting blade manor. All sorts of resources were piled up like mountains in the deflecting blade manor. They had all been brought here by the students themselves. The already extravagant deflecting blade manor was now even more extravagant. Even the white jade was inlaid with gold, let alone the others. The number of people in deflecting blade manor could not compare to the 3 great training camps, but it was extremely popular. Most of the students that Wang Chong chose were skilled in a particular field or were talented in a certain aspect. Thus, it was not wrong to call this place a camp for geniuses. This made Wang Chong's training camp even more popular and attractive. Wang Chong. Just as Wang Chong was looking around, a cold voice suddenly came from the deflecting blade manor. In an instant, the bustling deflecting blade manor fell silent. In deflecting blade manor, everyone addressed Wang Chong as young master, or Wang Chong Gongzi. Very few people would directly address him as Wang Chong, and in such a rude manner. Wang Chong stood on the corner of the eaves and turned his head to look in the direction of the chess hall. In the direction of the chess hall, a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth was standing in the crowd. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Wang Chong. It's him. The eagle's eyelids twitched when he saw the unusually handsome young man. This young man had recently become extremely famous in the deflecting blade manor, and he was currently in the limelight. Su Chong, what's the matter? Wang Chong stood on the eaves with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. In deflecting blade manor, there were few people who dared to speak to him in such a manner. And in the chess hall, other than Su Chong or the Su clan Su Yichin, there was no one else who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Wang Chong, do you dare to have a match with me? Su Chong, or perhaps Su Yichin, proudly raised his head and issued a challenge to Wang Chong. 10 years to sharpen a sword, Su Yichin was brimming with confidence. From her, Wang Chong could feel the sharpness of an unsheathed sword. Humph, boring. Young master, ignore that woman. A voice suddenly came from under the roof tiles, not far from Wang Chong's feet. It was Mayasame Ayaka's voice. While Su Yichin's cross-dressing might have been able to fool others, it couldn't fool Mayasame Ayaka, who was also a woman. As an assassin, Mayasame Ayaka's perception was far sharper than that of others. Back when she left the Wang clan and entered deflecting blade manor, Mayasame Ayaka had immediately recognized Su Yichin's identity. Young master, that woman is too conceited and disrespectful to young master. Also, she's too rude to young master. Do you want me to teach her a lesson or make her disappear? Mayasame Ayaka's voice sounded from the gap between the roof tiles, like repels like, and proud women disliked proud women. From the moment she laid eyes on Su Yichin, Mayasame Ayaka didn't have a good impression of her. Ha! Ayaka, you're underestimating her. If we were to fight, I'm afraid that you might not be a match for her." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he looked down. "Humph, young master, are you underestimating me?" Maya Same Ayeka, who was cowering under the roof tiles, immediately retorted. Wang Chong chuckled. It wasn't that he was underestimating Maya Same Ayeka. Maya Same Ayeka knew too little about Su Yichin. She only knew that the fellow below was a woman, but she didn't know that the other party was a powerful existence on par with Iho. It was just that, in order to disguise herself as a man, she had intentionally retracted her aura and concealed her cultivation. As such, when Wang Chong was with her, he had never once considered using martial arts or anything of the sort. After all, he wasn't a match for her at all. "No, leave this matter to me. You just have to keep an eye on King Chi's men," Wang Chong said calmly. Even though Maya Same Ayeka's cultivation realm was beneath Su Yichin's, Wang Chong didn't dare to let her give it a try. In Wang Chong's plans, Su Yichin was an important member of his team. This woman's ability in logistics was simply too formidable, and she was a woman as well. This meant that she was even more meticulous and meticulous. In the war against the Empire, Su Yichin's logistical ability was enough to dominate the world. Even someone as suspicious as King Chi had trusted her and entrusted his logistics to her. If he had such a talent to assist him, Wang Chong wouldn't have had to lead an army of tens of thousands, starve, and end up at the end of his road. Now that he was starting all over again, Su Yichin's reputation was still lacking. At the very least, it couldn't be compared to her reputation in his previous life. Other than him, no one else had realized the astonishing talent that this talented daughter of the Su clan possessed. In order to obtain this woman's help, Wang Chong was willing to spend a great deal of time, energy, and patience to convince her to join him. "Who?" Flinging his robes, Wang Chong suddenly leaped down from the roof. With a few swoosh, 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 he immediately appeared in the direction of the chess hall. "Oh, there's going to be a show to watch. Someone actually challenged young master. Everyone, let's go take a look." The sight of Wang Chong's arrival caused an uproar in Deflecting Blade Manor. A large crowd immediately gathered around him, their faces red and necks flushed. Very few people in Deflecting Blade Manor had ever challenged Wang Chong. It wasn't just because of Wang Chong's clan, but also because of Wang Chong's own talent. This was the first time someone had publicly challenged Wang Chong. Following the principle of watching a show, a large crowd quickly gathered in the direction of the chess hall. Just when the crowd was eagerly anticipating the challenge, Wang Chong's reply surprised them. "Haha, Su Chong, do you think you can challenge me just because you say so? There's no need for me to agree, right? Didn't I tell you last time? You're not suited for the chess hall at all." Wang Chong held his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Shua." With just a few words from Wang Chong, the smug expression on Su Yichin's face immediately turned red and then purple. Bastard! Su Yichin's face was completely red, and she was so angry that she was about to explode. She had never been one to lose her composure, but in front of Wang Chong, she couldn't help but lose her cool. "Wang Chong, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Humph, this isn't a question of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that you don't have the qualifications to challenge me. If I remember correctly, you've already lost 3 times in a row, right?" Wang Chong chuckled. "You." Su Yichin flew into a rage, her face turning even redder. She had always been proud, and other than in this shabby Deflecting Blade Manor next to Kunwood training camp, she had never suffered such humiliation before. "I don't easily exchange blows with others. You've already lost 3 times, so you've already lost the right to challenge me. Nothing can be accomplished without rules and regulations. If everyone behaved like you, wouldn't it be a mess? So you should go back." As Wang Chong spoke, he raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Su Yichin was also infuriated. She was also a proud person, and she had never suffered such humiliation before. The more Wang Chong didn't want to fight with her, the more she wanted him to. Fine. Don't you not easily exchange blows with others? If you can beat me one more time, I promise you that I'll immediately leave Deflecting Blade Manor and never disturb you again. These words were already a great concession from Su Ichin. Given her personality, she would never show such weakness. Ha! Who wants you to leave? This kind of condition is far too insincere. How about this? You can challenge me as well. If you win, I'll allow you to join Deflecting Blade Manor, and I can even tell everyone that I'm inferior to you. But if you lose, I want you to promise me one thing. With his back facing Su Ichin, Wang Chong extended a finger. Fine. With reddened eyes, Su Ichin agreed without hesitation, her voice resolute and decisive. Success. Hearing this voice, Wang Chong smiled smugly, and a crafty smile flashed across his eyes. It wasn't easy to get a clever woman like Su Ichin to fall for his trap. After spending so much time, he had finally succeeded in getting Su Ichin to agree to his request. All that was left was to defeat Su Ichin and have her join him. This was the most exciting moment he had experienced since the first time Su Ichin had appeared before him. But just as Wang Chong was feeling excited, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Humph, Wang Chong, you must think that you've already won, right? Let me tell you, don't celebrate too early. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must have a whole new level of respect for him. It's still not certain who will emerge victorious. Su Ichin suddenly calmed down and sneered at Wang Chong. She knew what Wang Chong was thinking, but if he thought that he had already won, then he was gravely mistaken. She was no fool. If she didn't have some confidence, she would never have so rashly challenged Wang Chong. If Wang Chong still thought that he could defeat her as easily as before, she would give him a huge surprise. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting for your performance. Wang Chong grinned, a carefree expression on his face. Enough. Lad, if you can defeat this lad, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. An impatient voice suddenly interjected. Princess Ni Huang had been watching from the back for quite some time now. She wasn't interested in the story between men at all, but as long as she could deal a blow to Wang Chong's pride, she didn't mind supporting his opponent. Wang. Upon seeing Princess Ni Huang, the crowd immediately retreated as though they were avoiding a venomous scorpion. In the Deflecting Blade Manor, there were a few people that one couldn't afford to offend, and Princess Ni Huang was one of them. The greatest lesson they had learned in the Deflecting Blade Manor was to never get too close to Princess Ni Huang. Upon seeing Princess Ni Huang, Wang Chong could only smile bitterly. On the other hand, Su Ichin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Highness. Humph, there's no need to give me face. Give this lad a good beating. I've long found him an eyesore. Princess Ni Huang pointed a finger at Wang Chong and said rudely, Your Highness, rest assured. I'll do my best. Su Ichin bowed slightly. However, Princess Ni Huang didn't seem to be in a good mood. After saying those words, without even sparing Su Ichin a glance, she flung her sleeves, turned around, and left with large strides. She had no interest in watching 2 grown men play chess. She would wait for the lad to receive some good news before telling her about it. Su Ichin smiled bitterly. Having been in the Deflecting Blade Manor for so long, she knew why Princess Ni Huang treated her with such an attitude. However, Princess Ni Huang had misunderstood her. Just that she was currently a man. So she couldn't explain this to her. Wang Chong, come. This time, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Chapter 434. The chess hall was bustling with activity. Nearly half of Deflecting Blade Manor had been drawn in. Wang Chong sat motionlessly on a wisteria chair on the first floor. This was not his first time playing chess with someone in the chess hall, nor was it his first time playing with Su Ichin. However, the feeling he was having right now was completely different. Su Chong, have you made up your mind? It's not too late to turn back now. Wang Chong smiled at Su Ichin. Humph, if you have the time, you should worry about yourself. Don't forget, if you lose, You have to admit to everyone that your skill is inferior to mine. At that time, the position of master of the chess hall will probably change hands." Su Yi-Chin raised her head slightly, her lips curling in a haughty smile. She seemed to be scheming something. She didn't care what conditions Wang Chong wanted to propose. What she cared about was that if she won, Wang Chong would have to admit that he was inferior to her in chess. At that time, she could return home in glory and announce this news to everyone. The talented daughter of the Su clan was the true #1 chess player in the capital. Although Wang Chong could defeat the Tang dynasty's war god, So Young-sun, she could defeat Wang Chong. She, Su Yi-Chin, was the undisputed #1 chess player of the Tang dynasty. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, there's no problem. Wei Anfang, yes, young master. Just as Wang Chong finished speaking, Wei Anfang bowed and brought over the chessboard and box that he had prepared beforehand. A purple chessboard made of Jinan wood inlaid with gold edges was placed at the center. Wang Chong played white, while Su Yi-Chin played black. Wang, seeing that the match had officially begun, the surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. From time to time, mocking gazes would turn toward Su Yi-Chin. Su Yi-Chin coldly harumphed. She knew what these people were thinking, but she didn't care. She knew that these people thought that she would definitely lose, but she would let them know what it meant to be gravely mistaken. "This round I'll go first." Su Yi-Chin opened the go box, and the index and middle fingers of her jade-like right hand reached into the go board to pick up a smooth black go piece. "Sure," Wang Chong said with a smile. He extended his right hand and made a gentlemanly gesture. Buzz! The crowd immediately started jeering. They were very disdainful of Su Yi-Chin's behavior. Go was a gentleman's way, and even chess masters would give way to others. Wang Chong had taken the initiative to ask him out of his own will, but Su Yi-Chin had taken the initiative to ask for it, which was too much. "Shut up!" Su Yi-Chin's face was cold as she suddenly reprimanded. This rebuke startled everyone, but Su Yi-Chin's face remained cold. She calmly placed the first go piece. She had enough of dressing up as a man for so many days. She didn't want to keep wearing men's clothes. After this tournament, she would return to being the Su family's talented daughter. When that time came, she would see who would dare to speak to her like that. In Longwei training camp, there weren't many people who dared to breathe loudly in front of her. If not for defeating Wang Chong and proving herself, she wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. "Wang Chong, it's your turn," Su Yi-Chin said with a cold expression. Wang Chong stared the other side and sneered inwardly. He knew what Su Yi-Chin was thinking. Go was a gentleman's way, but Su Yi-Chin was a woman. She was neither a man nor a gentleman. She was playing with a girl's privilege and temper. "Okay." Wang Chong laughed heartily and neatly placed the first white piece in the upper left corner of the chessboard. As soon as this piece was placed, it was like two armies facing off against each other. The chessboard was instantly filled with the aura of mutual hostility and hostility. Clack! Su Yi-Chin didn't say a word and put down the second black stone without a second thought. The chessboard was still empty. Neither the white pieces nor the black pieces were engaged in any sort of entanglement. It was like two armies probing each other before a battle. The battle was still early, so the others in the chess hall couldn't tell what was going on. However, Wei Anfang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he inwardly exclaimed in surprise, "This Su Chong, he's different." Wei Anfang tilted his head and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He had watched the challenges between Su Yi-Chin and his young master. As a result, he was very familiar with Su Yi-Chin's style. But this time, the feeling that Su Yi-Chin gave him was completely different from before. Although the previous Su Yi-Chin had been formidable, she had not been this formidable. If one were to use a metaphor to describe it, it was like a young and immature child had suddenly grown up and transformed into an experienced and strong adult. Although Su Yi-Chin had only made 2 moves, her movements were swift and unusual. Moreover, When playing, there was almost no gap between the first and second stones. This meant that her train of thought was quite mature, completely different from before. She's so similar to young master. This thought flashed through Wei Anfang's mind as he glanced at Wang Chong. He finally remembered that Su Yiqin's confident and calm demeanor was very similar to Wang Chong's current demeanor. No wonder he dares to challenge young master. It seems that he has made ample preparations this time. Wei Anfang originally had sufficient confidence in his young master, but this sudden discovery made Wei Anfang suddenly faintly worry in his heart. Although Su Yiqin had not shown the strength that could overwhelm Wang Chong, she had already shown an unexpected ability. Clack! Wang Chong looked at the opposite, sighed with a smile. He picked up a white stone and calmly placed the first stone without looking at it. There was no battle. This time, it was still a test without any contact. Humph! Su Yiqin snorted coldly and placed the third stone. This time, she finally showed her proactive and aggressive offensive. Buzz! A stone was placed directly on Wang Chong's center army, and the atmosphere on the chessboard immediately became tenfold more tense. Isn't this young master's style? All of a sudden, someone said. This immediately alerted the others. Looking carefully, more and more people recognized it. The style of Su Yiqin's opening, as well as the move to take the center army, was clearly something that Wang Chong had used before. The gazes that looked at Su Yiqin suddenly changed. To dare to use Wang Chong's style against Wang Chong in a game of Go, this was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do, because no one was more familiar with his style than Wang Chong. For Su Yiqin to dare to do this, she was either an idiot or extremely confident that she had thoroughly polished Wang Chong's style and was confident that she could beat him. But for so many days, Su Yiqin had swept the entire Qiyuan by herself. No matter how one looked at it, she was not an idiot. That could only mean at this moment the mockery disappeared, and so did the mocking laughter. Everyone looked at Su Yiqin with a gaze that was completely different from before. If this fellow dared to challenge young Master Wang, it seemed like she had some confidence. The atmosphere in the Qiyuan suddenly became strange. This is only the beginning. In a moment, you'll know who is the true number one in Go. Su Yiqin sneered in her heart. She knew what everyone was thinking, but if they thought that she could only blindly imitate Wang Chong, then they were wrong. Ever since her last crushing defeat, she had stayed in the Qiyuan, not even returning home. The past few months had not been in vain. Next, she would make everyone, including Wang Chong, look at her in a new light. She had an even greater surprise waiting for them. Clack! As the black stone fell to the ground, a faint smile appeared on Wang Chong's face, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Su Yiqin's move, as well as the expressions of the surrounding people, seemed to have been automatically filtered out by him. Wang Chong's smile made Su Yiqin grit her teeth, her heart filled with hatred. In a moment, let's see if you can still smile. Su Yiqin clenched her teeth and placed her fourth stone. This stone was even more radical and more aggressive. Bang! Almost at the same time, Wang Chong placed his fourth stone. This stone was different from the previous ones. It was placed in the middle right position, directly restricting Su Yiqin's left, middle, and bottom paths. Combined with the previous three stones, it was a 4-in-1 attack, exerting far more pressure on Su Yiqin than any of Su Yiqin's previous moves. Good move! As expected, young master is still the best. This move is much better than Su Chong's. Those who were able to appear here were basically all people who had some understanding of chess. When Wang Chong made this move, everyone's eyes lit up. In terms of offense, Wang Chong's move was not radical, but it exerted much more pressure than Su Yiqin. This was a kind of overall momentum, not a partial entanglement. At the very least, in terms of the overall situation, Wang Chong was much better than Su Yiqin. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with admiration. As the master of the chess hall, Wang Chong's attainments in Go were truly incomparable to others. Humph! It's finally out. To everyone's surprise, seeing Wang Chong's brilliant move, Su Yichin's lips curved in a smug smile, like a cat that had succeeded in stealing a fish. Clack! While everyone was still immersed in the brilliance of Wang Chong's move, Su Yichin suddenly placed a stone. The black stone was like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Wang Chong's army. In an instant, the style of the Go board changed. Wang Chong's unified offensive was suddenly broken into pieces. The kind of high-pressure tight aura from before suddenly disappeared. Following Su Yichin's long-planned move, the air in the chess hall seemed to have been sucked out, the praises of praise instantly vanishing without a trace. Everyone, as long as they could understand what was happening, was stunned by Su Yichin's move. Even Eagle, who had only a passing understanding of Go, could see it. Su Yichin's move was clearly designed to suppress Wang Chong. This woman isn't simple. Eagle's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this cross-dressing chess hall student. In the chess hall, there was absolute silence. All eyes turned to Wang Chong, and a smug smile appeared in Su Yichin's eyes. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must have a whole new level of respect. Wang Chong, if you think that I only know how to imitate you, then you are gravely mistaken. There are even more surprises to come. Chapter 435. She would never forget the 3 times that Wang Chong had humiliated her, especially the last time. As the eldest senior sister of Longwei training camp, she had never suffered such a loss, never suffered such humiliation. Wang Chong had defeated this precedent. Whether it was to avenge her humiliation or to preserve her pride and dignity as the talented daughter of the Su clan, Su Yichin, she would not easily lose to Wang Chong. Over the past few months, every word that Wang Chong had said had stung her deeply. No one knew what kind of effort she had put into these past few months. During this time, she had silently endured everyone's humiliation. Whenever there was an examination in the chess hall, she would go and observe without fail. Every step and move that Wang Chong had made, she had watched them carefully and remembered them clearly. Even when she returned home, she would ponder over them. Even when she was sleeping, pondering over every change in his moves, every minute direction. Not only that, she, Su Yichin, had always been arrogant. Even those princesses in the palace, she would not give them much face. In terms of chess, she would never admit defeat to Wang Chong. But this time, in order to deal with Wang Chong, in order to avenge her humiliation, she had even put down her pride and self-esteem to read through the chess books that Wang Chong had written. From the most basic to the most advanced, she had flipped through them one by one. Even when it was snowing heavily in winter, she would study the chess books that Wang Chong had written for the students of the chess hall. After several months of enduring hardships, she had finally reaped the rewards. Her own talent, the books that Wang Chong had written, and her observation of Wang Chong's every move had finally allowed her to completely understand Wang Chong's chess moves and thoughts, and she had even come up with a way to restrain him. The current Wang Chong was no longer mysterious in her eyes. She wanted Wang Chong to suffer a crushing defeat in front of the students who worshipped him the most. Wang Chong, it's your turn. Su Yichin lifted her gaze, her aura overbearing. Good job, miss. The eyes of the hidden servant girl from the Su clan lit up when she saw this, and she clenched her fists in excitement. Wang Chong was the only one who remained calm. With a chuckle, he placed his white chess piece on an unexpected spot on the board. Not only did he block Su Yichin's attack, but he also switched from defense to offense, launching an attack on Su Yichin. Good move! Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. As expected of the young master, it wouldn't be easy for Su Yichin to defeat the young master. Humph! Let's see how long you can be so smug. Without waiting for the crowd to cheer, Su Yichin extended 2 slender fingers and placed the 5th black stone on the board. This move was aimed at Wang Chong's 4th stone. Not only did it restrain Wang Chang's moves and nullify Wang Chang's previous efforts to organize the game, it also placed Wang Chang in a disadvantageous position. The chess hall fell silent once more. Su Yiqin's swift and fierce attack was like an invisible hand, blocking the throats of the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the most careless of people realized that the Su Yiqin in front of them was completely different from before. At the very least, she was not as easy to bully as they had imagined. For this game to end quickly, and for Wang Chang to easily defeat her would not be an easy task. The 6th stone, Su Yiqin, went straight for the center. The 7th stone, Su Yiqin's black stone, landed in the upper left corner of Wang Chang's board. The 8th stone, Su Yiqin, landed in the center of Wang Chang's board. Her playing style became more and more aggressive. The speed at which she placed her stones became faster and faster, and her aim became more and more focused. No matter how muddle-headed one was, even those with the lowest attainments in chess could tell that Su Yiqin had studied Wang Chang and his playing style. Her playing style, while maintaining Wang Chang's ferocious and fierce playing style, also restrained Wang Chang's playing style to the extreme. In short, no matter who saw it, her playing style was specially designed to restrain Wang Chang. This is a little troublesome. In the crowd, Wei Anfang and the eagle both frowned. The others looked at Su Yiqin in a completely different light. The feeling that Wang Chang gave the crowd was the same as before, but Su Yiqin had become stronger. Ever since they knew Wang Chang, this was the first time they had seen someone play Go with Wang Chang like this, and even gain the upper hand. Buzz! The board was still divided. Although Su Yiqin's attacks were fierce, Wang Chang's counterattacks were equally terrifying. The 6th stone directly cut off Su Yiqin's attack. The 7th stone broke Su Yiqin's combination of stones. The 8th stone hit Su Yiqin's center for the second time. This was the first time the crowd had seen such an intense game. Whether it was Wang Chang or Su Yiqin, the two were like the sharpest swords, cutting at each other's fatal spots. The two seemed to completely ignore defense, taking an extremely aggressive stance. Hiss! Unknowingly, everyone held their breath, attracted by the intense art of Go. Go was like the art of war, and that was the case on the battlefield. Without a strong opponent, one side would have the overwhelming advantage. That kind of battle was called encirclement and annihilation, not a battle. But if the opponent was an opponent and the general met a talent, then it would be a completely different grand scene. That kind of battle would no longer be called a battle, but a sublimated art, the art of war. What Wang Chang and Su Yiqin were displaying in front of the crowd was this kind of art. That intense battle had completely attracted everyone's attention. Many people who had learned a bit of Go and the art of war for the sake of spirit-vein cultivation suddenly realized that Go could be like this. Although they played Go every day, compared to Wang Chang it was the same board, the same pieces, but the two sides seemed to be playing a completely different game. Everyone was attracted and conquered by the art of Go displayed by Wang Chang and Su Yiqin. Clatter, clatter. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the match between Wang Chang and Su Yiqin, the intense match finally reached its first critical moment. Wang Chang, you've lost. Accompanied by a clattering sound, a jade-like hand reached out and picked up the 3 white pieces on the chessboard, sweeping the first wave of white pieces on the chessboard into the chess box. At this point in the match, Su Yiqin had finally taken the initiative and taken Wang Chang's piece. Just this point alone showed that Su Yiqin's Go skill had already surpassed the entire Qiyuan, including everyone beneath Wang Chang. No one had ever done this before. The one who laughs last laughs best. Su Chang, don't you think it's too early to talk about victory and defeat? Wang Chang looked at the gleeful Su Yiqin and smiled. It had to be said that, other than war god So Yung-sun, Su Yiqin was the most formidable opponent Wang Chang had ever faced in Go. Her talent was so high that Wang Chang had never seen it before. Even Marchioness, he would probably pale in comparison to her. Even though he had placed many chess records and explanations on the art of war in the Qiyuan, It wasn't the first time these things had been there. The fact that Su Yi-Chin was able to raise her skills to this level through self-study was truly astonishing. If you can take 3 of your pieces, then you can take 30 of your pieces, perhaps even more. You're bound to lose this match. You'd better think about how you're going to admit defeat in front of everyone. I can't wait to hear you say those words and admit that your skills are inferior to mine. Su Yi-Chin said proudly. Even though she was still using the fake identity of Su Chong, she couldn't wait to see the look on Wang Chong's face when he lost to her. I have to admit that you've improved greatly. But even so, you're still far from being able to defeat me. If this is all you've got, it'll be very difficult for you to defeat me. Don't forget, if you lose, you have to agree to a condition of mine. Wang Chong chuckled. His expression was carefree and confident, still so stubborn. Su Yi-Chin cursed as she glanced at the chessboard. No matter how she looked at it, Wang Chong was at a disadvantage. The situation was already like this, and with so many people watching. Yet Wang Chong was still able to say such words. Su Yi-Chin had to give in. But the more Wang Chong acted this way, the more unconvinced Su Yi-Chin was, and the more she wanted to win. She had already lost many times in the Qiyuan. Her strong self-esteem made her want to defeat Wang Chong openly no matter what and win once and for all. Don't worry. If you want to lose, it'll be easy. I'll definitely let you have your wish. Su Yi-Chin's face was as cold as ice. She grabbed a black stone and placed it on Wang Chong's center without a word. 30 stones, 31 stones, 32 stones on the chessboard. Wang Chong's situation was getting worse and worse. Su Yi-Chin's attacks were also getting stronger and stronger. The black and white stones were like black and white dragons crisscrossing on the chessboard, biting and biting at each other. At a glance, one could only feel danger and danger at every step. Even the eagle, who hadn't been paying much attention, was drawn in by the game between the two. On the 38th move, Wang Chong had finally taken 2 of Su Yi-Chin's stones, but Su Yi-Chin had won even more. But no matter how much he lost, Wang Chong's expression remained calm, not the slightest bit flustered. Even the arrogant Su Yi-Chin couldn't help but admire him. On the 40th move, a stone landed on the edge of the chessboard on Wang Chong's side, a seemingly unimportant edge. However, it was this seemingly casual move that caused a huge change in the chess game that had been in a stalemate for a long time. The calm and collected Wang Chong also trembled when Su Yi-Chin made this move, and his expression suddenly changed. Swish! Almost reflexively, Wang Chong raised his head and looked at Su Yi-Chin. This move was definitely not one of his routines. Su Yi-Chin's move was definitely not one of his moves. It was a completely new style of chess. Wang Chong took another look at the chessboard. On the huge chessboard, a small black stone lay between the 2 white dragons. Although the black stone was small, it was like a towering mountain, firmly separating the 2 dragons on the left and right of Wang Chong. Good move! Even though he had been called the war sage in his previous life, Wang Chong couldn't admit that Su Yi-Chin's move was extremely good. It was completely ingenious. It finally appeared. Chapter 436. At Wang Chong's level, there were very few chess moves that could catch his eye. However, this move of Su Yi-Chin's had definitely reached this level. Moreover, although Wang Chong had never seen this move of Su Yi-Chin's before, it was not unfamiliar to him. I didn't think that after reading my chess book, she would be able to fuse her expertise in logistics with the art of war and chess so quickly. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The art of commerce was the art of war, the art of chess was the art of war, and the art of war was interlinked with everything. Mastering one method is equivalent to mastering all methods was not just an empty saying. When one reached a higher level, one's vision and outlook would change, and many things would be interlinked. Back then, Su Yi-Chin was renowned for her logistic skills. Whether it was cavalry, infantry, or archers, no matter how mobile, Sui Chin was always able to deliver weapons, armaments, and rations to the troops in a timely manner. If the pieces in the middle of the chessboard were regarded as regular troops on the battlefield, and the pieces at the edge of the chessboard were regarded as logistical troops, then Sui Chin's black piece was precisely the sword that cut off Wang Chong's logistical source, splitting Wang Chong's regular troops and logistical troops. At Wang Chong's peak, he was known as the war saint, surpassing all the generals and commanders of the past. The tens of thousands of troops he led were also elites, but without logistical support, he was also forced into a dead end. Thus, he felt this set of moves the most. Although Sui Chin had not yet reached the same level of fame and prestige as his previous life, she had already faintly comprehended the principles of the Su clan's logistic skills and fused them into the art of war, faintly showing signs of being the king of logistics. This level of intelligence and talent was truly astonishing. Even as a war saint, Wang Chong had to admit that Sui Chin's chess skills were very troublesome. How is it? Why aren't you saying anything now? Aren't you very good? Sui Chin sneered, not letting go of this opportunity to ridicule Wang Chong. If it could be said that Wang Chong had been resisting with all his might before, and the distance between the two of them wasn't big, then now. After this move, Wang Chong's disadvantage was instantly widened, and it was very obvious. I have nothing to say. This move of yours is indeed very powerful. Wang Chong smiled. He would never deny that he was powerful. At least you know your place. Sui Chin held her head high, and a proud smile finally appeared on her face. Since the start of the fight, this was the first time Wang Chong had raised his sword. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with me with just this. Wang Chong's next sentence immediately made Sui Chin explode. Bastard, just you wait and see. Sui Chin said angrily. Even she herself hadn't realized that, although she was still a man, she had unintentionally revealed a bit of her feminine side to Wang Chong and the others. In the chess hall, everyone had strange expressions. But soon, no one was in the mood to pay attention to it, because Sui Chin had already picked up a white stone and placed it on the chessboard. No matter how strong a disciple was, they couldn't be stronger than their master. Sui Chin had long known that she wouldn't be able to beat Wang Chong just by relying on the chess and military books she had learned from him. If she wanted to beat him, she had to use other methods. Thus, the purpose of Sui Chin studying Wang Chong's chess books was very simple. It was to understand his military strategy, chess and style, and then find a way to restrain him. Wang Chong's conjecture was correct. This method of combining logistics and military strategy was the one that Sui Chin had found to deal with Wang Chong. It was also the true way of chess that belonged to Sui Chin herself. The game continued. One after another, black and white pieces landed on the chessboard. Wang Chong was still attacking with all his might, wanting to reverse the situation. But to Sui Chin, this was already a clear sign of stubbornness. If Wang Chong had been able to see through her intentions at the start of the match, perhaps he would still have had a chance. But now, 40 to 50 moves had passed, and Wang Chong's offensive had been disintegrated by her unexpected move. The disadvantage was obvious, and it was too late. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Sui Chin inwardly sneered. She had already eaten a considerable number of Wang Chong's stones, while Wang Chong had probably eaten less than 8 black stones. And on the chessboard, Wang Chong had no chance of winning at all. Clack! On the 58th move, Sui Chin landed another black stone, miraculously cutting off the connection between a small dragon and a big dragon in the upper right corner of Wang Chong. On the 72nd move, Sui Chin's new chess skill, which combined logistics and military strategy, appeared again. A chess piece miraculously cut off one of Wang Chong's big dragons again. On the 85th move, Sui Chin's logistics chess skill worked for the 4th time. Wang Chong's situation became more and more unfavorable, and the gap was widened. On the 96th move, Sui Chin's logistics chess skill was launched, and a small dragon was directly eaten from Wang Chong. 108th move, 123rd move, 151st move. Su Yiqin was getting more and more proficient in logistics, and she was getting better and better at it. Before she knew it, all the confidence Su Yiqin had lost to Wang Chong had returned. She had once again returned to the eldest senior sister that everyone in Longwei training camp revered. Su Yiqin played faster and faster, and she was getting better and better at it. Every move seemed to come naturally to her. Ever since she had started learning chess, this was the game that Su Yiqin had gotten the most out of, and it was also the best she had ever played. Su Yiqin even felt that there was no one who could beat her in chess at this point in time. Wang Chong couldn't, and neither could anyone else. Even that war god So Young's son, whom she had always respected, might not be a match for her. Once this match was over, she would definitely find a way to have So Young's son play a match with her. This wasn't because she was disrespecting that world-famous senior, but because she wanted to verify her own chess skills. It was like an invisible gate had been opened in her mind, and this match with Wang Chong had allowed Su Yiqin's thoughts to flow like a spring. The Su family's logistical skills, the art of war, and the art of chess were becoming more and more integrated, and Su Yiqin was slowly forming her own style. And this maturing logistical chess skill was reflected on the chessboard, which meant that Wang Chong's situation was getting worse and worse. Like a powerful army that had lost its supplies and reinforcements, Wang Chong was being forced into a dead end, step by step. Water would dry up without a source, and even the strongest army would slowly decline without a source of supply. This was the situation that Wang Chong was facing. Clap! The last piece landed on the chessboard, and like a hammer striking down, Su Yiqin suddenly stood up from her seat and arrogantly declared the result of this match. Wang Chong, you've lost. I've already won this match. Su Yiqin looked down on Wang Chong with a haughty expression. After suffering in deflecting blade manner for several months, she had finally achieved her goal. She had finally defeated this so-called Qilin son of the Wang clan. From now on, her Su clan Su Yiqin would be the true chess master of the world, and the #1 chess master in the world at that. With this, she could openly challenge the war god So Young's son, who said that women were inferior to men. No man could compare to Su Yiqin. In terms of martial arts in Longwei training camp, she was the eldest senior that everyone had to respect. In terms of chess, even the esteemed Qilin son of the Wang clan, who had been in the limelight recently, could not compare to her. Yet didn't he still lose to her, be it in terms of martial arts or literature? She, Su Yiqin, was not someone those stinky men could compare to. The chess hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by this result. No one could have imagined that the chess godly Wang Chong would lose to this Su Chong. How is this possible? The eagle and Wei Anfang were also stunned, but the chessboard could not lie. The crisscrossing black and white stones could not lie. Wang Chong had truly lost. The chess hall was shrouded in an indescribable silence, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Everyone was looking at Wang Chong. If Wang Chong could not prove his strength as the #1 chess master, he would no longer have the right to take the examination and teach the other students of the chess hall. Wang Chong's standing in deflecting blade manner would also be shaken. Chess was the first, and then martial arts, and then other things. One had to know that this sort of thing would lead to a chain reaction. Moreover, under Wang Chong's influence, the chess hall's status in deflecting blade manner was growing more and more important. The first thing anyone who wanted to join deflecting blade manner had to do was pass the chess hall's examination. This made the chess hall's examination a threshold for students of deflecting blade manner. If Wang Chong could not prove his legitimacy and leadership ability, then everything would be for naught. At the very least, Su Yiqin was more suitable than Wang Chong for the position of leader of the chess hall. That's right, Su Yiqin gave Wang Chong a faint smile, and then with a swoosh, she untied her hairband and shook her head. In an instant, her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. At the same time, Su Yichin's right index finger slid down from her chest. Her thin fingernail was as sharp as a sword, and it cut through Su Yichin's green robe. In the blink of an eye, as if by magic, a crescent-colored, soft, and glossy dress appeared before everyone. The Su Chong who had spoken so harshly was gone. In his place was a peerless beauty with fair skin and jade-like skin. Wah! This sudden change shocked everyone. Heavens, Su Chong is actually a woman. How beautiful! This is incredible. She's so beautiful that I didn't even know that I was with her for so long. Everyone was dumbfounded by the change in Su Chong. When he was still a man, Su Chong already had rosy lips and white teeth. He was so handsome that even women would pale in comparison. And now that he was a woman, Su Chong eclipsed all the beauties and fairies in the capital. More importantly, Su Chong was not weak and frail like most women, and it wasn't just her beauty either. She exuded the elegance and magnanimity of a noble clan, as well as an astonishing talent that many women lacked. This made her beauty all the more astonishing, and also all the more fatal. In the chess hall, almost everyone who saw the real Su Chong couldn't help but be deeply attracted to her, and they naturally developed a favorable impression of her. This sort of magnetic charm was simply unstoppable. So beautiful. This was the same thought in everyone's mind. Even Wang Chong, who was sitting across from him, couldn't help but feel his eyes twitch. This was Wang Chong's first time seeing Su Yichin's real body. But even Wang Chong had to admit that this girl's soul-stirring beauty had already surpassed the realm of ordinary. This kind of beauty made one want to subconsciously get close to her and submit to her. It's said that the talented daughter of the Su clan is both beautiful and talented. It seems like it's true. Chapter 437. Wang Chong had long known of Su Yichin's true identity, and that she was a woman. However, Su Yichin's true appearance was far more beautiful than he had expected. I forgot to tell you, my name is not Su Chong, but Su Yichin. I am the eldest daughter of the Su clan. When you admit that you are inferior to me in front of the crowd, don't forget this. Su Yichin had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. She lightly swung her long black hair, casually tying it up with a crescent white hairpin, a proud expression on her face. Although there are some twists and turns, Wang Chong had still lost to her. Young miss, wah, you really won. A shriek came from the crowd, and Su Yichin's dainty maid rushed out. She rushed to Su Yichin's side, jumping and shouting excitedly. You won, you really won. The maid shrieked as if she had won. Lass, you're always so nosy. Su Yichin bluntly slapped the back of the maid's head. Wang Chong, how is it? Hurry up and announce it to the crowd. Su Yichin turned around and looked at Wang Chong with the attitude of a victor. Then she gestured for Wang Chong to go out and announce her victory in front of the crowd in the deflecting blade manner. Hee, did you win? Why didn't I see it? Wang Chong sat on his seat, unmoving as a mountain. He watched with a smile as Su Yichin performed the joy of victory before him. Wang Chong, victory has already been decided. With so many people watching, you can't possibly be thinking of going back on your word, right? Su Yichin's pupils constricted, and her complexion abruptly warped. The Wang clan of the capital is a clan of ministers and generals. Don't tell me you're so tasteless. That's right. Wang Chong, are you still a man? Are you going to go back on your words after playing chess with our young miss? The little maid immediately stood up for the injustice. The atmosphere around them suddenly became subtle. Su Yichin's victory was unexpected, but Wang Chong's reaction was also unexpected. Half a year after the establishment of the deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong's image in the eyes of the public was still very good. No one thought that Wang Chong was the kind of person who would easily go back on his word, but the scene in front of them was really puzzling. Hee, I didn't say I'm going back on my word. However, Su Yichin, don't you know that the winner of this round can only be determined after I finish playing? Don't tell me you've forgotten that you took the initiative in this round? As Wang Chong spoke, he took out the last white piece from the chess box. Wang. The moment this white piece appeared, the atmosphere in the chess hall abruptly changed. Su Yiqin felt as if someone had pricked her with a needle, and her body visibly trembled. In an instant, along with the white piece that Wang Chong had taken out of the box, some things that had been forgotten suddenly resurfaced in her mind. That's right. She had truly taken the initiative in this round. Although she had already placed down her last piece, this round could only be truly concluded after Wang Chong had placed his piece. Wang Chong wasn't wrong when he said that the winner had yet to be determined. Wang. As if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind, Su Yiqin suddenly had a bad premonition, and the smile on her face immediately vanished. Su Yiqin had never dared to underestimate Wang Chong, and this was naturally no different. But very quickly, Su Yiqin returned to normal. Humph, Wang Chong, don't try to fool me. We've already reached this point, and this is just the last piece. I don't believe that you can still win. Su Yiqin said coldly. Her gaze swept over the chessboard, and she saw that the black and white pieces crisscrossed on the golden-laid Nanma chessboard, resembling a map of broken hills. Su Yiqin was certain that the current Wang Chong had already been cut to pieces by her, and he had completely lost the ability to threaten her. Ha ha ha! Su Yiqin, remember these words. The one who laughs in the end laughs the best. Under everyone's gazes, Wang Chong heartily laughed as he pressed down on his final white stone. In that instant, time seemed to slow down countless times. Under countless gazes, the white piece in Wang Chong's hand seemed to become as heavy as 1,000 caddies, attracting everyone's attention. Even Su Yiqin couldn't help but follow the movement of the white piece in Wang Chong's hand toward the chessboard. Su Yiqin absolutely did not believe that a white piece could pose any threat to her, but Wang Chong's expression was too calm, too carefree. This made her unconsciously feel a little uneasy. Bang! It was clearly only a split second, but to the crowd, it felt as if countless centuries had passed. Finally, bang! With a heavy thud, Wang Chong's last white piece landed in the lower left corner of Su Yiqin's hand, a position that she had never expected. The moment the piece landed, the entire chess hall trembled, as if Wang Chong's piece had not landed on the chessboard, but in everyone's hearts. Check! Su Yiqin, you've lost. Wang Chong said something that Su Yiqin couldn't understand. However, Su Yiqin very quickly paid no attention to what Wang Chong's words meant, because as Wang Chong's last white piece landed, everyone's gazes were focused on this unremarkable place. And when the dust settled, everyone suddenly realized that the originally insignificant and unrelated itch and pain suddenly became incomparably important in that instant. Like a massive net, Wang Chong had finally completed the final stroke. The net that had been woven from the very first chess piece finally took shape at this moment. Wang Chong's originally scattered, fragmented, and shapeless white pieces, at this critical moment, suddenly transformed into a massive, murderous trap. And Su Yiqin was the prey in the center of this trap. This is impossible. Su Yiqin's eyes widened abruptly, looking at this sudden reversal of the chess game in disbelief, her chest rising and falling rapidly like a bellows. Nothing is impossible. Su Yiqin, you've lost. Wang Chong laughed, then stretched out both his hands, his right hand holding the chess piece and his left holding the piece. Under Su Yiqin's shocked gaze, he collected the first prey in the net that he had spent a long time to weave, the first big dragon of Su Yiqin, which was formed by countless black pieces. Then there was a small dragon at the corner, then a second, a third, as Wang Chong collected his pieces. A large space suddenly appeared on the crowded chessboard, and then a second space, a third space. Su Yiqin's black pieces were different from Wang Chong's. Her pieces were formed by countless big and small dragons, looking after each other from the head to the tail, taking care of each other. It seemed like a brilliant layout, but at this time it became her biggest failure. Piece after piece. By the time all the black pieces had been collected, the black pieces had become sparse, and Wang Chong's white pieces, which had been cut into pieces, now held an absolute advantage on the field. And the sparse layout, at first glance, was the result of Su Yiqin's logistics chess attack, but at this time it became the brilliant part of Wang Chong. Because Su Yiqin could no longer collect any of Wang Chong's pieces from the chessboard, Wang Chong won. The situation on the chessboard was clear at a glance. Even those who didn't understand chess could see it. Impossible, impossible. This is impossible. Su Yiqin's body trembled as if she had been hit by a heavy blow. This chessboard was completely opposite in terms of the outcome of victory and defeat. It dealt a heavy blow to him. Even if you beat Su Yiqin to death, she couldn't believe that she lost. Moreover, she lost to Wang Chong at the last step after having the complete advantage for a long time in the early stages. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yiqin muttered to herself. Her body swayed and her face was pale. Miss. The petite little maid of the Su family hurriedly supported her miss with a pained heart, while fiercely glaring at Wang Chong. It was all this guy's fault, causing her miss to suffer such a huge blow. Didn't he know how to give way? He had already seen the miss' true appearance, and he was still like this, really unromantic. Seeing the little maid's fierce gaze, Wang Chong only smiled. If it was just a dispute or a game, of course, it didn't matter if he gave way. However, the reason why Wang Chong had set up this chess game was to subdue Su Yiqin, the future king of logistics, and bring her under his command, so no matter what, he couldn't give way. To be able to combine the Su family's logistics skills with chess, Su Yiqin, your talent is indeed amazing. Wang Chong slowly swept the large pile of black pieces into the chess box, then stood up. But unfortunately, you focused too much on one part and neglected the whole. After all, chess is not a simple competition of logistic skills. As he spat out the last word, a huge aura was released from Wang Chong's body. This was Wang Chong's original aura. As the war saint in his previous life, Wang Chong was completely capable of saying these words in front of Su Yiqin as a teacher. Su Yiqin's talent was indeed not bad, but it was just that, and there was still a huge gap between her and Wang Chong. This could be sensed from this game. In the beginning, Su Yiqin had the advantage, but in the end, because of Wang Chong's final white piece, all her efforts had been for naught, and she had turned victory into defeat. This result might have been unexpected for Su Yiqin, shocking and completely unacceptable, but to Wang Chong, he had expected all of this from the very beginning. Su Yiqin was not the first opponent Wang Chong had encountered, nor would she be the last, and certainly not the most formidable. In Wang Chong's life, he had encountered countless truly formidable opponents, and they had all been on dangerous battlefields. Even these famed generals, great generals, and even the other worldly invaders had suffered crushing defeats. So how could Su Yiqin, the title of war saint, was not something one could just call oneself? Boom! As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, the students in the chess hall who supported and worshipped Wang Chong cheered. Then the others followed suit. The game between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin had been too marvelous, especially Wang Chong's miraculous final white piece, which had instantly turned defeat into victory and completely overturned Su Yiqin. This inconceivable chess skill had completely won over everyone present. This alone had won Wang Chong a large number of diehard fans, and even more people had been completely drawn in by the breadth and depth of the way of chess. They hadn't expected that the way of chess could be so strange and so marvelous. It was like a mysterious world, exuding endless light, deeply drawing in those who weren't familiar with the world of chess. Well done! Young master truly is young master. No one can easily defeat him in his area of expertise. Wei Anfang and the eagle both laughed. Chapter 438. Su Yiqin's expression was ugly. The cheers from the crowd were undoubtedly a form of pressure on her. Wang Chong, don't be too happy. You've only won one round. One day, you'll be defeated by me. Su Yiqin said coldly. Haha, that's a matter for the future. But now, there was another matter that was pressing on his mind. Su Yi-chin, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Wang Chong toyed with a white stone, tossing it back and forth with a faint smile on his lips. Wang. Hearing these words, Su Yi-chin's eyes suddenly narrowed and her breathing stilled. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something that could kill her. Wang Chong had indeed agreed that if he lost, he would have to admit in front of everyone that his skills were inferior to hers. But at the same time, she had also made a promise to him. If she lost, she would have to agree to one condition. A fatal condition. Su Yi-chin, you're not going back on your word, are you? Wang Chong's heart tightened as he observed the situation, and he immediately asked. No one would violate a gentleman's agreement. But Su Yi-chin was a woman. If she brought out a move like women were not gentlemen and did not need to abide by a man's agreement, he would be helpless. Wang Chong, don't look down on me. The Su clan may not be comparable to your Wang clan, but the descendants of the Su clan are not people who go back on their words. Wang Chong, what conditions do you have in mind? But let me warn you, don't go overboard. Worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. Su Yi-chin was filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have revealed her identity so early. She had already revealed her identity as a woman in front of everyone. She had seen the reactions of the crowd just now, and if Wang Chong had made some unreasonable request to take advantage of her, there was nothing she could have done. The Su clan could not afford to lose such a person. Damn it! Su Yi-chin really wanted to slap herself in the face. It was too late to say anything at this time. She really wanted to win against Wang Chong too much. What are you thinking about? Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the look on Su Yi-chin's face. No matter how immoral he was, he couldn't possibly make such a request in front of so many people, right? Don't worry, I'm not as dirty as you think. Wang Chong extended a finger and said confidently, I only have one condition, and it's very simple. I only want 10 years of your time. Within 10 years, I want you to be completely under my command and serve me. 10 years later, you will regain your freedom. Su Yi-chin, can you do it? Buzz. In the chess hall, everyone was confused. Even the eagle and Wei Anfang looked confused. No one had expected Wang Chong to make such a request. What kind of ability does this girl have? Why does the young master think so highly of her? The eagle looked at the daughter of the Su clan not far away, his heart filled with shock. Others might not be able to sense it, but the eagle had followed Wang Chong for a long time. Behind Wang Chong's words, it was clear that he valued this girl's ability very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request in such a serious manner. There were not many people who could enjoy such treatment. Even the eagle and lone wolf had not enjoyed such treatment. This shocked the eagle to no end. Bastard! Wang Chong, you tricked me. Su Yi-chin suddenly let out an angry roar, causing everyone to jump in fright. Su Yi-chin's face was bright red and her eyes were spitting fire. Her eyes seemed to suddenly understand something as she glared at Wang Chong. This sudden reaction gave even Wang Chong a fright. You already knew my identity, didn't you? Bastard, you purposely tricked me. Su Yi-chin glared fiercely at Wang Chong. In that instant, when she heard Wang Chong's condition, Su Yi-chin understood many things. Wang Chong's so-called condition did not seem like something that could be thought of on a whim. It seemed more like the result of a long period of planning. In other words, Wang Chong had already known her identity before she had announced it, and he had used this point to set up a bet with her. Su Yi-chin suddenly understood this point. How could she not be angry? From start to finish, she had been tricked by Wang Chong. Su Yi-chin even suspected that Wang Chong had already seen through her identity on the first day she arrived on the mountain. Thinking back to how she had been humiliated by Wang Chong in the chess hall, the more Su Yi-chin thought about it, the more she felt that Wang Chong had done it on purpose. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Miss, what are you talking about? The Su family's eccentric little handmaiden was the first to be confused. From what the young miss said, this Wang Chong had already known about their identities. But how was this possible? The young lady did not reveal her identity at all. Furthermore, the young lady looked very different when she was dressed as a man. Even the people in Long Way training camp, who were familiar with the young lady, might not be able to recognize her, let alone other people. Unless Wang Chong had seen the young miss cross-dressing before? But how was that possible? This was the young miss's first time. Miss Su, don't speak nonsense. When did my young master scheme against you? Hearing Su Yi-chin insult his young master, the eagle couldn't take it anymore. You. Su Yi-chin was furious. Although she had no evidence, Su Yi-chin felt that her intuition could not be wrong. Su Yi-chin, you aren't thinking of going back on your word, are you? At this moment, Wang Chong sat down and leaned back slightly, a faint smile on his face. You say that I schemed against you. Then let me ask you, did we use any tricks in this game? Su Yi-chin's expression froze. For a moment, she was speechless. Although her heart was burning with anger, Su Yi-chin had to admit that Wang Chong had not used any tricks in this game. In terms of chess, there was indeed a significant gap between them. Su Yi-chin just didn't like the feeling of being made a fool of. Since the game is fair, then you must be willing to accept your loss. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, Wang Chong shrugged. It had to be said that Su Yi-chin had far surpassed his expectations. The truth was just as she had guessed. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. Su Yi-chin's strength was far above his, and her arrogance was on par with Marchioness Yi and Princess Anai Huang. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for him to subdue her. Su Yi-chin would eventually become a valiant general under King Qi, bringing trouble to both the empire and himself. If he were to meet someone else, he might really do as Su Yi-chin had said. He would spend a large amount of time to openly make Su Yi-chin submit to him. But Wang Chong was not a pedantic person. The art of war was crafty, and as long as the objective was correct and not for personal gain, Wang Chong did not mind using extreme methods to subdue them. Moreover, he hadn't used any tricks in this chess match, relying solely on his own strength to defeat her. In the end, it was still Su Yi-chin's desire for victory that was too strong. Su Yi-chin's complexion flickered uncertainly. The chess hall was also quiet, and even the young maid had stopped talking. This match had already exceeded the boundaries of an ordinary match. The Wang clan was no ordinary clan. Regardless of whether she agreed or not, it wasn't a matter that a maid could interfere with. Wang Chong, don't look down on me. Our Su clan isn't a bunch of vile people who go back on their word. Since I've lost to you, I'll definitely do it. However, don't get too complacent. Even if I agree to your request, I won't help you do something that goes beyond my authority. If I don't agree, it's useless even if you force me. Su Yi-chin said viciously. With so many people watching, Su Yi-chin's pride prevented her from going back on her word. Haha, don't worry. I won't do anything beyond my authority. You'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong waved his hand, knowing that Su Yi-chin had misunderstood. This woman was also very arrogant. She had almost lost to him and even been humiliated by him. So it would be strange if she had any good feelings for him now. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only think of a way to change her attitude toward him in the future. Wang Chong, you'll regret this sooner or later. After saying this, Su Yi-chin lost all interest in chatting. With a wave of her sleeve, she pushed through the crowd and left. Su Yi-chin's mind was in a mess, and she suddenly had a 10-year contract to sell herself to him. She needed time to think it over. Young miss, wait for me. The maid hurriedly chased after her. Boom! The moment the two left, the chess hall once more exploded with cheers. Regardless of what the bet between Wang Chong and Su Yi-chin had been, it had truly been an incomparably marvelous and enjoyable game. Many people's hearts had long since been set ablaze arousing their intense passion for the way of chess. She truly is an arrogant woman, but one worthy of respect. Wang Chong looked in the direction that Su Yiqin had left and smiled, quickly regaining his composure. His hands on the armrests, Wang Chong quickly stood up. "The eagle, let's go." Wang Chong called out to him. After spending several months, he had finally succeeded in recruiting Su Yiqin, the future king of logistics, to serve him. Wang Chong felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Now, he could finally move on to other matters. Congratulations to host for successfully subduing Su Yiqin and changing your future destiny. You are rewarded with 15 points of destiny energy. When Wang Chong stepped over the threshold, the long-awaited voice finally rang out in his ears like the sounds of nature. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Chong smiled. Just as he had expected, an important future figure like Su Yiqin would indeed be rewarded with destiny energy. After exchanging for the stellar energy piercer and dealing with the world constraint, he had only been left with 24 points of destiny energy. But with the addition of these 15 points of destiny energy, he now had 39 points of destiny energy. It had not been in vain that he had spent so much time subduing Su Yiqin. 15 points of destiny energy is not bad. Wang Chong smiled and quickly stepped over the threshold. Chapter 439. Winter had not yet passed, but spring was still cold. The capital's Chaolong Street was surging with people, white steam rising from it. At the busiest part of Chaolong Street stood a magnificent and grand restaurant, its eaves arched, and rows of large red lanterns hung down from it. A hubbub of voices could be heard from within. "Captain, I offer you a toast." "Captain, I offer you a toast as well. I, Iron Hook, rarely admire anyone, but I admire Captain. What is a young hero? Captain is one." "Ha ha ha, Iron Hook. Does Captain need you to admire him?" "So many brothers. Who doesn't admire Captain? Captain saved my life. In the future, anyone who dares to oppose Captain will be my enemy. Come. Let's not talk so much nonsense. Everyone, let's offer a toast to Captain. Whether our feelings are deep or shallow will depend on this cup of wine." "Ha ha ha, Baldy, screw off. Captain will get drunk from just one cup. Don't mess around." On the second floor of Drunken Star Manor, many people were drinking to each other. Their faces flushed red as they surrounded a young man with a composed expression far beyond his age, constantly toasting him. Although this young man was young, his expression was experienced, and he would not refuse any of the toasts. However, he seemed to be very self-disciplined. Each time he drank, he would only take a small sip, lightly moistening his lips before moving the cup away. Thus, even though he was one against many, this young man still stood tall. He did not make himself too drunk, but he did not lose his poise. This was the first time they had gathered since returning from overseas after a cold winter. Everyone attached great importance to it, and almost all the crew members who had participated in the overseas mission had come. "That's right, on the ship. When are we going out to sea again?" The atmosphere at the table was so lively that one of the crew members who had been hired by the ship couldn't help but ask. This question echoed everyone's thoughts. In an instant, everyone put down their wine cups and looked fervently at Wang Liang on the host seat. Each overseas mission had been fraught with danger, encountering thunderstorms, hurricanes, and all kinds of weather, as well as the treacherous hearts of men. The conspiracy was cunning, and many people died along the way. However, they also reaped rich rewards from it. Even so, everyone still hoped that they could set off once again and head out to sea. Speaking of this is also the reason why I've gathered all of you. Wang Liang's eyes darkened as he slowly put down his cup. "I've decided that after a while I'll set off again for overseas." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Even the mercenary expert boatman who asked the question had a dull look on his face. Everyone remembered. When they had parted last time, Wang Liang had made it clear that there would be no more operations for the next 4 to 5 months. He had only brought this up as a casual question, wanting to know an exact time. He had no hope that Wang Liang would actually do it. We'll set out again. Boom! After a brief silence, the room burst into a deafening cheer. Great! Captain has been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Remember to call me Copperhead when the ship departs. No matter where Captain goes, I, Copperhead, will follow you wholeheartedly. Exactly. That's right. No matter where Captain goes, we'll follow. In the room, everyone's faces were flushed with excitement, happier than they would be during a festival. Although Wang Liang was still young, whether it was storms, thunderstorms, massive waves, submerged reefs, shoals, or internal strife, Wang Liang had used his own performance to win over the crew, leading them time and time again out of the most perilous of situations. On the ocean, human strength was minuscule, and no martial artist could contend against the might of nature. The ability to deal with dangerous situations and lead everyone out of danger was even more important than powerful martial strength on the vast ocean. Thus, this was why everyone relied so heavily on Wang Liang. On a ship brimming with people, no single person was indispensable. Only Wang Liang's existence was irreplaceable. Without him, without the sea charts he had drawn, they wouldn't even know how to find those archipelagos. In the boundless ocean, there were no coordinates. Wang Liang said nothing. As he sensed the love and passion of the people around him, his eyes couldn't help but fall into a daze. As expected, I still belong to the ocean, Wang Liang quietly thought to himself. When he returned from overseas, he had originally told Wang Chong that he was going to rest for a long time. But after spending an entire winter at home, Wang Liang suddenly felt like his heart was empty. His life in the capital was easy, free, and comfortable. But deep in his heart, Wang Liang had not obtained the relaxation he had hoped for. On the contrary, he felt empty, like he had lost something. After thinking for a very long time, Wang Liang finally understood what it was that was missing from his soul. It was the ocean. It was the sea breeze of the endless ocean, the salty seawater, the endless thunder, the storms and the shouts of war cries. Those veteran sailors had once said that if one spent more than a month on the ocean would become a part of one's life. Wang Liang had originally not believed this, but now Wang Liang believed it. After this adventure, Wang Liang suddenly understood that the ordinary, easy, and comfortable life of the capital was not what he wanted. What he wanted was the excitement, the danger, the endless nature, the endless ocean, and the feeling of fighting against himself. It was also in that moment that Wang Liang suddenly realized something. From now on, his life would probably never be peaceful again. This is the life I want. As Wang Liang listened to the cheers of the sailors around him, he felt like something was slowly awakening in his body. His lips slowly curved into a smile. He liked this feeling of his blood boiling. Only when he was surrounded by this group of sailors who shared weal and woe with him could he feel like he had come back to life. These thoughts flitted through his mind, and Wang Liang quickly regained his composure. Don't get happy too early. Wang Liang smiled. It will take at least 2 months from the time of preparation to the time of departure. The fleet needs to be repaired, and we also need to add new ships. Clothes, food, ropes, canvas, water, these are all things that need to be taken care of. We will need to spend at least half a year on the ocean, and none of these are small numbers. That's fine. What does Captain need us to do? The crowd began to talk, the mood extremely enthusiastic. As long as they could go out to sea, waiting was nothing. This is also why I called all of you here. Last time, we weren't prepared enough. So this time, no matter what, we must carefully discuss the matter and make the necessary preparations. But this is not something I can handle alone, so I need everyone's help, Wang Liang said. Be at ease, Captain. Whatever you need us to do, Captain only needs to say the word. Everyone's necks flushed as they loudly called out. Boom! Just when the gathering was at its most lively, a massive boom came from below, interrupting everyone's voices. And then there was a hubbub. What's going on? Everyone put down the restaurant and began to frown. This restaurant was one of the best restaurants on Xiaolong Street. Before this banquet, everyone had already instructed that unless there was something special, no one was to disturb them. This was definitely not normal. What's going on? Didn't we already say it? Tell them not to disturb us. Call their manager over and ask him. Everyone had unhappy looks on their faces. Anyone who was disturbed at a private gathering like this would be unhappy. Only Wang Liang vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But before he had time to think, the thump of footsteps interrupted his train of thought. Sorry. The restaurant manager came faster than expected. A few moments later, a middle-aged man with coarse skin and dressed in blue silk appeared at the top of the stairs, in front of everyone. He lowered his waist and bowed. As he apologized, he kept apologizing. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Honored guests, I am truly sorry. Today, this small restaurant has been reserved, so I ask that all of you leave. Whoosh! Hearing the shopkeeper's first words, the expressions of everyone in the hall on the second floor suddenly changed. Someone had clearly reserved the entire restaurant and was beginning to chase them away. What kind of joke is this? It's already good enough that we're not chasing people away. Who would dare to chase us away? Shopkeeper, do you know when we arrived? Are you joking? You don't know how many people we have here. To be suddenly chased away in the middle of a lively atmosphere. Everyone was furious. Wang Liang had been able to keep his composure, but at this moment he couldn't help but feel angry at this rude request. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. Given the Wang clan's current status, if they wanted to reserve a restaurant, they could easily kick out others. But Wang Liang had not done so. For this first gathering since the beginning of spring, Wang Liang had only reserved a portion of the tables on the second floor, leaving the first and second floors open. Wang Liang was not a tyrannical person, but the fact that the other party had immediately chased them away without saying a word made Wang Liang somewhat angry. Manager, just who are you? Wang Liang patiently said, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. It's me. A rude, domineering, and overbearing voice with a strong smell of sheep drifted from the staircase. Before the voice faded away, bang! A battle boot wrapped in bronze armor landed on the second floor of the restaurant with a loud bang. At this moment, the earth quaked and the entire restaurant seemed to tremble. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly changed their expressions. Chapter 440. The Spirit Vein Mountain. Atop the Spirit Vein Mountain, all was silent. At the top of the mountain, a magnificent palace stood in the midst of the white mist. In the study in the center of the hall was an extremely exquisite iron desk, carved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish. On the other hand, Wang Chong sat behind his desk, cultivating as he worked. It had been more than half a month since he had defeated Su Yiqin in the game at the chess hall. When Su Yiqin appeared at Deflecting Blade Manor as promised, Wang Chong had put aside his affairs and shifted the focus of his work from Deflecting Blade Manor to the Spirit Vein Mountain. Wang Chong's entire focus was on the affairs of the Southwest. This involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers, as well as Mengshi Zhao, Uzin, and the Tang dynasty. There were too many problems to resolve in a short period of time. Wang Chong could only slowly think of a solution. The Eagle, have you prepared the letter to Annan, Protector General Xinyu Zhongtong? It's ready. In addition, your subordinate has also prepared a gift that has already been delivered to the Annan Protectorate headquarters. Our relationship with Xinyu Zhongtong must be handled well. In the future, we will have many areas where we will need to interact with him. Your subordinate understands. In addition, prepare an additional 1 million taels of gold and have them sent to the southwest overnight. Give them to Zhang Shouji. This, my lord, but we've already given him 2 to 3 million taels of gold. This is already much higher than our original plan. That city is a bottomless pit. I have my own plans. Just do as I say. In addition, help me arrange a meeting with Lord Zhang of the Bureau of Military Personnel. Yes, young master. Your subordinate understands. Through the eagle, Wang Chong issued one order after another. Young master, it's bad. At this moment, a loud shout shattered the tranquility of the mountain. Pung! Before Wang Chong and the eagle could react, the door to the palace was slammed open, and a Wang clan guard scrambled in. Upon seeing this guard, Wang Chong and the eagle frowned. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Wang Chong said in displeasure. This guard clearly wasn't a guard from the Spirit Vein Mountain. Wang Chong remembered that the guards of the clan strictly forbade trespassing on the Spirit Vein Mountain. Moreover, this sort of panic wasn't something that Wang Chong liked. But the guard kneeling on the ground didn't seem to notice Wang Chong's expression at all. Young master, bad news. Young Master Liang has been beaten. The guard was sweating profusely, and his first words caused Wang Chong and the eagle to pale. But before Wang Chong could begin, the guard's second words made Wang Chong's mind sink into his bones. Young Master Liang is heavily injured, and it's unknown whether he's dead or alive. His entourage had also been beaten up and injured. They couldn't find young master's contact information, so they sent me to inform young master. After saying this, the guard kneeled on the ground and became motionless. What? Wang Chong slammed the table, and with a loud bang, he stood up from his seat. How could this be? The capital is at the feet of the Son of Heaven. Just who would dare to heavily injure him? Moreover, he has so many people at his side, so how could he be injured? Wang Chong's expression was one of utter shock. His cousin Wang Liang had played an extremely important role in his plans. Many plans could not be carried out without him. More importantly, his cousin Wang Liang was his relative, and Wang Chong trusted him completely. This was something that no one else could replace. But what shocked Wang Chong even more was the truth that the guard had told him. Wang Liang had actually been beaten and heavily injured at that. Wang Chong clearly remembered that he had placed quite a few guards at Wang Liang's side, and he had also subdued quite a few experts on this overseas trip. A normal person would never be able to get close to him, much less heavily injure him. Just who is this person? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In a place like the capital, the Wang clan was rather inconspicuous. But the Wang clan was a clan of ministers, so it was already quite good that they did not bully ordinary people. To think that someone would dare to humiliate the Wang clan, and in a place like the Son of Heaven. At this moment, Wang Chong was furious. This subordinate does not know. I only heard that it was a group of Hu, and their leaders were some foreign brothers. The guard kneeled on the ground as he spoke, but before he could finish, the eagle interrupted him. You're talking about the foreign brothers. You know of them? Wang Chong turned to the eagle. Yes, these are the Hu nobles who have appeared in the capital in the past month. The foreign brothers are 4 Hu. It's said that they happened to meet on the way to the capital, and because they all share the surname N, they became sworn brothers. And because each of their clans has someone who is a Hu general of the imperial court and holds an important position on the imperial court's border, they have some influence in the capital, and even more influence among the Hu. Because our circle doesn't have much interaction with the Hu, and Gongzi only asked me to investigate the southwest, northwest, Yao clan, King Chi, Deflecting Blade Manor, and the Spirit Vein. Thus, I decided to take matters into my own hands and not tell Gongzi about it. However, the eagle paused for a moment, then continued. Those 4 surnamed N are in Wenjin, and Xiaojie and in Yaluishan. I didn't investigate the last one, but it said that he's related to the imperial court's Lanzhou envoy. Boom! Before the eagle could finish speaking, he saw Wang Chong's body tremble, a look of extreme shock on his face as if he had received a massive blow. The eagle had followed Wang Chong for so long, but he had rarely seen this sort of reaction from Wang Chong. His eyes were wide open, and all the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face. The veins on his forehead bulged, making for a terrifying sight. The eagle, what did you say the names of those people were? Wang Chong appeared to be extremely agitated, but his voice was abnormally calm. So calm that it was impossible to tell where his emotions were coming from. The extreme agitation of his emotions and the extreme calmness of his voice formed a stark contrast. Even the Wang clan guard on the ground sensed the strangeness of Wang Chong and raised his head in shock. And Wen Jin and Xiao Jie and Yao Yuexin, before the eagle could finish speaking, he heard the clattering of metal. The only empty metal table in the room was almost instantly knocked aside by a powerful force. The eagle only saw a blurry shadow flash past his eyes, and then Wang Chong was gone. Pass on my order. Mobilize all the guards of the Wang clan and have them all move out. Pass on my order to Deflecting Blade Manor. Have Li Sai, Mayase Mayaka, and Wei Anfang all move out. Mobilize all the guards of Deflecting Blade Manor. Summon Steel Arms. Have him put down what he's doing and return immediately. Summon Luo Tong and inform the King of Song. I need all their help. Summon Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming, Zhuang Zhengping, and Qi Weisi. Send someone to the Huang clan and tell Huang Qin'er to return immediately. Tell all the great clans in the capital that we're on good terms with to send their best experts. Tell them that our Wang clan owes them a favor. Gather all the forces we can. Hurry! With these last words, Wang Chong had already vanished down the mountain. In the hall, the eagle and his guard were dumbfounded. Boom! Almost at the same time that Wang Chong left, a dazzling bolt of lightning flew over the spirit vein. Dark clouds roiled in the sky, and fierce winds howled. With Wang Chong's final order, the entire capital began to quake. The entire Wang clan was like a precise machine, rumbling as it began to operate. Countless experts swarmed out of the Wang clan residence. The Spirit Vein, Deflecting Blade Manor, the Zhang clan, the Huang clan, and the other great clans that were on good terms with the Wang clan. All the guards and experts in Deflecting Blade Manor had been mobilized. On the Spirit Vein, Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Jinping, Qi Weisi, and the others who had been cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy this entire time, swiftly left the Spirit Vein the moment they received Wang Chong's order. At the same time, all the Imperial Army instructors that Wang Chong had summoned left the Spirit Vein. Even the residences of the Wang clan and Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, were suddenly emptied, becoming so quiet that it seemed like no one was around. For the first time in a very long time, the 4 heavily guarded areas of the capital, which were like the dens of dragons and dens of tigers, were emptied of guards. This situation even affected some of the great clans of the capital. Many clans had dispatched their experts upon receiving Wang Chong's request. No one knew what was going on, but they all felt a deep sense of unease from these frequent movements. This was the scent of an approaching storm. The great clans that had lived in the capital for a long time were used to the Wang clan's low profile and modesty. They had never seen such a large-scale mobilization before. The heavens are about to change. In the garden of the great clan, the head of a great clan raised his head to the gloomy sky, deep concern in his eyes. The roar of a tiger could be heard by all beasts. When an elephant raised its foot, even snakes and insects would retreat. The Wang clan was abnormally inconspicuous, so inconspicuous that people often forgot about its existence, that it was one of the top-class clans of the empire. But the Wang clan was still a publicly acknowledged clan of ministers and generals in the empire. Wang Chong's order was like a primer, guiding the colossus that was the Wang clan to slowly rise from the depths of the water and reveal itself before everyone. This is the omen of a star of peril. At almost the same moment that Wang Chong left the Spirit Vein Mountain, in the depths of the imperial palace, a fierce gust of wind blew from a violet platform to the north of Taiji Palace. It was an extremely gorgeous purple platform with orbits and orbits on it, as if they contained some kind of special power. If one looked down from the sky, One would see that this violet platform was a massive compass, and this compass was inlaid with mysterious symbols. This was the stargazing platform. It was the oldest building in the imperial palace. Chapter 440. Astrology held an extremely important position in every dynasty, and as the place where astrology was practiced, the astronomical observatory had a transcendent status. It was highly regarded by every single emperor, not to mention princes and princesses. Even the concubines and concubines were forbidden to approach it. In the entire royal palace, the astronomical observatory was the only building that could surpass the emperor's bedroom, situated slightly north. The construction of the astronomical observatory wasn't easy. It required the right time, the right place, and the right people. Only those places where the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated intensely were suitable for the construction of the astronomical observatory. Only astrologers could construct the astronomical observatory. Only during the time of the year when the energies of heaven and earth interacted most intensely could one succeed in constructing the astronomical observatory. Only 1 in 10,000 people could fulfill all 3 conditions at the same time. Thus, even though the first emperor of the Central Plains 1,000 years ago was hailed as the greatest emperor in all of history, and he was the first emperor of the Central Plains, the might of the nation and its army were unprecedentedly powerful. The 100 astrologers who spent decades were still unable to succeed in constructing the astronomical observatory. The burly man borrowed the foundations of the former Qin dynasty to construct his astronomical observatory. When the Tang dynasty conquered the capital of Sui, the first astronomical observatory they occupied and protected was this astronomical observatory. The mysteries of heaven were vast and hard to fathom. However, the phenomena of the heavens could be observed. One could see the spots in a tube, and one could tell the meaning of autumn with a single leaf. True astrologers might not be able to see the entire picture of the heavens through the astronomical observatory, but they could still use it to peer into a corner of destiny. The star of misfortune is falling from the west, a great omen. The Tang dynasty is going to change. The white-haired elder sat on the astronomical observatory, his chest pounding in agitation. As the head of the astrologers in the royal palace, he had seen all kinds of ominous omens, but he had never seen such a great omen as the star of misfortune falling from the west. The only record of such an omen was 300 years ago, during the end of the Sui dynasty. Who? The white-haired elder abruptly stood up from the astronomical observatory. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Finally, he stood up and left hurriedly, walking into the depths of the royal palace. This matter was no small matter. It concerned the fate of the empire, so he had to report it to the Holy Emperor as soon as possible. The capital's Huang clan. I'm full. Go ahead and eat. At the banquet, Huang Qian'er was carrying a large silver sword on her back. The moment she received Wang Chang's message, she pushed away from the table and swiftly stood up. Under the astonished gazes of the Huang family, she disappeared through the main entrance. No one knew what had happened, but Huang Qian'er remembered clearly that Wang Chong had promised her that she would stay in the Huang clan for a month, and that he would not summon her in advance. Huang Qian'er didn't know what had happened, but she knew that something must have happened to Wang Chong. Di-da-da! Mounting a war horse, Huang Qian'er disappeared from the Huang clan in just a few moments. At the same time, in a place extremely far from the capital, a messenger pigeon flapped down from the sky. On the official road, a one-armed expert galloping on horseback reached out and caught the pigeon. This, just what has happened in the capital. Iron Hand looked at the urgent letter in his hand, a stunned expression on his face. He had left the capital to carry out Wang Chong's order in secret for a very long time. Wang Chong should have known that he could not extricate himself from this mission. Moreover, unlike the operation against the dragon bandits, the order at that time was to cooperate as much as possible, cooperate if possible, and forget about it if not. But this time, Iron Hand sensed a resolute and unquestionable tone from his words. Almost instinctively, Iron Hand felt a sense of unease. This was no normal transfer. His young master knew his mission. If there was no special matter, he would never transfer him, nor would he demand that he return to the capital. Hiya! Iron Hand's eyes flickered, and after a few moments of thought, he suddenly turned his horse around and galloped back toward the capital. No matter what, his young master's orders could not be disobeyed. Maya same Ayaka, Wei Anfang the eagle, Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming. At this moment, the same thought appeared in the minds of everyone at Wang Chong's side. Such a large-scale transfer had never occurred before, and Wang Chong had never issued such an order. But despite their doubts, all of them chose to obey Wang Chong's order. The mobilization of countless troops around Wang Chong's order had alarmed the countless great clans of the capital. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning flashed past, and the roar was like a giant axe brushing past one's scalp. Flap, flap. The winds howled, the trees swaying like massive waves, and then the dark clouds began to rain. At first, the raindrops were still pitter-patter, drop by drop, but soon they became a line. They hit the leaves, the tender grass, the mountains, the roads, and the clothes, making pitter-patter sounds. The world quickly became hazy. Down the long slope, Wang Chong was currently galloping through the rain with his horse, the clip-clop of hooves resounding through the rain. While the entire capital was alarmed by his order and deeply confused, Wang Chong was the only one who knew the whole story. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would use this method to obtain news of that person, his mortal enemy from his last life, and at such a close distance. And Yaluishan, the eagle, would probably never know how much he had shocked Wang Chong when he announced that name. He would also never know what this name meant to the Central Plains and the rest of the world. Even though he was still unknown in this world, in another world, there was no one who did not know of his name, and everyone knew of him. Because it was this person who had single-handedly brought disaster upon the Tang dynasty, causing this massive empire to fall apart and fall into ruin. It was also this person who had single-handedly summoned those otherworldly invaders, who had single-handedly raised that calamity and destroyed the entire world. This was the true enemy of the Tang dynasty, the public enemy of the entire world. When a newborn tiger is born, it cannot lightly roar. When a young eagle first cries, it cannot lightly soar. Whether it was deflecting blade manner or the spirit vein, Wang Chong had spent an enormous amount of time and energy on them. It had not been easy for him to obtain these factions and these subordinates. Before they had truly matured, he should not have lightly moved against them. But if he could destroy that person, Wang Chong was willing to use all of this to exchange for it. Wang Chong had never known where those otherworldly invaders had come from. But there was one thing that Wang Chong did know. If he could destroy that person, everything would undergo a massive change. Without this traitor of the Tang dynasty, perhaps none of this would ever happen. And Yaluishan, I will definitely have you die. Chapter 441. The light drizzle had already turned into a torrential downpour. Gongzi, your armor. 2 Wang clan guards kneeled on the ground, one on the left and one on the right, and in their hands they carried Wang Chong's armor forged from deep-sea Xian metal. Behind them were the guards of deflecting blade manner, their backs ramrod straight, the cavalrymen of the Zhuang clan, the steel guards of the Qi clan, the experts of the Wang clan, the retired imperial guards. All of the guards and members of the deflecting blade manor had rushed over. The atmosphere was cold and somber. Despite the torrential rain pouring down on their bodies and faces, no one moved in the slightest. Wang Chong, what's going on? The one who spoke was Marchioness Yi, with a red-tasseled spear sheathed on her back. She rode on a rouge steed and strode out of the crowd with a grim expression. She had received the news from Vermilion Bird Peak and rushed over with her men. She was good friends with Wang Chong's second sister, so she understood Wang Chong the best. A mobilization like this was definitely not normal. Marchioness Yi, do you trust me? Wang Chong didn't answer her directly. Of course. If I didn't trust you, do you think I would have rushed over? Marchioness, he retorted furiously. What if I were to kill someone? Would you trust me unreservedly? Wang Chong turned around and asked. Marchioness, he was taken aback. Wang Chong's face was cold and emotionless. His voice was calm, but the cold, killing intent hidden beneath the surface made even Marchioness E tremble. Marchioness E had known Wang Chong for a long time, but she had never seen Wang Chong in such a state. I trust you. Marchioness E suddenly smiled, but her voice was exceptionally resolute. She didn't know why Wang Chong mobilized the entire deflecting blade manor, and she didn't know who he was going to kill. But Marchioness E believed that Wang Chong wasn't someone who would kill the innocent. If Wang Chong wanted to kill someone, then that person must have a reason to die. Marchioness Yi's choice was to believe, not doubt. Tell me, who do you want to kill? For you to hate him so much, he must not be an ordinary person. Tell me, I'll help you kill him. Marchioness E swung her spear calmly and confidently. The torrential rain struck against his armor, producing metallic, clanging sounds. Looking at Marchioness E before him, Wang Chong suddenly smiled. After more than a year of hard work, everything had paid off. As long as they were in deflecting blade manor, they would all turn up. No one asked why, and no one asked what he was doing. Just because of a single order from him, these people all came. Just like Marchioness E, she trusted him for no reason at all. At that moment, Wang Chong was touched and extremely proud. Let's move out. Donning the deep-sea Xian metal armor and helmet, Wang Chong's black cloak sliced through the rain like a sharp blade. Leading the way, Wang Chong led the group forward. 3 li later, yet another wave of steel rushed over amidst the rain. Zhao Jingdian, Sun Jiming, Chen Burang, Zhuang Jinping, Qi Weisi, and the Imperial Army instructors who were in charge of instructing the Spirit Vein braved the heavy rain to catch up. Gongzi, where are we heading to? Zhao Jingdian urged his steed to catch up. Zhao Jingdian's face was grim. In this period of time, his aura had grown stronger and stronger. He had already crossed the threshold of true martial realm. A black halo of thorns shot out from under the feet of the sturdy warhorse he was riding. It vibrated in the void and produced a series of metallic roars. Do you know where the eagle is? Wang Chong did not answer. Instead, he turned to the eagle, his expression cold and somber. I've already investigated. It's in the Drunken Sparrow restaurant on Xiaolong Street. The eagle sternly said. In this period of time, he had sent out countless sparrows and eagles, turning the entire capital into his eyes and ears. This amount of time was more than enough for him to investigate the location of the incident. Let's go. Surround that place. I don't want a single person to escape. Yes, Gongzi. At the city gate, the 3 forces finally converged into a flood. The guards of the Wang clan, the guards of Wang Chong's big Uncle Wang Zhen's residence, and the experts dispatched by the various great clans. All of them were lined up in orderly ranks, silently waiting. Amidst the crowd, Luo Tong, who came from the Kingsong residence, stood out from the crowd. He was a stalwart figure. This was not the first time Wang Chong had worked with Luo Tong. Even in the eyes of Wang Chong's last life, this armored and towering master archer from the King of Song's residence was considered one of the best master archers. Wang Chong said nothing, only nodded, and then brushed past Luo Tong and charged into the capital. The torrential rain was getting heavier and heavier, dark clouds churning in the sky. Blazing bolts of lightning were constantly hacking through the sky like giant axes. As the lightning flashed by, the world instantly became as bright as day. The rain, the armor, the roof tiles, everything reflected the light of the lightning, and the howling of the wind, the peals of thunder, and the pitter-patter of the rain became one. There were very few people on the streets, and only the people on the buildings and roof tiles could be seen sneaking around. These were spies from the various great clans of the capital. But at this time, Wang Chong had no time to pay attention to him. The further he got into the city, and the closer he got to Qiaolong Street, the tighter Wang Chong's fists clenched, his eyes turning red. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. The shouts, the sounds of fighting, the clashing of swords, all of them echoed in his ears, accompanied by the crimson hue. The memories of his last life seemed to flow uncontrollably through his mind. No one understood better than him what that name in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant signified. This was a calamity for the entire Central Plains. When that person swept down from Yuzhou in the northeast, the entire Central Plains would become a sea of blood and mountains of corpses until all things withered and vanished into nothingness. His parents, his cousin, his aunt, Zhao Jingdian, the countless comrades who had fought alongside him, the seniors who had entrusted the entire Central Plains to him, and the countless common people. All of them had died because of this person. In his last life, when all this had happened, the Wang clan had declined and Wang Chong was still wandering the lands. Compared to that person who commanded the 3 regional commanders and had an incomparably glorious status, Wang Chong was just an insignificant descendant of a declining clan. Wang Chong would never forget the despair he felt when his loved ones left him. What he had failed to do in his last life, he would definitely do in this life. And Yao Yuishan, I want you dead. Surging killing intent surged out of his heart, distorting even the air around him. Rumble. In the next moment, Wang Chong led the flood of steel behind him forward. Qiaolong Street was as calm as water, with only a string of red lanterns swaying in the rain under the eaves. The raindrops slapped against the lanterns. Surround this place. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape. In a flash, this peace was completely shattered. Countless armored cavalry held out, surrounding Drunken Sparrow Restaurant tightly in the torrential rain. Swish, swish, swoosh. Figures leaped into the air and landed on the surrounding roof tiles. Amidst the creaking sounds, the bowstrings were pulled back. Clusters of sharp arrowheads flickered with cold light as they aimed at the luxurious Drunken Sparrow Restaurant at the center from all directions. Marchioness Yi, Zhao Jingdian, Wei Anfang, Sun Jiming, Qin Burang, Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Weici, everyone was staring at Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. The air exuded an icy and terrifying killing intent. At this moment, everyone knew that the person Wang Chong hated so much and needed to kill was in this restaurant. For no reason at all, everyone felt a killing intent rise in their hearts. They had known Wang Chong for so long, and Wang Chong had never been the sort of person to kill the innocent. He had also rarely felt such loathing for a person. Even when Abu Tong had provoked him and injured Qin Burang, Wang Chong had only taught him a lesson. In the end, he had still let him go. If a person could make Wang Chong feel such hatred and enmity, then that person deserved to die. Boom! In the next moment, amidst a huge rumble, a foot containing terrifying power kicked the doors of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, sending the 2 heavy doors flying in. Chapter 442. Buzz. Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was filled to the brim with distinguished guests, countless who were currently toasting and exchanging cups. When the door was kicked open and sent flying in, the who in the restaurant were first stunned, then enraged. Bastard! Who goes there? Don't you know that we've already reserved this place? Are you seeking death? Get out of here, or else don't blame us for being impolite. Like a pride of enraged lions, the countless who cursed and cursed, their filthy words spewing forth. The who had never been so patient. With clanging sounds, many who raised their sabers and swords and charged at Wang Chong's group. But in the next moment, all the footsteps came to a sudden halt, because they realized that there were even more people charging in than they were. Kill them all. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Chong strode in through the rain. His voice was cold and brimming with a somber tone. Rainwater poured through the chinks in his armor, seeping through his shoulders, arms, and chest, and then flowing out of his boots in small rivulets. At this moment, Wang Chong was callous to the extreme. No one had ever seen this sort of aura before. Young master? Up ahead, Wei On Fong and the others, who had already charged into the restaurant, turned their heads in shock. Killing so many people in the capital was no small matter, but Wang Chong's cold face was devoid of emotion. Move! With this order, the Qi clan steel guards and Wang clan's guards surged forward, like tigers charging into a pack of wolves. The Qi clan steel guards and the Wang clan's guards had all come from the battlefield. A soldier's duty was to obey orders, and a military order was like a falling mountain. As long as there was an order, whether it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, they would advance without hesitation. In this aspect, they were completely different from the students of Deflecting Blade Manor, whose hands had never been stained with blood. Rumble! All the guards of the Zhuang clan, the guards of Deflecting Blade Manor, and the experts of the Wang clan had come prepared. Clad in armor and wielding sabers and axes, they charged into Drunken Sparrow Restaurant like a torrent of steel. Cold glints flickered in the air and then ruthlessly slashed into the crowd. Blood splattered and screams filled the air. In a single clash, 10 some who had been sent flying. Kill them! They actually dared to attack us. Countless who roared. At Wang Liang's gathering, there were quite a few guards at his side. Together with the sailors, this was an enormous number. Under normal circumstances, no one could bully them. At first, Wang Chong found it strange that Wang Liang had been injured. But when he saw the situation inside Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, Wang Chong knew. Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was one of the largest restaurants in the capital, and more than 100 who had gathered here. Moreover, these people were all strong and had weapons. There were no weaklings at all. The people at Wang Liang's side were not enough to deal with them. Alas, they had run into Wang Chong, who had come prepared. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Wang Chong's voice was callous and somber. Righteousness does not wield wealth. Benevolence does not command soldiers. This was his true self. In the 39th year of the Holy Emperor's reign, this should be the first time he entered the capital. At this time, he's already begun to recruit soldiers, and by horses. Wang Chong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned his surroundings, his mind extremely calm. The who in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant were dressed in all sorts of clothing. Wang Chong had even seen some of them at Big Golden Tooth's place. Wang Chong was well aware that these were not the who of the border, but the who merchants and guards of the capital. In the hinterland of the Tang dynasty, it was innately easy for who to interact with one another, and that person was even more skilled at making friends and winning over others. His ability to do so was unparalleled in the world. In that calamity that had swept down from Yuzhou in the northeast, even the Han had been won over, let alone the Hu. As expected, these people had all been won over by him, and in the future, these people would be the source of the world's chaos and disaster. Wang Liang had only inadvertently run into them, gathering here to win over their hearts. No matter what, these people could not be allowed to remain. Everyone else, follow me. After leaving behind enough people to deal with the Hu martial artists on the first floor, Wang Chong's expression was cold as he led the rest of the crowd to the second floor. Wang Chong had traveled as fast as a shooting star when he arrived, but now that he was inside Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, his steps became slower and his expression more and more calm. When a tiger pounced, its feet would become softer and its movements more and more silent. When a crocodile hunted, the water would become calmer and the surroundings more and more quiet. After half a lifetime as a soldier, Wang Chong had long ago developed the ability to remain calm at crucial moments. Only by having a heart as still as water could one remain calm, and only by remaining calm could one not slip up. Whoosh! The commotion on the first floor had already alarmed the people on the second floor. As Wang Chong walked up the stairs, the second floor of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was already in an uproar. Countless sabers and swords were unsheathed, the sound of metal clanging against metal. There was also a sharp aura, accompanied by the stench of battle and blood, shooting down through the wooden planks. Wang Chong was no stranger to this sort of aura. This was the aura of a soldier, and one that had been seasoned on the battlefield, elite soldiers who had seen blood. Just who are you people? As Wang Chong's group stepped onto the stairs of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant's second floor, cold light flashed as countless figures began to surround them. Unlike the Who on the first floor, the Who on the second floor were all dressed in armor, all of them well-trained and extremely formidable. Behind these people was a middle-aged Who leader in his 30s, with a hawkish nose, deep eyes, and a well-built body. However, he exuded a rare scholarly aura. He was currently staring at Wang Chong, his face ashen. Unlike the Who on the first floor, this middle-aged Who spoke in the Han language, and each of his words was articulate, let alone the Who. Even Wang Chong had rarely heard of this among the Han. On the two sides of this middle-aged Who, the other two Who leaders were also looking at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's gaze did not linger on the others, but on the slightly plump and not very tall Who leader in the middle of the three. Warning: user has encountered a fated enemy ahead of time. This world will undergo a massive transformation. User will sense the hostility of the world's energy, and the activation of the world constraint will be brought forward. Remaining time, 6 months. User's actions will place himself in danger. Any drastic change in the fate of the world will increase user's chances of death. Because of user's actions, the fated enemy will receive the protection of the world's will. The fated enemy will have an increased chance of survival, while user's chances of failure will increase. In the future, every time user meets the target, the blessing of the world will increase. Note: when user successfully kills the target fated enemy, user will receive an additional reward. The more blessing the fated enemy receives from the world, the greater the reward for user to forcefully kill it. Current reward: for 100 points. The moment Wang Chong turned his head, the Stone of Destiny's voice rang out in his mind, brimming with danger and warnings. But he turned a deaf ear to them. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Wang Chong's eyes were bloodshot, and all his attention was focused on the slightly plump figure standing next to him. Kong Yaluishin. Whether he was called Kong Yaluishin or Nyaluishin, or even if he had changed his surname, whether it was in this life, the last life, or the reincarnation of countless lives, Wang Chong would never forget this face in front of him. How many years had it been? After so many years, he had finally met this person again. This person whom he had wanted to grind to ashes countless times. The Kong Yaluishin before him was not as fat as he had been in the future, and Wang Chong had never seen him so young. But even though his face was young, Wang Chong had recognized him at a glance. "I've finally found you." Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes turning even redder. Fate had countless turning points. If one used them well, one could completely change one's fate and that of the world. Vast Crane Pavilion was the turning point of the Wang clan's fate. So, by infuriating Yaofeng, he had changed the fate of the entire Wang clan. The consort Taizhen incident was the turning point of the King of Song's fate. By changing the King of Song's attitude toward consort Taizhen, he had naturally changed the King of Song's fate. And Kong Yaluishin was unquestionably the turning point of the fate of the entire world and the billions of people living in it. In his last life, he had spent more than 30 years to kill Kong Yaluishin, but by that time it was already too late, and this was unquestionably his greatest opportunity. Wang Chong had not expected that his cousin Wang Liang's injury would lead him to the greatest foe of his life. If his guess was right, this was the first time Kong Yaluishin had entered the capital. The current him was far from being as powerful as he had been in his last life. He also didn't have as many guards at his side, and he certainly didn't have those foreign invaders at his disposal. This was unquestionably an important turning point. If he could successfully kill him, Wang Chong was sure that the fate of the world would undergo a massive change. He would no longer need to spend 30 years to complete his mission like he had in the past. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Kill him! Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he stepped forward with his right foot. As everyone watched, he suddenly pointed a finger at the slightly plump, silent, and unremarkable figure next to the middle-aged leader. Wait a moment. Just who are you? The scholarly middle-aged leader was enraged and wanted to shout at Wang Chong to stop. Even now, he still didn't know what was going on. These Han had charged in and killed anyone they saw. Although he wasn't afraid of slaughter, he still had to be a sensible person. But Wang Chong had no intention of paying any attention to him. Since Kong Yaluishan had appeared here, the other two leaders were probably the foreign brothers. Although he didn't know why only 3 of the 4 brothers had appeared here, this was no longer what Wang Chong was concerned about. Although the collapse of a great building was partly due to the erosion of wind and rain, its collapse would inevitably begin with the decay of its foundation. Uzin might be strong, Arabia might be powerful, but no matter how many experts looked at them, they could not compare to the erosion from within. In the future, when Kong Yaluishan led the rebel army south, the brothers would be one of them. Boom! They didn't care about the who across from Wang Chong. Killing 1 person was killing 100 was also killing. When Wang Chong gave the order, they would carry it out. The deflecting blade manor, the spirit vein, the Wang clan, and the experts of the various clans added together formed a force that no one could underestimate. Boom! In a flash of light, a fiery red cloud howled out from behind Wang Chong, instantly plunging into the dense ranks of Hu experts. The crimson spear of flames, Zhao Yadong. At this moment, the first person to support Wang Chong was none other than the daughter of the Zhao clan that Wang Chong had encountered on his training mission, Zhao Yadong. As a companion who had gone through thick and thin with Wang Chong, Zhao Yadong had never seen Wang Chong hate a person so much. Unlike others, Zhao Yadong did not have such complicated thoughts. Since Wang Chong wanted to kill a person, she would help him. There was no why or what to do afterwards. Some people were born to be companions and did not need to ask for reasons. Trust was trust. Since Wang Chong wanted to kill a person, that person absolutely deserved to die. Boom! Halos rumbled and stellar energy exploded. The second person to follow Zhao Yadong was not Bai Siling of the Bai clan, Su Gan of the Su clan, or Fang Xianying, but Huang Qian'er of the Huang clan. This renowned fairy of dainty hands was drenched in sweat, but her eyes shone brightly, and her expression was as proud as ever. A man's promise was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and a woman's promise was no less than a man's. Since she had promised the Huang clan to serve and follow Wang Chong, she, Huang Qian'er, would fulfill her promise to the end. Boom! There seemed to be a clap of thunder in the air as Huang Qian'er suddenly appeared in the crowd like a phantom. The 5 fingers on her right hand glowed with a yellow, jade-like radiance, and with a single strike, Huang Qian'er shattered the halo of thorns and stellar energy of a true martial realm Hu expert. Her slender fingers pressed against the man's chest, instantly shattering his armor and splattering blood. Although the Hu expert had done his best to resist, he was still sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Huang Qian'er's strength was so great that she even sent 3 nearby Hu warriors flying. While they were still in the air, Huang Qian'er's tyrannical strength had already shattered their internal organs. Before they could even land, they were already corpses. Attack! Kill them! And Wen Jin was furious. Of the 3, he was the oldest and had the highest status, so he was the one who had hosted this gathering. He had not expected to encounter such a problem. Don't hold back. If anything happens, blame it on me. And Wen Jin was also furious. So what if they were at the feet of the Son of Heaven? Since these people dared to attack him, then no matter where they came from, only death awaited them. Since he had already taught them a lesson today, there was no harm in killing them again. If anyone was blind and wanted to bully them just because they were barbarians, they would only be thinking themselves clever and courting death. He didn't care about the other Hu, But in the capital, there was nothing that the brothers, generals, and 2 protector generals couldn't handle. Chapter 443. But Wenjin's viciousness didn't last for long. In the next moment, he heard the twanging of arrows. Not even the storm outside could drown out the shrill whistling of the arrows. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Hundreds upon thousands of arrows, each imbued with immense strength, flew in from all directions like a swarm of locusts. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud noises, the sharp arrows pierced through the wall, creating holes that looked like honeycombs as they shot out from all directions. Screams of agony filled the air. All of the Hu's attention was focused on Wang Chong and the others, so they didn't expect the fatal attack to come from behind. At such a close distance, it was impossible to stop the arrows from piercing through the walls. In just an instant, more than half of the Hu were either killed or injured by the arrows. The archers that Wang Chong had brought with him were all master archers, and every single one of their bows was imbued with destructive stellar energy. When the arrows pierced through their chests, they even sent their bodies flying, nailing them to the ground. Even though some of the more powerful Hu experts had stellar energy protecting them and managed to knock away 1 or 2 arrows, their stellar energy was still scattered by the dense barrage of arrows. They only managed to last for a few moments before the arrows pierced through their chests and heads. Blood gushed out like a river, seeping through the floor and flowing to the lower floors. The Hu on the first floor were horrified. Damn it, master archers. He actually brought master archers. Go, hurry. And Wenjin's face paled, including the Hu experts that had been invited from the capital. There were more than 100 of them in this gathering, and they were all experts at true martial realm or above. There were even quite a few experts who were close to profound martial realm. The Hu were known for their ferocious nature, and they were skilled fighters. And Wenjin had thought that the strength of the Hu would allow them to do as they pleased in the capital. He didn't think that he would encounter this ferocious youth of unknown origins. And Wenjin knew that the strength of a master archer wasn't something that any ordinary person could deal with, and not even the great clans could deal with them. The youth before him definitely had an extraordinary background. More importantly, he had more people than he did. Ha ha ha, you think you can leave? Right after the first volley of arrows, a burst of laughter in Hu came from outside Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. This laughter was like thunder mingling with the wind and rain. Although it was spoken in Hu, its pronunciation was perfect. It was none other than the invincible, great General Li Sai. Li Sai had set his sights on the western regions, so he had long ago learned the Hu language. The conversation of the Hu was no secret to his ears. Boom! An earth-shattering bang rang out, and before the sound faded away, an enchanting figure smashed through the wall of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, creating an enormous human-shaped hole as he barged in from the southeast direction. Behind this person was a massive wooden steel sword that was even taller than a grown man. It was extremely striking. Easy. The moment he appeared, Li Sai attacked. Rumble. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an aura that caused one's scalp to go numb suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. The sky darkened, and the entire inn was suddenly plunged into endless darkness. Following which, a huge saber chi over 30 zhang long, majestic and incomparably dazzling, slashed down from the sky like a fiend god. Boom! The massive Drunken Sparrow Restaurant was cleaved in two by this terrifying strength, like it was made of paper. This saber not only cleaved through the entire restaurant, but also all the Hu on the second floor. Screams, the shattering of wooden boards, and the shattering of tables and chairs merged into one. And Wenjin, standing in the direction of the saber energy, was sent flying by the saber energy, blood spurting out of his body. Profound martial realm expert. And Wenjin screamed, his mind reeling in shock. The clan had always been a clan of Turkic generals and scholars. It was only because they had been ostracized and massacred by the other Turkic tribes that they had submitted to the Tang dynasty. Even so, The inheritance of the clan's martial arts still existed. This was evident from the fact that Wenjin had reached Tier 9 of the true martial realm. This was an important reason why he was the leader of today's gathering. And to shatter his protective stellar energy with a single saber strike and easily defeat him, the opponent had to be at least a profound martial realm expert, and at least a Tier 5 profound martial realm expert. Just where did this youth come from? As he was sent flying, and Wenjin's mind was filled with shock, and this was the only thought left in his mind. He could put aside the vast numbers of true martial realm experts, but high-tier profound martial realm experts were proud and arrogant. Each one of them had a powerful background and would not easily submit to another. Subduing a profound martial realm expert was not something an ordinary clan or faction could accomplish. But Wenjin still had no idea how he had offended this person. All of this was like a nightmare, a disaster that had come out of nowhere. Boom! In the restaurant, seeing the strongest of them, Wenjin, sent flying by a single saber strike, and the massive restaurant cleaved in two, the ferocious who instantly lost their will to fight. Run! In an instant, all the surviving Hu experts shot out of the cracked tavern, fleeing in all directions through the rain. The eagle, kill him. Wind and rain poured in, and thunder boomed in his ears. Wang Chang's eyes were like lightning, and he paid no attention to the other Hu. His gaze was locked onto the chubby figure that was fleeing the furthest 10 zhang away. Whether it was in his last life or this one, whether he had grown his wings or not, Kong Yaluishan had always been slippery. He would act according to the situation, and if something went wrong, he would always be the one to flee the fastest and the furthest. Alas, Wang Chong had come for him this time. No matter how crafty he was, he would never be able to escape. Buzz! Several dozen zhang away, the chubby figure seemed to hear a voice, and his body suddenly froze. But then he picked up speed, charging toward a warhorse in the rain. At the same time, a figure like a giant eagle drew an arc in the air and descended from the night sky. It was the pursuing the eagle. But the eagle was fast, and there was a figure even faster than the eagle. Rumble! There was a flash of light, and the scene from before appeared once again. A majestic saber chi was vast and powerful, and it was incredibly dazzling. It suddenly tore through the void, and although it was launched later, it arrived first, slashing down towards the slightly plump figure in the distance. At the crucial moment, Li Sai had finally struck. In this operation, Wang Chang's greatest reliance was Li Sai. But Li Sai had never seen an Yaluishan before. He had originally believed that the strongest person in the room with the strongest aura was Wang Chang's target. But it now appeared that this was not the case. But even if he killed the wrong target, it would have no effect on a person like Li Sai. Not even the strongest of the Hu and Wenjin was a match for him, let alone the even weaker and Yaluishan. Boom! In the darkness, the saber energy tore through the air. Just when Wang Chong was about to relax, something completely unexpected occurred. Boom! The world suddenly lit up. Before everyone's eyes, a blazing bolt of lightning zigzagged and suddenly struck down from the dark clouds. It struck Li Sai's saber light without any deviation. This strike not only scattered Li Sai's saber energy, but the tyrannical lightning even followed the saber energy to strike the leaping, invincible, great General Li Sai. Ah! Li Sai yelled as he was sent flying along with his saber. How could this be? Wang Chang's pupils constricted, not daring to believe his eyes. Although it was a thunderstorm, this lightning bolt had been far too sudden. In truth, it wasn't just Wang Chong. Everyone else, including the Hu, was dumbfounded by this sight. Boom! A massive boom quickly roused the crowd from their stupor. Several dozen zhang away, in the middle of the torrential rain, a spear was thrust into the ground, the end of the spear buzzing and trembling. The eagle had attacked Li Sai with its tail between its jaws, but the eagle's attack still missed. In a flash, Yaluishan used a strange footwork technique that no one had ever seen before. his body twisted in an M-shaped trajectory, barely dodging the eagle's determined strike. After successfully dodging twice, Enyalyushin once more charged out. But the eagle's interference caused Enyalyushin's speed to inevitably slow. Humph! A cold snort came from behind him. The moment Enyalyushin's speed slowed, Wang Chong leaped into the air and immediately attacked, using the leaping dragon art. Bzzz. In the darkness, Wang Chong seemed to be flung into the air by some invisible force. After several flips, he soared several dozen zhang into the air. Luo Tong! Wang Chong's voice resounded through the night sky. Twang! The bowstring exploded like a clap of thunder in the middle of the day. In an instant, several sharp arrows shot out like lightning bolts, piercing through the rain and the storm with the speed of a thunderbolt toward the distant Enyalyushin. Luo Tong's archery was otherworldly, and none of his arrows missed their mark. Wang Chong had already seen his prowess when he was surrounding the Gogrian assassins. He could kill a true martial realm expert with each arrow. All of the targets fell to the ground in response. Within 200 meters, Luo Tong's arrows had never missed their mark, let alone at such a close distance. But something astonishing happened once more. Enyalyushin's ears twitched as if he had already expected this. Just as the bowstring vibrated, he suddenly rolled on the ground. Without even turning his head, he flipped a few times in the rain, sticking close to the ground. The 6 arrows all landed on the ground behind him, but Enyalyushin, covered in mud, got up from the ground and began to leave. Although he seemed to be in a sorry state, he had once more successfully escaped. How is this possible? On the distant roof, Luo Tong held his bow with both hands, his entire body covered in armor. His sturdy bronze armor made him seem like a god of war in the rain. But Luo Tong, who had always seemed like a god of war, now had none of his usual composure. It wasn't that Luo Tong had never encountered a formidable opponent before. If one was strong enough, they were completely capable of scattering his arrows. But that was completely different from the person before him. There was only one kind of person who could escape his arrow attack in that manner with their back to him. A master archer. Chapter 444. Only a master archer had the best understanding of a master archer. Only a master archer could determine the direction, distance, and position of an incoming arrow through the twang of the bowstring. The best master archers didn't even need to hear the twang of the bowstring. Experts who had immersed themselves in the art of archery were extremely sensitive to being aimed at. As long as an arrow was aimed at them, they could immediately sense it, even if they were very far away. This was the so-called intuition of archery. It had been a long time since Luo Tong had encountered such a formidable archery master to be able to dodge his determined arrow in the pouring rain without even turning his head. Flap, flap. The torrential downpour blotted out the sun, striking the eaves, stone slabs, armor, and sabers like metal pellets. Wang Chong had no time to worry about Luo Tong at this time. Although Luo Tong's missed attack was rather surprising, Wang Chong was not very surprised. Enyalyushin had always been an expert archer on the border between the Hu and Han, able to ride a horse and shoot with both hands. Even the master archers of the Turks and who admired his talent in archery, let alone others. But no matter how accomplished he was in archery, he had to die today. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, illuminating the world and also illuminating Wang Chong, who had climbed to the highest point in the sky. Whoosh! A white wave of rain was flung out by Wang Chong's sword. A moment later, fierce winds began to blow and spiritual energy surged in from all around, forming a massive spiritual vortex at Wang Chong's side. On the other hand, Wang Chong was one with his sword. Wrapped in the boundless spiritual energy, he descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning, head down and feet up. The leaping dragon art was slow in rising into the sky, but it was fast in descending. As it descended, it was like a bolt of lightning, its speed peerless. Boom! In the rain, A blurry black line descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the distant Enyaluishan. Nothing could be seen in the gloom, but countless dragons were roaring in the void, and even the dense sound of the torrential rain could not drown them out. Wang Chong, who was at Tier 3 of the true martial realm, directly possessed the strength of the peak of Tier 5 of the true martial realm with the help of the leaping dragon technique, and the indestructible Wuzi steel sword and the aura piercer he had exchanged allowed Wang Chong to directly possess the strength to threaten experts at Tier 6 or even Tier 7 of the true martial realm. As for Enyaluishan, he had been using a technique to dodge the attacks of Eagle and Luotong, and he was also fleeing as quickly as he could. At this point, he couldn't help but have a small gap in his energy. Enyaluishan, stay behind! Wang Chong held the Wuzi steel sword tightly. His head was facing downwards, and his feet were facing upwards. His body and sword had become one, and he let out a deafening roar in his heart. The current Enyaluishan was still far from being as formidable as he had been in the future. The moment Wang Chong had entered Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, he had sensed that Enyaluishan's cultivation could not surpass true martial Tier 7. He was already within the range of his techniques. Wang Chong didn't even need to kill him. All he needed to do was hold him down and slow him down. Then the experts from Deflecting Blade Manor, the Spirit Vein Mountain, and the great clans would be able to surround him. No matter how capable Enyaluishan was, he would find it hard to escape even if he grew wings. Boom! In the next moment, something completely unexpected occurred. Just as Wang Chong was about 3 feet away from Enyaluishan's back, a strange phenomenon occurred. The air surged, and a majestic energy imbued with the might of the world suddenly swept out from the depths of space-time to stand between Wang Chong and Enyaluishan. Boom! As if he had crashed into an invisible wall of energy, Wang Chong's thunderous attack was blocked by this invisible wall of energy. And the raging energy of the world in the wall of energy had sent Wang Chong flying, accompanied by a storm of wind and rain. Bang! The moment he was sent flying, Wang Chong's heart was filled with shock. How is this possible? Wang Chong's mind was in complete disarray. At that moment, he had clearly seen Enyaluishan turn his head to glance at him. His expression was just as shocked and confused as his own. Pang! His body rolled a few times on the ground, his armor hitting against the ground continuously. Wang Chong stood up from the ground, his entire body like a wooden chicken, still reeling from that massive shock. The moment he was sent flying, Wang Chong could clearly sense that a vast energy had suddenly erupted from the depths of space-time to stop him. This energy was vast and majestic like the world itself. It had already far surpassed the limits of the true martial realm. It was not something that someone of Enyaluishan's level could erupt with. It felt like an invisible and powerful existence had suddenly taken action to stop him. Damn it! As a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, Wang Chong suddenly recalled that before he attacked, he had heard a string of voices in his mind. Because of users' actions, the fated enemy will receive the protection of the world's energy. The chances of the fated enemy surviving have been increased, while the chances of user failing have been increased. In the future, every time user meets the target will receive an increase in the world's blessing. Could it be that I have no way of killing Enyaluishan? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. As someone who had come back from the dead, Wang Chong's path was completely incompatible with this world. It simply could not be allowed to exist in this normal world. From the moment he had reincarnated, Wang Chong had already sensed the restraining and repulsive force of this world. But Wang Chong had never imagined that this repulsive force would be so powerful. It could not only repel him, but also increase the strength of important targets to stop him. Changing fate was no easy task. In the fate of this world, Enyaluishan undoubtedly occupied an extremely important position. It could even be said that no one was more important than him. If one could successfully kill him, erase him before he had made a name for himself and succeeded in his rebellion, then the fate and history of this world would undoubtedly change. If Enyal Yuoshin died now, no one would rise up in Yuzhou, and the Tang dynasty would not collapse from within. Without Enyal Yuoshin, no one would summon the invading armies from the other side, and the Central Plains would not have fallen and been destroyed. These would have been two completely different worlds. It wasn't as if Wang Chong had never changed history or fate. The fate of the King of Song and the fate of his clan had all been changed. But none of those changes could compare to what was happening now. This was no longer just a change for one prince or one clan. It involved all the living beings of the world, the millions upon millions of people, and the survival of countless empires. This change was so massive that for the first time, Wang Chong felt the energy of the world directly interfering with him. No, not just interfering. The energy of the world was even directly increasing Enyal Yuoshin's strength. This was the so-called blessing. Is it too early? Is it because Enyal Yuoshin still hasn't completed his mission that this phenomenon is occurring? Wang Chong's mind suddenly became clear. As a person who had died once, as a soul that had reincarnated in this world and never existed, this was something that only Wang Chong could encounter. But not only was the killing intent in Wang Chong's heart not extinguished, it only intensified and became more determined. So what if the world is interfering? Even if the entire world is protecting you, I still want you dead. Wang Chong clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He raised his head once more, and in the darkness, Wang Chong's eyes once more exploded with a frightening cold light. Not good. He's going to escape. Hurry and stop him. Nay, he still has other preparations. Ah, it's the divine Fergana horse. The heavy rain poured down, drenching everyone. The area around Drunken Sparrow restaurant was in chaos. A bolt of lightning flashed through the clouds, and at that moment, everyone could clearly see that beneath the lightning, a tall, muscular, and blood-soaked divine steed had heard the whistle and was charging toward the restaurant. Enyal Yuoshin only needed a flip to mount the divine Fergana horse and gallop into the darkness, soon vanishing. Everyone, follow me. Almost at the same time Enyal Yuoshin rode off on his Fergana steed, he heard the clattering of hooves on the stone floor as he gave chase. Riding on the white-hoofed shadow, Wang Chong chased through the dense rain, not letting up. Only the white-hoofed shadow at Wang Chong's side could catch up to Enyal Yuoshin's foreign Fergana horse. Bang! The clattering of metal resounded through the air. As he pursued, Wang Chong immediately released his halo of Dusk Stallion. The halo of Dusk Stallion vibrated, causing the surrounding rain to explode. This light not only shrouded Wang Chong's feet, but also spread to the feet of all the people around Drunken Sparrow restaurant. At this moment, everyone's speed, strength, and dexterity were all boosted. Catch, young master! In the darkness, the eagle bellowed. He was the first to mount a large horse and gallop away. Next, Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, Wei Anfang, Marchioness Yi, and the others gave chase. No one knew why Wang Chong was so relentless in his pursuit of that Hu. But at this moment, there was no question that Wang Chong's will was the will of all of them. No matter what he wanted to do, all of them would unconditionally obey. Rumble. The earth quaked, and for the first time, the clattering of hooves drowned out the rumbling of the rain and thunder. In a flash of lightning, countless cavalry transformed into a flood of steel in pursuit. The rain was getting heavier and denser. Wave after wave of lightning seemed intent on cleaving apart the world. It was not yet nightfall, but the dense black clouds in the sky had already dyed the world into darkness. An uneasy aura was spreading through the world. In the past, the dogs would not stop barking at the slightest movement. At this time, they also felt something and let out uneasy whines, but they did not bark. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, its dazzling light like a river hanging upside down in the sky. This dazzling river illuminated the rumbling earth, the trembling roof tiles, and the stone streets, the galloping Fergana horse, and the seemingly plump but actually muscular Hu on its back. This was a Hu of around 28 or 29. He had hawk-like eyes, a high nose, a square face, and a full beard. This sort of appearance was far too common among the frontier. Hu. Chapter 445. Just what's going on here? The torrential rain pelted down on his face like lead pellets. As Enyalyuoshin galloped through the rain, his horse left a long trail of white water behind him. The galloping of hooves behind him continued without end, each sound hammering against Enyalyuoshin's heart. It had been a long time since Enyalyuoshin had experienced the feeling of being pursued. This group of people was menacing and vicious to the extreme. Enyalyuoshin was well aware that if they caught up to him or delayed him in the slightest, only death would await him. This intense sense of danger made Enyalyuoshin's scalp go numb and his entire body feel like it was about to explode. The divine Fergana horse he had obtained from Yuzhou was already moving at its fastest speed, but Enyalyuoshin didn't feel the slightest bit of distance between them. There was no doubt that this opponent's steed was of the same level as his. This made Enyalyuoshin feel even more uneasy. But all this danger and unease could not compare to a single thought in Enyalyuoshin's mind. Just why was this happening? There were so many people in Drunken Sparrow Restaurant, so why was that Han youth from the capital only targeting him? He was also the least famous of the foreign brothers, so why was everyone else ignoring him and only chasing him? More importantly, Enyalyuoshin couldn't understand. From Yuzhou to here, he had always been low-key, obedient, and lived with his tail between his legs. He had never done anything that was out of line. Why was that youth ignoring everyone else and only bringing so many people to chase him? Enyalyuoshin knew that he had never met this youth, so he naturally didn't have any grudges with him. But those hateful, bloodshot eyes wouldn't lie. For a moment, Enyalyuoshin had to admit that he had been frightened. This was no longer some ordinary loathing or hatred. It was a blood feud. Thus, the moment his sworn brother and Wenjin had been cut down, Enyalyuoshin had immediately fled. He had a very bad feeling. If he had been just a little slower, he would have never been able to escape. Just who is that youth? Just when did I have a grudge with him? Yuzhou? Impossible. The youths of the capital are all soft and tender. They would never go to such a remote place. Besides, given their status, who would dare to deal with them? Could it be the capital? Impossible. This is the first time I've entered the capital. If I've seen him before, there's no way I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't be hunted down for no reason. Enyalyuoshin leaned against the back of his horse, his breathing ragged, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Perhaps it was because he had escaped too many times and was chased by that person too many times. After a long period of apprehension, Enyalyuoshin realized that he was now extremely skilled at escaping from all sorts of dire situations. Behind him, the galloping of hooves stirred up a waterfall of rain and splashing water. The soul-stirring clanging caused Enyalyuoshin's brows to wildly rise and his heart to tremble. Enyalyuoshin could completely imagine the cold face of that youth behind him, his cold and blood-red eyes, even the sound of his breathing. He was already very close to her, but Enyalyuoshin didn't even dare to turn his head. An unreasonable pursuit, a ruthless and thunderous method, and a pair of blood-red eyes filled with hatred. Enyalyuoshin had never imagined that there was another person besides that person who could make him so panicked. More importantly, Enyalyuoshin still had no idea where all this had come from. Could it be because of that person? Enyalyuoshin suddenly recalled the group of Han that he had driven out of Drunken Sparrow Restaurant. That group of people had come from all sorts of backgrounds, but a significant portion of them had been sailors. When they had attacked, that group of people had shouted that the young man leading them was from the capital's Wang clan. At the time, and Wenjin had easily interrupted them. And Wenjin had only said one thing. The Wang clan was a top-class clan of the capital. If they were having a gathering, how could they not reserve the entire place and even have a banquet with these people? It had to be fake. And then he had beaten those people until their bones were broken. At the time, those people had been extremely agitated, saying that they would definitely regret it. After thinking it over, Yalyushin could only think of this matter. But even so, this matter had nothing to do with him. The one who had done it was Nwinjin, and he had nothing to do with it. Even if that youth wanted to find someone, he should have found Nwinjin and the others, not him. I'll first go to the relay station in the western part of the city. That's the safest place right now. All these thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yalyushin suddenly squeezed his horse's abdomen and galloped away. In the darkness, torrential rain poured down and lightning flashed, illuminating two groups of people. Wang Chong lay on his horse, his lips tightly clenched, his body motionless. Behind him, though there was the thundering of hooves, there was also no sound. The silence at this moment was far more soul-stirring than if there was any sound. No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape the capital. Wang Chong stared ahead. The capital was a cage. He had come from the city gate, and the city gate was right behind him. No matter where Yalyushin ran, as long as he didn't run out of the city gate, he would never be able to escape. No, even if Yalyushin ran out of the city gate, he still wouldn't be able to escape. In his last life, he had spent 35 years in the Central Plains, but he had still not been able to save it from its fate of destruction. In this life of the Central Plains, Wang Chong had already made the preparations to spend an enormous amount of time and effort. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the heavens would send him such a good opportunity through the hands of fate. And Yalyushin had actually come alone from the distant Yuzhou to the capital, right in front of him. Never before had Wang Chong felt that he was so close to success, so close to completing his mission. It was no longer right in front of his eyes, but within his reach. As long as he succeeded in killing Yalyushin, fate would undergo an inconceivable reversal. Of the countless possibilities of fate, this was undoubtedly the easiest, and also the one that required the least price. The current Yalyushin was too weak, completely unable to compare to that ambitious and ruthless character of his future life, the supreme villain. Wang Chong was well aware that if he missed this chance, he would definitely regret it, because at that time he would never be able to so easily gain the upper hand. Rumble. Wang Chong couldn't see what was behind him, but he could sense that more and more people were joining in. The Wang clan's enormous influence in the capital was being displayed. Wang Chong was well aware that these people were not from Deflecting Blade Manor or the Spirit Vein Mountain, nor were they even from the Wang clan. As an illustrious clan of ministers and generals that could stand on equal footing with the Yao clan, an existence that even King Qi had to pay attention to, with the help of Wang Chong, the Qilin son of the Wang clan. The Wang clan was displaying its enormous influence. The Wang clan was like an enormous beast hiding beneath the surface of the water, possessing boundless power. It was just that the Wang clan's modesty, and low-profile style limited this power. This restriction did not come from Wang Yan or Wang Chong, nor did it come from Wang Chong's big uncle. Rather, it came from Wang Chong's grandfather, Duke Jiu Wang Jiuling, who was revered by the entire world. Duke Jiu was incorruptible, thrifty, and disciplined, and he demanded the same of his children. So much so that the entire Wang clan was like this. However, although this established the Wang family's moral reputation, it also limited the Wang family's power. It was said that success came from Xiao He, and defeat came from Xiao He. Wang Chong's grandfather had once been a prime minister, and he had worked hard to reverse the tides of the imperial court and pacify the chaos. He had also fought against the Turks and the Khitans, and together with His Majesty and his ministers, they had created the golden age of the Tang dynasty. This was the source of the Wang clan's strength. But at the same time, Wang Chong's grandfather's cultivation of character also limited the Wang clan's strength. But not even Wang Chong's grandfather could have imagined that a variable like Wang Chong would eventually appear in the Wang clan. His appearance had completely broken the rules set down by the Wang clan. Most importantly, the excellence he had displayed had won the approval of the Wang clan's old master. Cree! In the middle of the chase, a shrill cry came from up ahead. In the gloomy sky and the torrential rain, and Yalyuishin suddenly galloped his horse around the corner of an alley and behind a wall, vanishing. At this sight, Wang Chong's pupils constricted and his horse suddenly slowed down. But without much hesitation, Wang Chong and his horse did not walk through the gate, but charged straight at the high wall. Boom! Countless bricks, mixed with the rain, shot out for 50 zhang. As the high wall collapsed, Wang Chong rode the white-hoofed shadow out from behind it. Buzz! In a flash, Wang Chong stopped. 40-some zhang from Wang Chong was a row of towering courtyards, and in front of this courtyard stood 60 to 70 muscular figures on war horses, armed with armor and wielding weapons. These 60 to 70 figures were Hu, Han, Kaitins, and even Uzin. The torrential rain fell on their bodies, but these people remained motionless. As the rain fell into their eyes, they did not even blink. Crackle! A blazing bolt of lightning flashed over the courtyard, illuminating the world and also illuminating those wolf-like wild gazes in front of the courtyard. These stalwart figures stood on the battlefield of the army, the green flame spear emblazoned on their armor, the most striking symbol of the Anong Protectorate. Yuzhou soldiers. Wang Chong immediately calmed down. The figures in the courtyard all had vigorous auras, each of them at the true martial realm, and a few of them faintly exuded the aura of the profound martial realm. This was not a level that any ordinary elite force could reach. At this moment, Wang Chong knew that he had made a mistake, and Yalyuishin had definitely not come alone. At his side were the elite soldiers of the Anong Protectorate. Humph, it seems like all the rebels and traitors of the Tang dynasty have come. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes turning even redder. The sudden appearance of these 60 to 70 powerful figures had not only failed to extinguish his killing intent, it had even stimulated it. Yuzhou was a land of both foreigners and Han. It gave birth to the most valiant warriors, but it also gave birth to the greatest number of rebels and traitors. The Tang dynasty was a colossus that had lasted for more than 200 years, and Yalyuishin alone could not shake it. There were many rebellious ministers around him. There was no question that these rebels were standing before him, and Yalyuishin had rushed here precisely because this group of people could protect him. Good fortune. I didn't think that all my opponents would come. And Yalyuishin, even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. Wang Chong clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even notice his nails digging into his flesh. The people he hated and wanted to kill the most in his life had all come, and all of them had appeared in front of him. Chapter 446. Boom! Brick walls shot out in all directions, and a giant figure riding a large horse smashed through the wall, following behind Wang Chong into the courtyard. Is it these people? Li Sai carried a massive Wuzi steel saber on his back. His 2-meter-tall figure made him seem like a mighty god of legends as he stood guard at Wang Chong's side. Wang Chong's white hoof shadow and Yalyuishin's Fergana horse were both top-class steeds. When they galloped, they were as fast as lightning, not something a normal person could catch up to. Only Li Sai, with his powerful strength and high-level speed halo, was able to catch up without falling behind. His gigantic physique, powerful aura, as well as his high-level profound martial realm strength, was a huge shock to the underworld continent soldiers. Thus, even though Wang Chong had charged in alone, the Yuzhou soldiers did not dare to act recklessly. Just who are you people? Why are you chasing Yalyuishin? In the distance, before Wang Chong could reply, a war horse galloped through the rain to stand next to Yalyuishin and call out to Wang Chong. In the lightning, Wang Chong could clearly see that this was a Hu with an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes. Although he was a Hu, he was different from the others. He had a long and thin face, fair skin, and wavy hair, which was extremely rare among the Hu, giving him the air of a scholar. His eyes were slender and long, and when they opened and closed, they gave off the aura of a strategist. This person rode his horse to stand next to Enyaliuishin, giving off the feeling that they complemented each other. Moreover, the two of them were about the same age, instantly giving off the aura of a strategist. Ashina? Huashin. A cold light flashed in Wang Chang's eyes as a thick killing intent surged through them. He recognized this who, even though in this world, this fair and clean who was still obscure and unknown, and this was his first time meeting him. But in that other world, he had seen him countless times. His name is Ashina now, but in the future he would have an infamous Han name that would resound throughout the entire divine continent, Shur Siming. In the history of the Empire's rebellion, this person possessed a decisive power. If Enyaliuishin was said to be the greatest rebel flag for the destruction of the Empire on the surface, then the latter was the greatest rebel flag behind the scenes. It was just like how Zhao Jingdian had followed and assisted him for several decades, fighting north and south, becoming his left and right arms. To Enyaliuishin, Ashina, Zhao Gan was the Zhao Jingdian at his side, his left and right arms. These two people were the two biggest banners of the rebellion in the 3 northwestern towns. Encountering Enyaliuishin at Drunken Sparrow restaurant was one thing, but Wang Chong hadn't expected that even Ashina? Dry is also here. The two biggest enemies in his previous life were both standing in front of him. Get lost. Wang Chong said coldly, the current you is not qualified to speak in front of me. You, Ashina? Dry was enraged and wanted to curse, but when he saw Li Sai standing next to Wang Chong, he restrained himself, but his eyes only grew colder. Wang Chong, the Imperial Army might arrive at any moment. Be careful not to let them escape. Li Sai suddenly whispered into Wang Chong's ear, in Drunken Sparrow restaurant, that who had already escaped once. In the current situation, if the situation went awry, he might escape again. Moreover, an attack on the capital was no small matter. Although this sudden downpour had been a great help to Wang Chong, the Imperial Army was not dead. Once the Imperial Army arrived, the operation would be over. You don't need to worry about the Imperial Army. Wang Chong's voice was abnormally calm. In order to kill Enyaliuishin, he had gone against the rules of the Wang clan and mobilized all the strength he could muster. For such a large operation, he could not leave behind any future problems. He had already sent word to the Imperial Army. With the connections that Wu Zisteel had established in the Imperial Army and his big uncle's influence, although Wang Chong could not control the Imperial Army, in this sort of downpour, it was completely possible for him to move the Imperial Army to other parts of the capital for 2 hours. As for escaping, relax. They won't escape. Wang Chong slowly raised his head, his gaze going past the 60 to 70 Yuzhou soldiers and the rows of courtyards to that tall black silhouette in the distance. Under the gloomy sky, the high walls of the Tang dynasty's capital were like a majestic mountain, connecting the heavens and the earth. This fortress that protected the capital also blocked the retreat of Enyaliuishin's group. Other than this place, they had nowhere else to retreat to. The thundering of hooves rang out in their ears. Boom, boom, boom. As they spoke, the walls began to crack and figure after figure rushed out. Although they were a little slow, Wang Chong's subordinates had still managed to catch up. Young master. With a clear eagle's cry, the eagle was the first to arrive from behind Li Sai. He rode his horse to Wang Chong's left and right, flanking Li Sai and protecting Wang Chong. Following him were tensome, muscular men dressed in black and brimming with the aura of bandits. These were the elite leaders of the dragon bandits that Li Sai had subdued in the northwest's Chishi Desert. As the elite leaders of the gang, they were stronger and had a far higher status than the average Dragon Bandits member. Thus, their horses were much better and faster. My lord, the dozen or so black-clothed men broke through the courtyard wall. Without saying a word, they immediately surrounded Li Sai. Black Dragon Zhao and his dragon bandits traversed the Silk Road. The leaders under their command were all top-class elites of the Northwest, each of them an expert at Tier 8 or 9 of the true martial realm. With these people surrounding Wang Chong's strength sword, and Yaluishin and the other Yuzhou soldiers instantly had rather unsightly expressions. One Li Sai was already difficult enough for them to deal with, not to mention the addition of more than 10 top-notch experts. Yaluishin, I'm afraid that today's matter won't end well. This brat is determined to deal with us. No gentleman can be petty, and no man can be ruthless. No matter where he came from, I'll make the first move. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, we won't have another chance. Next to him, Ashina Kuei was stunned. Shui Gan's face suddenly darkened, and he whispered in the Hu language. The enemy's movements were too fast. They had only hesitated for a moment because of that Xian realm expert, and in that short moment, a large number of reinforcements arrived. If they delayed any longer, all of them would die here. But if we do this, we'll also suffer grievous casualties. And Yaluishin hesitantly said, the youth on the other side was no kind person, and that 2-meter-tall man was even more terrifying. If he could easily deal with him, he wouldn't have waited for Ashina to come. Casualties are already unavoidable. If we hesitate any longer, we'll all die here. Moreover, we don't need to kill them all. Ashina? Shui Gan glanced at Wang Chong and viciously said, to shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the bandit king. That brat might know many experts, but he himself isn't very strong. As long as we capture that brat, the others will be like a group of dragons without a leader. But Ashina? Before Cui Gan, or Shi Siming, could finish speaking, he heard the rumbling of hooves. This sound seemed to shatter the world and topple mountains. At the same time, a clear and melodious cry came from the sky. High above the clouds, a massive black eagle was unfurling its wings and fighting in the storm. As it screeched, it circled over the courtyard. In a flash, all the Yuzhou soldiers, including Yaluishin, paled. Both Yaluishin and Ashina? Shui Gan had far underestimated Wang Chong's resolve to kill them and the efficiency of his operation. This was Wang Chong's first operation since obtaining the Wang clan master's approval, and also the first operation since the establishment of Deflecting Blade Manor. And it was also the first time the Wang clan had mobilized all its forces. In this operation, everyone could sense Wang Chong's powerful will and resolve. This resolve and will urged everyone on this operation, and coupled with the effects of Wang Chong's halo of Dusk Stallion, before Yaluishin's side could even come up with a plan, Wang Chong's men had already arrived. Boom! 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 One figure after another smashed through the courtyard walls and rushed over through the rain. Wang Chong's men had finally arrived. Wang Chong, we've come to help you. Marchioness Yi by Xiling, Zhao Yadong, Su Gan, Fang Xianying, and the others had all rushed over. Even Su Qiqin, who had always been reluctant, rushed over on her horse. Unlike her appearance in Deflecting Blade Manor, the current Su Qiqin had completely reverted to her female form. Her silky black hair was tied up in a bun and held in place with a hairpin. Amidst her breathtaking beauty, she exuded a clean and refreshing aura. But the most astonishing of all was Su Han. His face was as cold and stern as ever, but his aura was much stronger, even stronger than Wang Chong's. In the training camp, Su Han and Wang Chong had rarely interacted, but this time, when Wang Chong summoned him, Su Han had come without hesitation. I will definitely return what I owe you. Chapter 447. Many thanks. Wang Chong's lips moved, but no sound came out. There were some things that everyone understood and didn't need to be said. Rumble. One group after another charged in, and in a few short moments, 50 to 60 people had gathered at Wang Chong's side. Outside the walls, more people were still gathering. Li Sai, Su Han, Wang Chong, Sun Jiming, Qin Bureng, and Yaluishin Ashina Quangan. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. No one knew that all the influential forces that would influence the future Tang dynasty had gathered here. "We've finally arrived." As more people arrived in the pouring rain, Wang Chang's killing intent multiplied. He had been waiting for this moment precisely because he had not attacked. Now the time was ripe. Attack! Kill them all! With a clang, Wang Chong unsheathed his woozy steel sword and gave the order to attack in the storm. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning flashed over the sky. After a long stalemate, the two groups finally moved. Boom! In a flash of cold light, a powerful saber energy surged into the sky like a waterfall, tearing through the sky and the firmament. The moment Wang Chong gave the order to attack, the invincible great general Li Sai took the initiative to attack. His body shot up like an arrow. Li Sai shot into the air, massive halos vibrating under his feet. In Li Sai's hand, a strange saber taller than a man suddenly swung in a circle, transforming into a heaven-shaking saber that fiercely slashed at Nyalyuishin and the Yuzhou soldiers behind him. In the Northwest campaign, Li Sai had single-handedly routed the entire dragon bandits and killed their leader, Black Dragon Zhao. Now that he attacked again, he immediately displayed a vast and mighty strength that could block 1,000. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Li Sai leapt into the air, two muscular figures shot out from behind Nyalyuishin like eagles. These two men had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and rough mannerisms. Impressively, they were both brawny men about the same age as Li Sai. Their bodies also contained boundless power. Although it was not comparable to Li Sai's, it was definitely not too far off. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the sky. Powerful qi shot out in all directions. The strong wind blew the rainwater in all directions. Even the roof tiles in the distance were lifted up. However, when the mist in the air dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Li Sai's attack was actually blocked by two people working together. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. How is this possible? Who are these two people? Even Wang Chong had a look of shock in his eyes. Li Sai was a high-level, profound martial expert. Everyone could see just how strong he was. If he weren't so ridiculously strong, deflecting blade manner wouldn't have allowed him to run amok for so long. And it would have been even more impossible for him to ride alone and take back Wang Chong's Hyderabad But the two figures behind Nyalyuishin were actually able to stop him. Cui Qianyu, Tian Qinjin. Upon seeing who these two people were, Wang Chong's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He recognized the two men. One was Ashina. Shu Gan was already shocking enough. Wang Chong had never imagined that these two would also appear at Nyalyuishin's side. I didn't think that this person would even subdue these two. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. When he had heard the Stone of Destiny's warning and saw that Li Sai's attack had been blocked by a bolt of lightning and his own attack had been blocked by the invisible energy of the world, Wang Chong knew that killing Nyalyuishin would not be easy. But Wang Chong had not expected that even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qinjin would appear here. In the history of the empire, these two definitely had a special place, even though they were in the rebel army, and Nyalyuishin was only at the true martial realm. Logically speaking, he should still be a nameless nobody, but Cui Qianyu and Tian Qinjin had long since become famous in the Anong Protectorate. In the future, the two of them would become one of the few imperial great generals in the final days of the empire, even though they were in the rebel army. Wang Chong had originally believed that Nyalyuishin would not meet these two so quickly. But only now did Wang Chong realize that he was gravely mistaken, and Nyalyuishin's abilities were probably far more formidable than he had imagined. Although it was his first time entering the capital, but beside him, the future underworld continent chaotic army was already beginning to take shape. The eagle, go and help Li Sai. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and ordered without hesitation. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qinjin were the two strongest generals at Nyalyuishin's side in the future. Although not many people knew of them, Many people still looked down on them. However, Wang Chong knew how terrifying these two people would become in the future. In a one-on-one fight, the two of them were at most brigadier generals. But when the two of them worked together, even the big, dipper, great General Geshuhan, who presided over Shillong and was feared by even the people of Uzin, and the big dipper, great General Geshuhan, who stood on the same level as Fomin Linta, Gao Xianji, Zhang Shogui, and Zhangqiu Jinqiong, would one day die at the hands of these two. Li Sai had been born with divine strength and astonishing martial prowess, and he was even hailed as the future invincible great general. But it was no wonder that he was unable to deal with these two. But the more this was the case, the more murderous Wang Chong felt. Li Sai, the eagle, delay them for me. Everyone else, hear my order. Kill. With these words, Wang Chong galloped forward. Rumble. At almost the same time, the others also galloped forward. Assume formation. Amidst the dense thunder and rain, a mournful voice cut through the night sky. Amidst the thunder, a cold light flashed. The 70 to 80 underworld soldiers did not rush to attack, but formed a formation amidst the rain, forming one of the 5 great defensive formations of the army, the Black Tortoise Formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire Yuzhou army had retracted, forming a black tortoise defensive formation covered in scales and a turtle shell. This sight took everyone by surprise. Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, and he immediately spotted a 28-year-old officer giving orders from the Yuzhou army. This officer had a mustache, a dignified face, and a sharp gaze. In his hands, the 70 Yuzhou soldiers gave off the feeling of the elite of the army. They seemed even more powerful than the Uzin cavalry. Tian Qingxi. As Wang Chong swept his gaze over the man's face, his complexion turned even more unsightly. The appearance of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin, 2 future Yuzhou great generals, was already shocking enough. Wang Chong had not expected to see Tian Qingxi here. As a Lulong colonel, he manages his army rigorously. These words were enough to show how extraordinary Tian Qingxi was. In Tian Qingxi's hands, 300 men could display the might of 3,000. 3,000 could display the might of 30,000. In the Yuzhou army, Tian Qingxi was truly the #1 commander. Although he led troops in battle, his strategy was inferior to that of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin. But his ability to command troops far surpassed the two. Under Tian Qingxi's command, the strength of a single soldier far surpassed that of Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin. Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin were already hard enough to deal with, and now Tian Qingxi had appeared as well. Zhao Jingdian. Wang Chong's expression chilled as he immediately bellowed, "Boom!" In a flash, Wang Chong and the others did not slow down, but the war horses began to change. The war horses quickly gathered together, with Zhao Jingdian in the center and Chen Bureng, Chen Jiming, and the other students on the spirit vein on the flanks. They swiftly formed the arrow formation, the best defensive formation on the battlefield. Every student of deflecting blade manner had to pass a test on the art of war before entering, and only by passing an intermediate and high-level test could one enter the spirit vein to cultivate. These students had a more unique understanding of the art of war and placed more importance on it. Thus, Wang Chong had Zhao Jingdian organize these students to practice the most basic of formations. Although there weren't many of them, it was enough to threaten the Xuanwu formation of the Yuzhou soldiers. Boom! Under Tian Qingxi's uneasy gaze, Wang Chong's arrow formation crashed into the Xuanwu formation. In that instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The entire courtyard shook violently. Kaiyil! Kaiyil! A few moments later, the countless experts of deflecting blade manner, the spirit vein, and the various clans behind Wang Chong crashed into the Yuzhou soldiers in front of the courtyard. The sounds of fighting, the clashing of weapons, the shaking of halos, and the whistling of the air mixed into one. Body against body, sword against sword, cold light intersected in the rainy night. The battle between the two sides reached its climax in an instant. Kill them all. Wang Chang's eyes glowed with a bloody light. With the woozy steel sword in his right hand and the little Yinyang sword in his left, he thrust it into the body of a Yuzhou soldier. As two Yuzhou soldiers clutched their throats and slowly fell to the ground, a fresh stream of stellar energy poured into Wang Chang's body. After more than a year of repression, Wang Chang had finally released his killing intent. At that moment, the space around Wang Chang twisted, his killing intent tangible, making him seem like a vicious beast. Kill them! Kill them all! Kill them all! After going around in a circle, fate had once more delivered these enemies of the past to him. Whether it was in Yaluishan or Ashina, or Tianqianjin, Chui Qianyu, Tianqingxi. Chapter 448. Single-step consecutive slaughter. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chang activated the stellar energy iron cloak and then used the single-step consecutive slaughter. Leaping from his horse, he charged at his foe like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was the 8 steps of the furious flood dragon or the leaping dragon art, both consumed too much stellar energy at this moment, making the single-step consecutive slaughter much easier and more efficient. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Chang's figure flickered, his woozy steel sword gleaming with cold light as it drew cold arcs in the air. In the blink of an eye, one Yuzhou soldier after another fell from their horses. Although Wang Chang was not very strong, he had far more experience and insight than his foe. Unless his foe was equal in strength or stronger, they would find it very difficult to pose a threat to him. Jingdian, Marchioness Zhao Yarong, work with me. Wang Chang's voice resounded through the night, so loud that not even the thunder and rain could drown it out. Rumble! The war horses transformed, and in the blink of an eye, cavalrymen had gathered from all sides, surrounding Wang Chang. Meanwhile, the white hoof shadow had arrived to catch Wang Chang. Even Tianqingxi, who was in the opposing group, had a slight change in expression at this level of military formation. But before he could do anything, Wang Chang and the others were already charging at Yaluishan. Nay. The war horses neighed. Marchioness and Zhao Yarong were both top-class experts of the spear. In a battle on horseback, there was nothing more formidable than the spear in piercing through defense. Rumble. For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet as one Yuzhou soldier after another fell into the muddy water. Kill him! Kill that brat! A flustered and exasperated voice rang out from the crowd. Ashina? Shu Gan unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at Wang Chang. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the king. This principle was not only common among the Han, but also among the Hu. So. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. The Hu were skilled in archery. The first wave was not boundless stellar energy, but a dense rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. Boom! The sound of a bow was as loud as thunder. Luo Tong stood in the distance. Before he arrived, the arrow had already arrived. In the blink of an eye, half of the arrows were blocked by Wang Chang. As for the rest of the arrows, they were either blocked by Wang Chang's Gangqi iron cloak or Wang Chang's armor. Deep-sea mystic iron heavy armor. Ashina? Shu Gan, who was standing at the back of the crowd, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the armor on Wang Chang at a glance. The deep-sea mystic iron heavy armor was definitely an empire-level strategic resource in the military. It was a sharp weapon to deal with sharpshooter phalanxes. With this thing, sharpshooters were basically no threat to Wang Chang. To dare attack the Anong Protectorate, how audacious! Follow me, let's kill that brat. Ashina? Shu Gan's face was ashen, his heart hardening. In the northeast of Yuzhou, it was enough for one person to oppress them. Once they were out of Yuzhou, he swore that no one would ever be able to ride over his head again. Roar! Ashina? Shu Gan's shout was immediately answered by tensome people. These people were all elites of Yuzhou, each of them an expert at Tier 4 or 5 of the true martial realm. In this aspect, Wang Chong liked to carry out the decapitation strategy. It was exactly the same as Shu Gan and Anyaluishan. In the Anong Protectorate, the two of them had already perfected this method. It was precisely by relying on this method that the two of them had managed to achieve their current achievements. Rumble. War horses galloped right in Ashina. Shu Gan raised his sword and charged forward. But before he could get very far, the earth suddenly quaked. To his left, the wall collapsed and a large number of cavalry charged in. "Young Master Wang, we've come to help you." A familiar voice came from his ear. In a flash, Wang Chong turned in the direction of the voice and immediately saw an azure figure, tall and thin, leading a group of experts as they charged into the ranks of the Yuzhou soldiers. It was Zhang Jian of the Zhang clan, leading several elders and experts of the Zhang clan to provide reinforcements. Wang Chong was overjoyed, and Yaluishan, Tianqingxi, and the other Yuzhou soldiers all paled. But before Yaluishan and the others could react, there was a boom as another section of the wall collapsed, but this time it came from the west. "Young Master Chong, we've come to help you." In a flash of light, the head of the Huang clan led a group of elites into the ranks of the Yuzhou soldiers, throwing them off their feet. But it was still far from over. "Young Master, don't worry, we've come to help you." Suddenly, an old and vigorous voice, like a lion's roar, came from the back of the courtyard. A tall and sturdy figure led a group of experts to break through the courtyard's back, directly barging in. "Elder Yi." Wang Chong was overjoyed. The newcomers were none other than his grandfather's old subordinates, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, and the others. Wang Chong hadn't expected that his summons had alarmed them. "Young Master, who do you want to kill?" "I'll help you." Elder Ye's voice rang out like a great bell, peerlessly domineering. In the courtyard, Anyaluishan and the others paled again and again. In such a short time, the other side had managed to mobilize so many people. Those elders with white hair at the temples exuded a tyrannical aura, the aura of a soldier so thick that it could not be increased. If one wasn't a veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles, they definitely wouldn't be able to possess it. Damn it! Just who is this fellow? Now, even Ashina, who had been proactively trying to kill Wang Chong this entire time, Lao Gan's expression completely changed. They had originally been on par with Wang Chong in terms of strength, but now that Elder Yi and the others had intervened, the Yuzhou soldiers were in an extremely bad situation. Pull back inwards and fully defend. Tortoise-shell formation. Hurry! A panicked voice resounded through the rainy night, repeated twice in both Hu and the language of the Tang dynasty. Lulong Lieutenant Tianqingxi had been a lieutenant for many generations, and his military discipline was unparalleled in the world. In the future, he would be a pivotal existence. But at this moment, he couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. The power that the other side had summoned was not something that they could deal with. It was a completely overwhelming power. Not only that, but the force that the enemy summoned didn't come from a single direction. Instead, it attacked from 4 directions at the same time. This meant that no matter how strong or how elite the Yuzhou soldiers under their command were, as long as they dared to attack, they would be attacked from 3 different directions. On the battlefield, defeat was assured in such a situation. Rumble. A gigantic, intricate, and complicated great halo of thorns vibrated beneath Elder Ye's feet. The halo was like countless thorns. The halo was black with a hint of gold, giving off an unparalleled sense of power. Roar. A gigantic fist suddenly smashed out, not from Elder Ye's body, but from the void. In that instant, Wang Chong could faintly see a gigantic bronze mountain god behind Elder Ye's back. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Elder Yi in action. Rumble! Countless Yuzhou soldiers were sent flying. Tianqingxi's tortoise-shell formation was completely unable to block Elder Ye's fist. And at the same time, the cavalry from the other directions also struck like thunder. all of them smashing into the underworld state soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing one Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 1 destiny point. Congratulations, host, for killing 2 Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 2 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing 3 Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 3 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 7 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 8 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 9 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 13 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 14 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for killing an Yuzhou traitor. Reward: 15 destiny points. At almost the same time, a string of messages poured out of his mind like a waterfall. In a few short moments, 17 Yuzhou soldiers had been killed. Wang Chong had immediately obtained 17 points of destiny energy, and it was still rapidly increasing. And Yao Yuishan Ashina, Su Gan and Tian Qingxi paled, and even Cui Qianyu and Tian Qianjin, who had been fiercely fighting with Li Sai, paled. If it was just Li Sai, they could just barely hold on, but if these people joined in, let alone hold on, even the 2 of them would probably die here. Stop! Just who are you people? We are the Yuzhou army, people of the Anong Protectorate. Have you made a mistake? The who fighting with the Yuzhou soldiers were secondary, but the Han mixed in with them couldn't help but shout. But all these shouts could not surpass a single voice. Commander! The rumbling was like thunder, and even the torrential rain above the courtyard was shaken away, transforming into ripples that spread outward. In the face of this enormous pressure and danger, Cui Qianyu, who was fighting with Li Sai, couldn't help but shout. This voice resounded over the entire capital, and Wang Chong's heart trembled as if he had thought of something. Hurry, don't worry about the others. Li Sai, Elder Yi, Elder Zhao, Elder Zhang, help me kill him. Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed at the retreating Yao Yuishan. And Yao Yuishan was far more crafty than anyone had imagined. At the start, he had been standing in front of the Yuzhou soldiers, but now that the situation had changed and Wang Chong's side had the upper hand, he had immediately retreated to the rear into the protection of the Yuzhou soldiers. Young master, I'll take him down for you. An elderly and vigorous voice resounded through the air. Air surged as Elder Zhao soared into the air, transforming into a rainbow of light. Li Sai and Elder Zhang Jian of the Zhang clan also soared into the air, charging toward Yao Yuishan at the back of the crowd. Cui Qianyu, Tian Qianjin, save me! And Yao Yuishan's face was ashen as he cried out in fear. He was only at the true martial realm, and one Li Sai was enough to make him feel like a needle was pressing against his back. He didn't dare to casually attack, much less 3 people of this level. At this moment, Yao Yuishan sensed a thick stench of death, and an intense unwillingness welled up in his heart. All of this was too inexplicable. He hadn't done anything. So why did this person want to kill him? Was he really going to die here today for no apparent reason? No. Gone. Xan. Just as Li Sai, Elder Zhao, and Elder Yi, the 3 high-level profound realm experts were like eagles swooping down from all directions. In the rainy night in the north, suddenly, a ball of dazzling light like the sun exploded in the air. A vigorous, dignified, aloof aura that made people tremble swept across the entire courtyard and suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. Stop!